Then what is it that you desire? The voice in the sky resounded once more, laden with bewilderment. Who could possibly resist the temptation of a celestial inheritance? Let us begin the true trial. I have no time to play games here. Chen Han spoke with a faint smile. This voice should be a remnant soul left behind by the celestial deity, existing solely to test those who pass through. If this inheritance were obtainable by all, it would not be true inheritance at all, thus it must be false. You are quite an interesting little fellow, the voice commented, but allow me to remind you the trials ahead will be exceedingly arduous. Are you certain you wish to continue down this path? Chen Han nodded. Without the lure of inheritance he would never have stepped into this place. Having come this far, how could he possibly retreat? The scene before him shifted in an instant. The surrounding void condensed into utter blackness. Then from within that pitch-dark expanse a single white figure of light slowly emerged. The outline of the light was strikingly similar to Chen Han, in other words it was his own phantom. To stand before a phantom of oneself, was this not a battle against one's own self? Let us begin. Chen Han slowly lifted his head, and the shadow opposite him moved in tandem, its techniques mirroring his to perfection. Such speed? Chen Han was slightly astonished. The shadow's speed was in no way inferior to his own, and in fact surpassed him by a subtle margin. With a thunderous boom, one punch from the shadow sent Chen Han staggering back several steps. It was not only faster, its strength had also been augmented. One could say this opponent was an enhanced version of Chen Han himself. He could not help but wonder whether it possessed mastery over all of his martial arts as well. With a dull thud, Chen Han retreated several steps before finally managing to steady his footing. The shadow had already launched another assault, a palm wreathed in condensed sword intent surging toward him in an instant. Chen Han dodged swiftly, thousand luo sword flashing from his hand as he slashed out, his aura surging like a storm. Yet to his astonishment the shadow also produced a thousand luo sword identical to his, its blade indistinguishable from the one in Chen Han's grasp. Is this a mirror image? Chen Han's expression tightened, a strange indescribable feeling rising in his heart. This trial was nothing short of monstrous. With a resounding impact Chen Han was once again driven back. This mirage possessed speed and strength that both exceeded his original body. To slay such an opponent would be anything but easy. I fear many will fall at this stage. Chen Han drew in a deep breath, his gaze locking onto the mirror image. The mirror image stared back at him, its expression vacant and lifeless. Yet it is after all my mirror. No one understands me better than myself. Gripping the thousand luo sword, Chen Han launched himself forward once more. His domain of life blossomed around him, mighty sword intent surging toward the mirror image. The 2,000 luo swords collided madly in midair. As the battle continued, Chen Han grew ever more valiant, no longer falling into disadvantage. Sever. With his low cry, the thousand luo sword cleaved through the mirror image's body, and the mirage dissolved into nothingness. Is that all? Chen Han frowned slightly. Though troublesome, it had not reached the level of being truly difficult for him. A low hum reverberated as the shadow suddenly reformed, lifting its head as though gazing straight at Chen Han. As expected. Chen Han exhaled deeply, raising the thousand luo sword once more. With a heavy step forward, the shadow similarly unleashed the domain of life. Chen Han let out a bitter laugh. It seemed this mirror image truly could do anything he could. Once the mirror image also released the domain of life, it no longer lagged behind in the slightest. The two divine swords clashed once more, erupting from time to time with terrifying waves of spiritual energy. Taishan crushing the summit. Chen Han roared, unleashing his most powerful strike. A mountain of sword force descended, crushing the mirror image directly beneath its weight. Yet Chen Han did not relax his vigilance, if for all he knew that shadow might reappear once more. Buzz. Everything before his eyes suddenly dispersed, collapsing back into the original small world. Yet all the other people had vanished without a trace. What was going on? Chen Han's heart was filled with doubt, unable to comprehend what was happening. Soon a blue figure slowly drifted toward him. The newcomer wore azure robes with long white hair cascading down, and his appearance radiated profound wisdom. Are you the heavenly god? Chen Han spoke subconsciously, somewhat at a loss. The heavenly god cast him a glance. Yes and no. I am merely a remnant soul he left behind specifically to handle matters of the lower realm, the heavenly god stated bluntly. The last one to meet me was a fellow named Yin Xian. It has likely been over 10,000 years since then. Seeing you today, you bring that man to mind. The heavenly god spoke word by word, his pace unhurried. Senior, does this mean I have passed? Chen Han asked hesitantly. Yun Xian had reached such a realm only after obtaining the heavenly god's legacy. The heavenly god shook his head. No, you have not. That fellow who came last time likewise did not succeed. However, I granted him a cultivation method from the upper realm, and only then did he depart. Chen Han was slightly taken aback. He had not expected that Yun Xian had failed to obtain the inheritance and had merely received a single cultivation method. Yet even so, Yun Xian had still stood at the very pinnacle of the Lingwu continent. By now Yun Xian had most likely already ascended, leaving the Lingwu continent behind. Boy, if you wish to obtain the heavenly god's inheritance, you must pass yet another trial, the heavenly god said. With your current abilities, your chances of victory in this trial are exceedingly slim. If you fail, you will lose everything. Yet if you choose to forego the trial, I can grant you a cultivation method. Just like that youngster from 10,000 years ago, the heavenly god added. Back then Yun Xian had chosen to give up and had thus obtained that cultivation method. If he accepted the cultivation method, Chen Han's strength would rise by several tiers. Yet the possibility of slaying Yu Lin would diminish to almost nothing. Even Yun Xian had failed to kill Yu Lin, so Chen Han's odds were likewise meager. The greatest likelihood would be to seal Yu Lin once more and then wait for the next 10,000 years. This left Chen Han deeply torn. Abandoning the trial was the safest course. Even if he could not kill Yu Lin, there was still a high chance of sealing him again. Yet for the Lingwu continent, that would remain an immense hidden danger. Who could say whether 10,000 years later a third person would arrive here and claim the inheritance? If he chose to continue, however, Chen Han might well end up with nothing at all. Let me remind you once more, during these 10,000 years of imprisonment, Yu Lin has been cultivating incessantly and his strength has increased dramatically, the heavenly god warned. If you choose the cultivation method, there is still a small chance that Yu Lin will kill you before you finish mastering it. By my calculations, he should be appearing soon. The heavenly god spoke with detached calm, his face devoid of emotion. From the looks of it, whichever you choose, the risk is immense. Chen Han let out a bitter smile. He truly did not know what to do. You may decide for yourself. Back then Yun Xian chose the cultivation method, but at that time he had already reached the emperor realm, the heavenly god said. Compared to you now, he possessed an immense advantage, the heavenly god continued. Chen Han nodded. It was indeed a thorny dilemma. No matter which path he chose, the risk was extraordinarily high. If he chose the cultivation method, the time given to Chen Han would not be generous. Unless he could reach the cultivation that Yun Xian had attained back then, it would be difficult to contend with Yu Lin. Yet if he chose to continue and ultimately failed, the Lingwu continent would face an unprecedented catastrophe. Chen Han wavered, then finally drew a deep breath. I choose to continue, my time is running out. The celestial god was taken aback for a moment, then smirked. Congratulations, you have passed the test. Chen Han was stunned at what was going on. Is this really how one passes the test? This is too hasty. You chose the technique and I will provide you with one. Most people choose the technique because it is safe, unwilling to bear the despair of failure. By choosing to continue, you show that you have the courage to advance. You can possess the celestial god's legacy. The celestial god grinned and then raised his palm, a golden light appearing in his hand. I absorbed him. The light fell before Chen Han, emitting an overwhelming aura. Without hesitation, Chen Han began to absorb the light. A peculiar spiritual power entered Chen Han's body, converging within his spiritual palace. Ha! Chen Han exhaled everything within his body, quietly undergoing a transformation. This absorption lasted a full 6 months. In that time, the entire Lingwu continent underwent tremendous changes. Yu Lin broke free from his seal and began to rampage, creating numerous fierce beast legions. The entire Lingwu continent united as a single front. The powerful beings hidden within the 3 great forbidden areas also began to emerge. Faced with Yu Lin's renewed assault, they could no longer continue to hide. Yu Lin's strength had already posed a threat to the entire Lingwu continent. Still not out. Outside the temple, a group of people were discussing among themselves. Those who entered the temple 6 months ago had all come out reaping great rewards. Yet only Chen Han had not appeared. Could this top genius from Lingzhou have died inside the temple? Xiao Yuyan was waiting outside the temple after 6 months of cultivation, and the celestial god's gifts her cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of the Saint Realm. It was precisely because of Xiao Yuyan's powerful aura that those nearby dared not approach easily. Moreover, they all knew she was Chen Han's woman. If one dared to offend Xiao Yuyan, they were offending Chen Han. She probably won't come out. It seems our Lingwu continent has lost a top prodigy. If he's dead, what's the point of being a prodigy? He's just a corpse. Xiao Yuyan's gaze instantly fell on the one who spoke. He was a member of the demon race with a high cultivation level. This demon was here to observe the situation at the temple. If Chen Han came out, he would surely report it to the demon race. However, after waiting for 6 months without Chen Han's appearance, he might already be dead. Little girl, why are you looking at me? I haven't said anything wrong. Long Da chuckled coldly. Others feared Xiao Yuyan, but he did not. His strength had already reached the late stage of the Saint Realm, holding a significant position within the demon race. Now with the entire Lingwu continent facing Yulin, he didn't believe that the human race's strong would dare to act against him. Shut your mouth. Xiao Yuyan said, displeased. Long Da laughed. You're quite amusing, little girl. Since the mouth is on my body, I'll say whatever I want. Do you really want to fight me? Xiao Yuyan frowned slightly, and the Lin Yanqin instantly fell onto her lap, a crisp sound erupting, pressing towards Long Da. If you dare to fight me? Do you think I fear you? Long Da roared, drawing out a large blade and slicing towards Xiao Yuyan. Xiao Yuyan's expression froze, and she quickly retreated. The martial arts of the Sound Emperor were mostly based on music aimed at disrupting the opponent's mentality and boosting the morale of allies. Although primarily supportive, it does not mean Xiao Yuyan is weak. Xiao Yuyan stepped back a few paces while holding her guqin, and immediately the sound of the guqin turned sharp and fierce. The notes transformed into sharp blades flying directly towards Long Da. With a furious roar, Long Da swung his sword and shattered the sonic blades. A mere trick. Long Da laughed heartily. Being a late-stage saint, how could he fear a mere girl like Xiao Yuyan? Xiao Yuyan furrowed her beautiful brows, continuing to pluck the guqin strings, the music swelling into a magnificent wave, instilling a sense of crisis in those nearby. Unparalleled guqin music, the martial arts of the Sound Emperor. Though impressive, you are still far from mastering it. Long Da roared, swiftly chopping down with his great sword, flames enveloping the blade as it descended with a thunderous crash. Ding! A clear, crisp sound echoed as the sword in Long Da's hand flew out of his grasp. A sword suddenly pierced the ground right in front of Long Da, and the crowd quickly looked over, recognizing it as the Qianluo sword that Chen Han had obtained. It's Chen Han. The crowd was astonished. Chen Han had actually appeared. Damn it, Long Da gritted his teeth, hastily retreating. With Chen Han present, he would be at a disadvantage. Chen Han had not perished after 6 months and had acquired treasures from the temple. Although it was unclear if he had obtained the inheritance of the celestial god, he was undoubtedly not simple. He had to leave and report everything to the demon clan. Others turned towards the temple, and Xiao Yuyan's gaze followed, yet she did not see Chen Han's figure. Just the sword was visible, but not the person. Are you saying that my father was here before the temple was opened? Chen Han took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on the celestial god before him. The celestial god nodded. He is an anomaly, even I cannot see through him. Looking at Chen Han, the celestial god suddenly paused. I cannot see through you either. You two, father and son, are truly intriguing. Chen Han felt slightly astonished. The celestial god could not see through him, and he was very aware of the reason. But what was the situation with his father? Could he also have crossed over? Then where is my father now? Chen Han quickly asked. The celestial god shook his head. He came here to borrow something and then left. What did he borrow? The Demon Suppression Great Formation Diagram. Chen Han was taken aback. The Demon Suppression Great Formation was an immortal grade formation. This diagram could unleash the Demon Suppression Great Formation once with incredibly formidable power. Why did his father want to take it? What had happened in these 20-some years? If I am not mistaken, your father has exchanged words with Yulin before. Both you and he carry the aura of Yulin, the celestial god continued. Chen Han frowned. Senior Qiu Zhentian had said that his father only reached the 6th tier of the ruins. How could he have met Yulin? Could it be that my father has an unspeakable identity? Chen Han took a deep breath, struggling to believe what he had heard. What exactly was his father doing? Yulin has emerged. You should leave now. I hope you can stop Yulin's harm to the spirit martial continent just like Yun Xian did. Chen Han's expression shook. He did not expect Yulin to break the seal so soon. With his current strength he was afraid he would not be a match for Yulin. You need not worry too much. Yun Xian already anticipated this occurrence and set up a great formation in the Nielong tribe. This formation can still contain Yulin for a while. However, the Taotai Legion created by Yulin can leave the formation and begin to devour the spirit martial continent first, the celestial god spoke. Chen Han nodded. There was still time. He needed to continue growing stronger. Senior, I will take my leave now. Chen Han took a deep breath, cupped his hands, and departed. At the entrance of the temple many people were already waiting. When Chen Han stepped out of the temple several individuals surrounded him. Chen Han. Xiao Yuyan hugged Chen Han tightly, relieved to see that he was unharmed. Xiao Yuyan examined Chen Han's aura, her face revealing a look of astonishment. Late stage of the Holy Realm. It seemed that Chen Han's gains within the temple far surpassed hers. Lingzhou is in chaos now, Chen Han said, taking a deep breath. Xiao Yuyan nodded, understanding Chen Han's meaning. Yulin broke the seal, killing numerous members of the demon race and creating the fearsome beast Taotai Legion. The entire Lingzhou began to unite against Yulin. The frontline defenders were the Nirvana Dragon tribe. The Nirvana Dragon tribe had been guarding the ancient ruins for 10,000 years to prevent Yulin from emerging. Now that Yulin had broken the seal, the entire strength of the Nirvana Dragon tribe was focused on dealing with Yulin. However, relying solely on the Nirvana Dragon tribe was not enough to contend with Yulin. The Yi family sent someone, but upon seeing you did not appear they left, Xiao Yuyan said. Many had come to inquire about Chen Han's whereabouts during the past 6 months. However, as Chen Han did not show up, they could only leave in disappointment. Chen Han nodded, realizing that he had been in seclusion for quite a long time. Nonetheless, the gains during these 6 months were tremendous. Not only did he acquire several divine-level martial arts, but he also reached the late stage of the Holy Realm. Such strength ranked among the top even within the two races. In the Lingwu continent, those in the Holy Realm could dominate a region. As for the Imperial Realm, it was likely that there were no more than 5 individuals among the two races. Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan returned to Lingzhou. At this moment, although Lingzhou had not yet been besieged by the Taotai Legion, it had already begun to mobilize. Numerous forces gathered their troops to confront the demon race uniting against Yulin. Although there was animosity between the two races, they could not hesitate in the face of a common enemy. They had to band together to resist. Upon returning to the Lingxiao sect, many people surrounded him. Chen Han had vanished for half a year, and his return to the Lingxiao sect was bound to cause a stir in Lingzhou. Chen Han. Yang Yifeng hurried forward. In the past 6 months she had also reached the Holy Realm. However, compared to Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan, her strength was still quite lacking. Where is the sect master? Chen Han asked with a frown. Yang Yifeng shook her head. The sect master led a team to the demon race along with the second elder and third elder. I also plan to gather the returning disciples to prepare for a journey to the demon race. The Taotai Legion of Yulin was extremely powerful and aggressive. In the face of such a terrifying Taotai Legion, the two races were unable to gain an advantage even while working together. Chen Han nodded, realizing that this would be a tough battle. Leihan Mountain and his group should have gone over by now, right? Chen Han hesitated to ask, knowing that with Leihan Mountain's personality he would surely rush to the demon race. Yang Yifeng furrowed her brows slightly. Leihan Mountain indeed went to the battlefield a long time ago, but that fool was too reckless and lost an arm in battle. Chen Han's expression grew serious. He was very aware of Leihan Mountain's strength. With so much time passed, he had surely also reached the Holy Realm. Despite reaching the Holy Realm, sustaining such a severe injury on the battlefield was a testament to the Taotai Legion's ferocity. Elder, we will accompany you to the battlefield. Chen Han took a deep breath. Since he had obtained the inheritance of the celestial god, he could not avoid this battle. There would undoubtedly be an epic battle between him and Yulin. Yang Yifeng nodded, noting that Chen Han's aura was already far above hers. With Chen Han around, the disciples of the Lingxiao sect would likely be much safer. The Taotai Legion split into several battlefields, while the large tribes of the demon race integrated nearby smaller tribes to resist the Taotai Legion. The major forces of the human race also dispatched teams to rescue various tribes. The tribe that Lingxiao sect went to assist, although not top tier among the demon race, was still a formidable one. This tribe was called the Jinha tribe and its essence was the Wanshua Jinha. Before long Chen Han and his companions landed in the territory of the Jinha tribe. Upon seeing the members of Ling Xiao sect, the Jinha tribe hurriedly sent people out to welcome them. This young human seems somewhat familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before. It's Chen Han of the human race. That top genius from Lingzhou? So it's him, no wonder he seems so familiar. I didn't expect him to personally come to our tribe. After all, Chen Han is from Ling Xiao sect. Since Ling Xiao sect is helping our tribe, he will definitely come. Many members of the Jinha tribe displayed expressions of joy. During this time the Jinha tribe had suffered heavy losses and there were hardly any small tribes nearby. After several battles the combat strength gathered here was severely insufficient. The arrival of Chen Han and his group also brought hope to the Jinha tribe. Ifeng. Ling Weitian laughed heartily as he approached, his laughter growing even more boisterous upon seeing Chen Han. You finally made it. Chen Han stepped forward with a smile. As a disciple of Ling Xiao sect, how could I shy away? What is the situation here? Ling Weitian shook his head helplessly. Not very good. The Taotai Legion's strength is too formidable and we have suffered heavy losses. Several elders from the sect have died on the battlefield. Elder Qin has also been seriously injured and is currently recuperating. Old Qin is injured too. Chen Han furrowed his brows. Qin Mingdong was skilled in spiritual formations and would definitely be at a disadvantage on the battlefield. However, Chen Han did not expect Qin Mingdong to be injured so severely. Why don't you come with me to the main camp? The sect leader is currently discussing matters with the chieftain of the Jinha tribe. However, the number of Saint Realm experts in the Jinha tribe is greater than ours, making it difficult for us to have a say. Now that you're here, it should be different. Chen Han nodded. The Ling Xiao sect was not considered a major force in Lingzhou. Without Chen Han's presence, Ling Xiao sect would not have been able to hold its ground. Following Ling Weitian to the main camp, Chen Han saw many injured soldiers. Here there were also troops from various dynasties. However, these troops, like the smaller tribes of the demon race, were merely cannon fodder in the eyes of the Taotai Legion. They had no capacity to resist the Taotai Legion. Yet both races could not afford to lose them. These troops could delay the progress of the Taotai Legion. If the army were to vanish, the strong from both races would be heavily injured. Ling sect leader, I believe you should not question my decisions. You Ling Xiao sect have only one Saint Realm expert, which is not of significant use in this battle. Meanwhile, our Jinha tribe has 7 Saint Realm experts, and we have the right to decide the strategy this time. Before even entering the main camp, a loud voice was heard from inside. The owner of that voice was none other than the chieftain of the Jinha tribe, Henan. The weakness of Ling Xiao sect meant that Ling Dongyi did not have much say. Having only one Saint Realm expert truly meant nothing in the Jinha tribe. However, the Jinha tribe could not afford to lose the assistance of the human race. Their troops had already suffered more than half their losses, and without the human support they would not be able to withstand the onslaught of the Taotai Legion. Chief Henan, I've made it perfectly clear, this is a trap. Our second elder of the Ling Xiao sect took the risk and is still lying in bed wounded. If you insist on going, you'll easily be annihilated by the Taotai Legion. Ling Dongyi clenched his jaw, compelled to voice his thoughts. He couldn't bear to watch the disciples of the Ling Xiao sect march to their deaths. Henan gazed at Ling Dongyi with a solemn expression. They had debated this issue all morning. Yet seeing Ling Dongyi's stance, it was clear he would not yield. If your Ling Xiao sect is afraid, then stay behind. I'll lead my men to reclaim the Dragon Source Crystal. A burly man from the Jinha tribe bellowed. This man was also a Saint Realm figure, no weaker than Ling Dongyi. If it's a trap, charging in would be foolish. Chen Han spoke as he stepped into the main tent. The Jinha tribesmen turned to look at him, curiosity piqued. Who is this? Do you think this is a place you can just waltz into? He Yong shouted sternly. A disciple of the Ling Xiao sect. Chen Han replied calmly. Henan squinted. Sect leader Ling, are all your disciples so unruly? This is where we discuss important matters. How dare a disciple of your sect barge in? Ling Dongyi was taken aback but inwardly delighted at Chen Han's arrival. Ahem, Chief Henan, most of my disciples do listen to me. But this one I truly cannot Henan scrutinized Chen Han. What kind of disciple is beyond even your authority, sect leader? Then why are you still the leader? Ling Dongyi gave a bitter smile. He dared not control Chen Han. Having heard that Chen Han defeated Qiu Long in the temple, his strength undoubtedly surpassed his own. Chen Han turned to Henan, cupped his hands and smiled. Chen Han of the Lingxiao sect. As soon as he spoke, astonishment rippled through the tent. The name Chen Han had spread far and wide across the Lingwu continent. Facing such a peerless genius, he was indeed worthy to enter this place. So it's the prodigy from Lingzhou? Still interrupting our conversation so abruptly is rather disrespectful. He Yong coughed, for Chen Han's reputation had also reached the demon tribes. No demon at the early Saint realm could rival Qiu Long. Within the Jinghe tribe, the highest cultivation belonged to Chief Henan. Yet Henan was only at the late Saint realm, far inferior to the top experts of the demon race. The Jinghe tribe's status among humans was akin to the Oracle Pavilion. Though lacking the profound heritage of the 6 great families, they still possessed considerable strength. I've said it before, if you want to court death, don't drag the Lingxiao sect into it. Chen Han's gaze swept over Heyong, his tone icy. The Jinghe tribesmen's faces darkened. This Lingzhou prodigy was indeed hard to handle, adopting a hardline stance from the start. Do you think we fear you? Heyong gritted his teeth, rage burning in his eyes. Though only at the early Saint realm, Heyong believed himself no worse than those prodigies. Even if he couldn't defeat Chen Han, the gap wouldn't be vast. I have no desire to argue. If the Jinghe tribe refuses to listen, then the Lingxiao sect will take its leave. Chen Han spoke coldly, showing no regard for the Jinghe tribe's face. Qin Mingdong had risked himself and suffered severe injuries, yet the Jinghe tribe still insisted on going. Was that not sheer folly? How dare you? Heyong roared, unleashing his spiritual energy directly at Chen Han. Everyone was stunned, and no one expected Heyong to strike so suddenly. Chen Han cast a glance at Heyong, and with that single look Heyong was sent flying backward, his face pale with shock. The onlookers stared incredulously at Chen Han, unable to believe his overwhelming strength. Heyong had shown no ability to resist whatsoever. Henan looked at Chen Han, his expression grave. He could sense that Chen Han's aura was on par with his own. Just as the saint of the Jinghe tribe was about to take action, Henan subdued him. At this time, how can we engage in internal strife? Henan snorted coldly, silencing his clansmen. His gaze turned to Chen Han, his expression serious. Then tell us, what should we do? Chen Han looked at Henan, acknowledging that there were indeed wise individuals in the Jinghe tribe. I have already heard from Elder Ling Wei Tian about the situation. The dragon source crystal taken by the Taotai Legion is an extremely rare treasure. This item is the treasure of the Nile Dragon tribe. How could it possibly appear here? Even if it were brought here by the Taotai Legion, the strong members of the Nile Dragon tribe would undoubtedly show up. But what about the people? Chen Han's words enlightened the saints of the Jinghe tribe. The Taotai Legion had revealed the dragon source crystal to them, intending to provoke the Jinghe tribe into taking action. Due to the formidable defenses of the Jinghe tribe, the Taotai Legion found it difficult to launch an assault and thus chose this strategy. Though the Taotai Legion was composed of fierce beasts, there were indeed a few individuals within the Legion who were not only powerful but also cunning. These were all the works of Yu Lin over the millennia. He had put in considerable effort to invade the entire Lingzhou. So what should we do? Henan frowned as he spoke. Chen Han hesitated for a moment. Hold the line and wait for the strongest tribes to eliminate the Taotai. The only ones who can sway the battlefield now are the experts of the Emperor realm. I believe there are also experts of the Emperor realm within the Taotai Legion. Henan and his companions exchanged glances. Although several powerful beings of the Holy Realm had appeared in the Taotai Legion, none from the Emperor realm had shown up. However, given Yu Lin's formidable strength, it was possible that he could indeed create a fierce beast of the Emperor realm. Then we have no choice but to proceed as such. Henan gritted his teeth, realizing there was no other option. The Jinghe tribe lacked the ability to influence the battlefield, relying solely on the top tribes for hope. For this war, the 4 dragon kings of the Nile Dragon tribe had also returned. However, during the battle against Yu Lin, the 4 dragon kings had sustained significant injuries. Moreover, it was said that the 4 dragon kings had been utterly powerless against Yu Lin. Had it not been for the formation left by Yun Xian, Yu Lin would have certainly killed the 4 dragon kings. These 4 kings were all at the peak of the Holy Realm. With such strength, they had no ability to counterattack. Just how terrifying was Yu Lin? Chen Han stepped into the air, his gaze fixed on the wandering Taotai in the distance. The Taotai legion facing the Jinghe tribe was not particularly strong. There were only about 10 Taotai at the Holy Realm level. As long as they dealt with these 10 Taotai, the Jinghe tribe could join forces with the Lingxiao sect to annihilate them. However, among these Taotai there was one that took on a humanoid form. This humanoid Taotai was the leader of this legion, and its strength had reached the peak of the Holy Realm, making it a formidable opponent. Indeed, a troublesome situation. Chen Han took a deep breath. They had to eliminate this leader to have a chance of victory. Chen Han. Xiao Yuyan stepped into the air, standing beside Chen Han. Seeing him observing the movements of the Taotai, she displayed a curious expression. I heard from the sect master that the physical body of the Taotai is extraordinarily powerful and ordinary weapons can hardly breach its defenses. Even a Taotai of the King Realm requires weapons of the 9th grade or above to inflict damage. Chen Han was taken aback, furrowing his brow as he looked at Xiao Yuyan. Is this why our army finds it difficult to withstand the Taotai? Xiao Yuyan nodded. Weapons below rank 9 cannot penetrate the defenses of the Taotai. Without possessing strength several realms above the opponent, one cannot deal with the Taotai at all. I have a solution. Chen Han took a deep breath and rushed straight to the place where Ling Dongyi was residing. What? Are you asking everyone to gather all the rank 8 and 9 weapons? Ling Dongyi looked at Du Han, utterly perplexed. Rank 8 and 9 weapons are not rare items for beings at their saint realm. However, for warriors of the Wang realm or Zun realm, those weapons are akin to life. If anything goes wrong, they might fight desperately against Chen Han. Chen Han explained, Master, you just need to tell them that those who bring out their weapons I can exchange for a weapon of 1 rank higher. Ling Dongyi looked at Chen Han in disbelief and directly pulled out his ancestral sword. Can I give it a try? Chen Han took the sword from Ling Dongyi's hand. This rank 10 sword had accompanied Ling Dongyi for many years. Chen Han hesitated for a moment, tracing runes on the sword's blade. Of course, this was merely for show to Ling Dongyi. Through the system he directly evolved the weapon to a saint grade. The evolved weapon was given to Ling Dongyi while Chen Han could keep Ling Dongyi's original weapon. Buzz! A similar sword appeared in Chen Han's hand, and it was a saint grade artifact. Wow! Ling Dongyi instinctively exclaimed, his sword truly ascended a rank. So do you believe me now? I can enhance everyone's weapons by 1 tier. However, there is no need for weapons below rank 8 as it would waste my spiritual energy. Chen Han smiled as he spoke. His evolution points were now just over 3,000, accumulated painstakingly over this period. If he were to evolve a rank 3 weapon, it would be too much of a waste. Ling Dongyi quickly nodded. I will tell the disciples of Lingxiazong. If those from the imperial courts have any ideas, I will bring them along as well. Chen Han smiled lightly. With Ling Dongyi speaking up, the human team's members generally would not refuse. Soon Ling Dongyi led a crowd over, and they looked at Chen Han with skepticism. Among them were Yang Yifeng and a few others who were quite trusting of Chen Han. After all, they had witnessed Ling Dongyi's sword, which had been with him for over a decade, reach the saint grade. Yang Yifeng and a few others were the first to present their weapons, and others followed suit. Chen Han was not polite and evolved them all in one go. All over 1,000 people who had come received weapons that were upgraded by 1 tier. Wow, this is amazing. Chen Han truly is a miracle worker. I now possess a rank 10 sword. Ha ha ha, the axe I've been carrying for over half a year has surprisingly also reached rank 9. Awesome. By the way, does Chen Han take on disciples? I want to learn. Those who received new weapons displayed expressions of joy. The enhancement of their weapons could bring tremendous benefits in battle. Upgrading by 1 tier can also provide them with greater assurance of their lives. After these people left, Ling Dongyi walked up to Chen Han with a grin. You are now the treasure of everyone. Your prestige has significantly risen. Chen Han smiled and then took out a 1-inch bag and handed it to Ling Dongyi. Ling Dongyi frowned. Upon looking inside the bag, he was shocked to find it filled entirely with rank 9 and 10 artifacts. Inside he also saw his original sword. This? Ling Dongyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Although the quantity is limited, it can at least elevate their level to deal with the Taotai Legion, Chen Han said with a smile. Ling Dongyi put away a storage bag. Although he still harbored doubts, he chose to comply with Chen Han's words. Most of the weapons of the human race's team, comprised of king and venerable realm experts, were newly upgraded, making them the main force against the Ch.5. Some recognized the weapons in others' hands as their own from before, yet they didn't mind. With stronger weapons available, why cling to the old ones? The demon race displayed expressions of envy. Lacking high-grade weapons, they expressed their discontent, wishing they could become part of the human race to obtain new armaments. Before long, Chen Han approached Chen Han with a smile. He was clear about his purpose, seeking Chen Han's assistance in enhancing the weapons of the demon race. I can help, but enhancing weapon quality will greatly deplete my spiritual energy. This service cannot be free, Chen Han said with a smile. Chen Han furrowed his brow. Whatever you want I can provide, as long as it's something from my Jinghai tribe. Chen Han raised his hand, signaling Chen Han to be quiet. I don't want anything material, I want absolute command over this battlefield. From now on I will be in charge, Chen Han stated. Chen Han hesitated. Chen Han wanted power instead of items. Power is of utmost importance at this time. If command is given to Chen Han, would the Jinghai tribe not have to follow his orders? Well, Chen Han hesitated. Brother Chen Han, you are still inexperienced. I'm afraid my people in the Jinghai tribe will not heed your commands. Chen Han chuckled. Then there will be no new weapons. Tribe leader Chen Han, your people can decide for themselves. Chen Han immediately became unsettled if this was a threat. Yet he desperately wished to possess a royal-grade divine weapon. Having such a weapon would elevate the power of the Jinghai tribe significantly. I will go talk to them, Chen Han said through gritted teeth. Before he could leave, several saints from the Jinghai tribe rushed in. What is there to discuss? We won't be directing the battle. I see that Brother Chen Han possesses remarkable talent. He must be an excellent commander, willing to accept orders. Brother Chen Han, I will follow your orders. Can you upgrade my 10-grade treasure too? Several saints presented their weapons, looking obedient. Chen Han's expression froze. It seemed he had lost all authority as the tribe leader. Chen Han smiled at Chen Han. What will the tribe leader decide? Chen Han smiled bitterly. The Jinghai tribe is willing to follow your commands, but we will never agree to matters of life and death. Chen Han nodded. The Jinghai tribe wasn't foolish enough to seek their own demise. Rest assured, we are all on the same front. Without your Jinghai tribe we cannot withstand the attacks of the Ch.5 Legion. However, I hope tribe leader Chen Han understands that the future of the spirit martial continent is something we must protect. Chen Han was taken aback, quickly nodding in agreement. With Chen Han's consent, the demon race presented their weapons, similarly obtaining new armaments. As for the old weapons, they were given to those without high-grade weapons. Suddenly, the overall combat strength of the entire team surged significantly. Chen Han was still at the defense line, setting up several top-tier formations along with a holy tier formation. These formations can effectively reduce the losses of the army. However, the Ch.5 Legion also began to stir, obeying Yulin's orders to invade the Lingwu continent. If they cannot even pass this obstacle presented by the demon race, they could be killed by Yulin. The Ch.5 Legion is making moves. Everyone in the main camp looked serious. The Ch.5 Legion has finally struck again. Update me on the situation. Chen Han turned to a member of the Jinghai tribe whose cultivation was at the pinnacle of the King realm and a major force on the battlefield. The Ch.5 Legion launched a surprise attack on our left side fortifications an hour ago. However, with Lord Chen Han's formations in place, we did not suffer any losses. But the Ch.5 Legion has not retreated, and it seems that a few holy tier Ch.5s have arrived at that location. The group breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lord Chen Han's formations were there, otherwise the losses would have been severe. Holy tier Ch.5s? Have they been unable to hold back? Chen Han's tone was heavy. Holy tier Ch.5s are the true danger. Holy tier Ch.5s had never appeared before. Their emergence now must be aimed at capturing the Jinghai tribe in one fell swoop. Chen Han nodded. This battle must be won. If the holy tier were to break through the defense line, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tribe leader Chen Han, I hope you can go in person. Chen Han looked at Chen Han. Go in person? If the Ch.5's strong ones directly attack our main camp, what should we do? Chen Han hesitated. He was the strongest presence in the Jinghai tribe. If he was not there, who could protect the main camp of the Jinghai tribe? I will stay here. You can leave it to me, Chen Han said. Chen Han frowned. He knew that Chen Han's strength was on par with his own. If Chen Han fell, it would be impossible for him to leave the main camp. Now that Chen Han was here, perhaps he could really go see the front lines. Alright then, I will entrust the Jinghai tribe to you. If anything happens He Nan gritted his teeth. This was his home and he was entrusting it to Chen Han, showing his trust in him. Chen Han nodded. Tribe leader He Nan, rest assured. By the way, if you encounter a holy tier Tao Tai at the pinnacle level, be sure to retreat immediately. I have set up a holy tier formation at the front line. Once a pinnacle holy tier Tao Tai appears, I will activate it. You all are the main force and must not be harmed. The strong members of the Jinghai tribe nodded. They could not handle a pinnacle holy tier Tao Tai and could only retreat. He Nan set out with his people and Ling Dongyi also followed them. Without the holy tier from the Lingxiao sect accompanying them, it would make the members of the Jinghai tribe suspicious. Will the holy Tao Tais attack our main camp? Xiao Yuyan looked at Chen Han and asked. Now the Jinghai tribe had only 4 holy tier members left, including the 2 of them. The holy tier member left behind by the Jinghai tribe, although at mid-holy strength, was not considered top tier among the Jinghai tribe's holy members. If the holy members of the Tao Tai Legion came, it would be quite difficult to deal with. They will definitely come, Chen Han suddenly spoke, surprising Xiao Yuyan. Then why did you let tribe leader He Nan and the others leave? Xiao Yuyan blinked. Chen Han smiled. If He Nan and the others do not leave, the holy Tao Tais will not attack the main camp but will focus all their efforts on that defense line. Given the guards of that defense line, it will be difficult to hold it. Our defense will collapse entirely then. Do you intend to summon the saint of the Tao Tai Legion to eliminate them? Xiao Yuyan immediately guessed Chen Han's thoughts. Chen Han smiled gently. You figured it out. But the saints of the Tao Tai Legion are formidable, I'm afraid. Xiao Yuyan frowned slightly. The Tao Tai Legion's strength is immense. Can we hold off these people at the base? They have already arrived. Chen Han's gaze lifted, fixated on the air above. Several figures hovered, looking down with disdain. He Nan's departure from the Jinghai tribe gave them their chance. They must break through one of the defense lines or the base. The Lord Demon of the Tao Tai Legion. He Bei sensed the powerful aura in the air and immediately left the formation. The Lord Demon of the Tao Tai Legion has actually come directly to the base. The clan leader He Nan went to the front line. How can the base be defended? It's over, it's over. You sent the clan leader to the front line. Our Jinghai tribe is done for. He Bei glared at Chen Han, wishing he could kill him. Chen Han glanced at He Bei. Do you think He Nan here can match him? He Bei fell silent. The Lord Demon is a peak saint level powerhouse. Beside the Lord Demon, there are 5 other saint level Tao Tai. With such strength, even if He Nan returns, it would be difficult to resist. Tisk tisk tisk, with He Nan not here, let's wipe out your base first. With a pincer attack, the Jinghai tribe will vanish from here. One Tao Tai laughed coldly, eyes fixed on the clansmen of the Jinghai tribe, eager to strike. Yang Yifeng also rushed over, her expression grave at the sight of the Tao Tai in the air. Chen Han looked to Xiao Yuyan beside him. 3 of them, can you handle it? Among these 6 Tao, the strongest is the Lord Demon. The other 5 are at the mid or early stages of the Saint realm. The later stage Saint level Tao Tai should be at the front lines. If He Nan were to rampage at the front line, someone would need to hold them back. Xiao Yuyan smiled gently. Leave it to me. However, this peak Saint level Tao Tai looks challenging. Chen Han chuckled. Don't you trust your man? Xiao Yuyan shot Chen Han a glare. Isn't it worrying about you getting into trouble? Chen Han shook his head with a smile. Don't worry, your man has never been in trouble. The Tao Tai in the air looked at Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan, their expressions darkening. At this point they still have the mood to show affection. They all must die. Kill those 3 guys. This brat I will deal with personally. The Lord Demon pointed at Chen Han, gritting his teeth. The other Tao Tai nodded and quickly charged towards Xiao Yuyan and the others. He Bei gritted his teeth and stepped forward bravely. Before they could act, the sound of Xiao Yuyan's zither filled the entire Jinghai tribe. Hearing the music, He Bei felt all his strength surge to a new level. The Sound Emperor? He Bei immediately guessed the source of Xiao Yuyan's martial arts. In the entire Lingwu continent, the only one who can enhance others' martial arts with zither music is the Sound Emperor. First kill that woman. The Tao Tai roared in anger. Upon hearing the zither, they became extremely anxious and needed to silence it at once. Chen Han was not worried about Xiao Yuyan's safety. His gaze shifted towards the Lord Demon above. At the peak of the Saint realm, this level of strength is undoubtedly among the top powerhouses in the Lingwu continent. Kid, those great formations were set up by you, weren't they? Because of you the Taotai Legion suffered heavy losses. You must die. The Lord Demon shouted angrily, pointing at Chen Han. Chen Han smiled slightly. If you have the ability, feel free to strike. The Junmo was furious that this human kid actually dared to look down on him seeking death. With a roar, Junmo lunged directly at Chen Han. The demonic aura around him erupted like flames, aiming to scorch Chen Han's body. Chen Han did not lag behind, drawing the Qianluo sword in an instant, thrusting it down. The two clashed in midair, unleashing a powerful wave of spiritual energy. Boom! Junmo was pushed back several steps, gazing at Chen Han with a heavy expression. This seemingly inconspicuous youth surprisingly possessed latest-stage Saint Realm strength. Moreover, under his fierce assault, Chen Han surprisingly did not fall into a disadvantage. This level of power had already surpassed Henan. I didn't expect the Jinghai tribe to actually invite someone like you. If you grow stronger, you will undoubtedly become a thorn in Lord Yulin's side. Junmo roared, striking with his claws once more. Today he would kill Chen Han. Field of life. Chen Han exclaimed softly, gathering a brilliant green radiance around him, enveloping the entire battlefield. Kill. Qianluo sword technique. This Qianluo sword technique is one of the sword techniques from the divine inheritance, a saint-grade martial art. One sword strike brought immense threat to Junmo. He never expected that Chen Han was a descendant of the divine. Break. Junmo unleashed his full power to shatter Chen Han's sword strike. Receiving this sword strike surprisingly forced him to use all his strength. This human kid should not be underestimated. Not bad, you can take one of my strikes. Chen Han grinned, his tone disdainful. You're seeking death. Junmo roared. How could he, the dignified leader of the Taotai Legion, be looked down upon by a human junior? He refused to lose face. Die. Junmo roared, clawing towards Chen Han with a fierce aura. Chen Han wielded his sword to counter, with both of them exchanging blows, each attacking the other's vitals. Junmo is actually being blocked by a human kid. When did the Jinghai tribe have such a figure? Damn it, we need to quickly deal with these guys and help Lord Junmo. No way, this girl's zither music is too powerful. We're struggling just to hold on. How can we help Lord Junmo? The 5 Taotai saints' expressions grew serious. They had thought that without Henan they could easily take down the main base of the Jinghai tribe. Who would have thought that 2 young saints from the Jinghai tribe would actually block them? If other Taotai legions heard about this, they would lose all face. In midair, Chen Han's lethal moves continued to be unleashed, greatly affecting Junmo. At this moment, Junmo found himself unable to deal with Chen Han. Damn it! You can't withstand the offensive of our Taotai Legion. Junmo roared, his body igniting with black flames as he charged fiercely towards Chen Han. Chen Han swung his sword, the blade gathering overwhelming sword intent. Wind control sword technique. With a downward stroke, a fierce wind howled around him. This sword strike was of imperial grade. Out! With a light shout from Chen Han, the Qianluo sword struck out directly, pushing Junmo back several steps. Seeing Junmo retreat again, the team below erupted with astonishing cheers. With Chen Han present, the Taotai could do nothing to the Jinghai tribe. Bastard! Junmo was anxious. If the front lines were still waiting for them to breach the main base, how could he stop here? Kid, you must die today. Junmo roared, the flames on his body suddenly rising several feet. His body also swelled several times, towering at least 10 meters high. Die! A gigantic palm descended towards Chen Han. Chen Han swung his sword once more, combining it with the field of life. The power of this sword strike was even stronger than before. The sword's blade clashed against Junmo's palm. Chen Han's gaze sharpened, and with another push of his hand, a chilling aura suddenly erupted from the sword. What? Junmo exclaimed in shock, trying to withdraw, but his palm was pierced directly by the Qianluo sword. Slash! Chen Han roared, pursuing the attack. One of Junmo's hands was severed by Chen Han. With a howl, Junmo stumbled back a few steps, looking at Chen Han's figure filled with terror. A junior of the human race able to unleash such terrifying power, it was the first time he had witnessed this. Who exactly are you? Junmo gritted his teeth, a bold thought emerging in his mind. If it were true, wouldn't Lord Yulin be in trouble? Someone here wants your life. Chen Han wielded his sword and struck down again. Junmo's expression became grave as he suddenly turned and fled. The boss is running. The 5 Saint Realm Tao Ye, seeing Junmo escape, all displayed expressions of despair. Junmo actually abandoned them and ran off. What was going on? Chen Han looked at Junmo's retreating figure, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Can you escape? Chen Han stepped forward, his figure instantly disappearing from sight. Junmo clutched his severed hand and fled like a madman. He needed to inform Lord Yulin that this kid named Chen Han could very well be that person's successor. The person in Junmo's mind was Yun Xian. Yun Xian had sealed Yulin back in the day. If another Yun Xian were to appear, wouldn't all of Lord Yulin's efforts be in vain? Can you escape? A clear voice rang in Junmo's ear. Startled, he turned back to see a sword rapidly thrusting towards him. The sword plunged into Junmo's head, black blood splattering down. The leader of the Taotai Legion, Junmo, was slain by Chen Han. Junmo is dead. Junmo was killed by Chen Han. The cheers below grew louder. No one expected Chen Han could actually kill Junmo. Junmo was the leader of the Taotai Legion and a peak powerhouse of the Saint Realm. Even clan leader Henan couldn't deal with Junmo, yet Chen Han had directly slain him. Such strength was truly terrifying. With Junmo's death, the other Taotai began to collapse. The 6 Saint Realm Taotai that had come to the Jinghe tribe were all annihilated. Below, Hebei was at a loss for words. Chen Han's strength rendered him speechless. No wonder he dared to lure Junmo over. Chen Han possessed absolute confidence. Moreover, the girl named Xiao Yuyan was also exceptionally powerful. The 3 Saint Realm Taotai attacked her but couldn't take her down and were even counter-killed by her. This pair of human lovers was excessively strong. Chen Han landed on the ground, gazing at Xiao Yuyan with a gentle smile. He wondered what expressions Henan and the others would have upon seeing Junmo's corpse. Chen Han, Yuyan. Yang Yifeng hurried over, equally shocked by their strength. She had thought this would be a fierce battle, yet under Chen Han and Xiao Yuyan's absolute power they had directly slain the opponent. Junmo probably never expected to die here. With the troubles here resolved, it's time to see how things are on the sect master's side. Chen Han spoke calmly. There were still a few Saint Realm Taotai at Henan's location. However, with Henan and the others' strength, they should be able to handle it. Yang Yifeng nodded, noting that there were 7 Saint Realm warriors at the front lines, which should be enough to wipe out the Taotai there. Shortly after, Henan led the troops back. When the crowd saw the bodies of Junmo and the others, they immediately showed expressions of shock. Did you kill them? Henan looked at Chen Han, swallowing hard. Junmo was a peak expert of the Holy Realm. Facing him, Chen Han would likely have no chance of victory. The fact that Chen Han directly beheaded Junmo indicated a level of power that was simply terrifying. Moreover, Chen Han was so young, his future prospects were boundless. Eliminating the Taotai army here should ensure a period of peace. Henan said joyfully. Thanks to Chen Han's arrival, the Taotai army threatening the Jinghe tribe was completely eradicated. Although 2 Holy Realm Taotai managed to escape, it was still a significant victory. Although Yulin summoned many Taotai armies, they were still insufficient against the combined might of the entire Linwu continent. However, in the days to come, more Taotai armies would descend upon the Linwu continent, and they could not afford to relax. The people of the Jinghe tribe all breathed a sigh of relief. After killing so many over the days, the battle was finally over. Of course, it was only the Taotai here that were exterminated. There were still thousands of Taotai in other battlefields. Chen Han, what are your plans for the next step? Ling Dongyi asked Chen Han. The disciples of the Lingxiao sect would undoubtedly follow Chen Han. With Chen Han's strength, he was undoubtedly the top combat force of the Lingxiao sect. Ling Dongyi was willing to hand over command to Chen Han. Chen Han hesitated. He truly had not thought about where to go next. The entire battlefield was scattered. It was impossible to manage everything. Sect Master, do you know where the army of the Jinling dynasty has gone? Chen Han asked with a frown. Forces from across the Linwu continent had joined this battle. In the Jinghe tribe there were also many experts from various dynasties. However, these dynasties could not compare to the power of Lingzhou. Among the hundreds of dynasties, the strongest could have at most 1 holy being. When facing the forces of Lingzhou, their combined might was barely significant. The major dynasties here were entirely in a cannon fodder role, yet they had to participate. Jinling dynasty? That recently risen dynasty? I remember that this dynasty seems to have produced a holy being named Guiyuan. This Guiyuan seems to be one of us from the Lingxiao sect. Ling Dongyi blinked. He did not have a deep impression of Guo Yuan. After Guo Yuan returned to the Jinling dynasty, he had not come back. After all this time, Guo Yuan reaching the Holy Realm did not surprise Chen Han. Guo Yuan's talent was not inferior to that of Ling's prodigies. Which tribe are they in? Chen Han continued to ask. In the Monan tribe not far from here, Yang Yifan quickly replied. She still had some impression of Guo Yuan. As a core disciple of the Ling Xiao sect, she had once guided Guo Yuan. Xiao Yuyan and Chen Han also came from the Jinling dynasty, and in just a few years the Jinling dynasty had produced 3 holy beings along with a prodigy like Chen Han. The Jinling dynasty truly was a place that produced prodigies. Good, then we will head to the Monan tribe. Chen Han nodded. The strength of the Monan tribe was superior to that of the Jinha tribe. Their clan leader was a peak expert of the Holy Realm. The force supporting the Monan tribe was one of the 6 great families, the One family. The patriarch of the One family had come out of seclusion specifically to go to the Monan tribe. In the Monan tribe there were 2 peak Holy Realm experts. Yet even now they remained in a passive state. This shows just how terrifying the Taotai army attacking the Monan tribe was. Set off now? Ling Dongyi asked with a frown. Chen Han nodded. The battle situation is urgent. We must go now. The armies of the Jinling imperial dynasty were mere cannon fodder in the Monan tribe. If Chen Han's guess was correct, those few friends from the Jinling imperial dynasty were also fighting alongside the Monan tribe. Without any ties, the Jinling imperial dynasty had no say within the Monan tribe and could even be discarded at will. Under Chen Han's leadership, the disciples of the Ling Xiao sect set out for the Monan tribe. The Monan tribe was situated beside the largest lake of the demon clan known as the Pure Water Lake. The Monan tribe's true form was the pure water demon serpent, and combat in water was their forte. Within the Monan tribe nearly 20 saints had gathered. They represented the tribe's most formidable combat power. The One family alone had sent 7 saints to reinforce them. Damn it, how could the Gluttony Legion have seized the left bank camp so quickly? Chen, the chieftain of the Monan tribe, slammed his fist on the table in fury. When Qingnan, the patriarch of the One family, looked at Chen and waved his hand. Brother Chen, there's no need to rush. The Gluttony Legion boasts 30 saints, far outmatching us. The army stationed at the left bank had only 1 saint. There was no way they could hold out. Chen snorted coldly, his gaze falling upon an inconspicuous young man at the back. This young man was Guo Yuan, the one who held the least sway here. If he hadn't reached the saint realm, he wouldn't even have been qualified to be present. Guo Yuan of the Jinling imperial dynasty, is it? Tell me what exactly happened in that battle. Chen barked coldly. It was Guo Yuan who had been stationed at the left bank. Now that the camp was lost, they were in an even more passive position. Chen dared not vent his anger on the One family, so he took it out on these minor dynasties instead. Guo Yuan's face darkened, but lacking strength he couldn't possibly challenge these formidable figures. The Gluttony Legion sent 3 saints, and there were countless king-tier gluttons. I had no choice but to order a retreat. Guo Yuan didn't believe he had done anything wrong. If they had stubbornly resisted, they would have been utterly annihilated by the Gluttony Legion. Then couldn't you have held them off for a while? The reinforcements we dispatched would have arrived in just 1 hour. Couldn't you have held out for a single hour? Chen roared. Guo Yuan clenched his jaw. 1 hour, we couldn't hold out. Even if we had held out for an hour, everyone in the camp would have died. How could Guo Yuan bear to let the troops of the Jinling imperial dynasty perish there? Besides, Ma Yi and the others were with him, he couldn't let them die on the battlefield. It seems to me you're just a coward who retreats at the first sign of danger. This is a battlefield, not a game. Indeed, people from these minor dynasties have no backbone, they fear death. Chen sneered, showing no need to show face to a human dynasty of little consequence. To the Monan tribe, a dynasty was nothing but a behemoth beyond their resistance. Guo Yuan's face was ashen, but he dared not retort. As an early-stage saint, he had no room to speak before these powerful figures. When Qingnan glanced at Guo Yuan, then turned to Chen. Enough, this is not Guo Yuan's fault. If Guo Yuan hadn't retreated in time, the entire army in the camp would have been sacrificed. Even if reinforcements had arrived, it would have taken considerable effort to reclaim the camp. When Qingnan was naturally speaking up for Guo Yuan, as they were both human and he felt obliged to look out for him. Chen snorted coldly. I don't care about that. Losing the camp is his fault. If we weren't so short-handed right now, I'd kill this brat myself. Then you shall hand over all your military power and the small empire of the human race will be commanded by you, Mo Dong. Mo Chen said to a young man beside him. Mo Dong is a prodigy from the Mo Nan tribe possessing strength at the early stage of the sacred realm. Yes. Mo Dong nodded, but there was no expression on his face. To him the army of the small empire was merely cannon fodder. No matter what they did, sending them to their deaths was all that mattered on the battlefield. That was their only value. Absolutely not. We came to the front lines not to die. Wei Yuan shouted. He had no objections to the Wen family's leadership. They would certainly look after him. If the people of the Mo Nan tribe were to command, they would certainly send them to their deaths as scouts. Wei Yuan would never agree to such meaningless deaths. Do you even have a say in this? If you know what's good for you, keep your mouth shut. Mo Dong coldly reprimanded. Despite only being at the early stage of the sacred realm, he was of the same cultivation level as Wei Yuan. However, because he was a genius of the Mo Nan tribe, his authority was significantly higher than that of Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan clenched his fists, unsure how to refute. Once on the battlefield, they would be at the mercy of fate. Currently, the Mo Nan tribe did not value the army of the Jinling Empire. If they all sacrificed here, how would he explain it to the king? Our Jinling Empire's army cannot be dispatched at your whim. If we can't reach an agreement, why don't I take command instead? Several figures entered the tent, and the one speaking was none other than Chen Han. After a day and night of travel, Chen Han finally arrived at the Mo Nan tribe. However, upon hearing Mo Chen's words, Chen Han felt displeased. The Mo Nan tribe clearly did not regard the Empire's army as human. Who are you? Mo Chen squinted and glared at Chen Han, feeling the unusually powerful aura emanating from him. Although he had not reached the peak of the sacred realm, he was not far off. Chen Han, how did you end up here? Wen Luonin looked at Chen Han with a shocked expression. He had encountered Chen Han before at the wedding banquet of the Yi family. He never expected that Chen Han would appear here. The Taotai Legion of the Jinghe tribe has been destroyed, so we naturally came here. We from the Lingxiao sect are here for the army of the Jinling Empire. Chen Han said calmly, turning his gaze to Mo Chen. If you refuse to agree, we will take them away to support other tribes. Mo Chen's expression turned ashen. Was Chen Han threatening him? When Qing Nan observed Chen Han, having heard stories of his deeds from Wen Luonin. Despite being of the same generation as Wen Luonin, he had reached the late stage of the sacred realm. Chen Han was undoubtedly one of the top geniuses in Lingzhou. Before Mo Chen could speak, Mo Dong directly pointed at Chen Han and shouted, "Kid, this is the territory of our Mo Nan tribe. If you dare to take them away, you will face military law." Chen Han looked at Mo Dong indifferently, smirking. "If I were to take them away, what would you do? To threaten me at such a time? Do you really think your Mo Nan tribe is the king of the demon race?" Chen Han's voice boomed, leaving Mo Dong speechless. The aura he exuded directly shook Missouri Dong's heart. The other members of the Mo Nan tribe also displayed shocked expressions. They never expected that there could be such a powerful junior among the human race. Alright, let's each take a step back. Brother Mo Chen let Chen Han take charge of the various imperial armies. When Qing Nan spoke, his status here not lower than that of Mo Chen. His words naturally provided Mo Chen with a way out. Mo Chen's face was ashen, but he found himself unable to counter Chen Han. Very well, I will follow your lead. However, should you refuse to obey our commands, do not blame me for being ruthless. Mo Chen's eyes revealed a murderous intent. He despised those who opposed him. When Qing Nan rarely made decisions, the true command authority naturally lay with Mo Chen. If Chen Han dared to act recklessly, he would not hesitate to teach this junior of the human race a lesson. Chen Han also gazed at Mo Chen, whose strength was on par with Jun Mo. Chen Han was not afraid of this guy. I am quite clear on how to proceed. After Chen Han spoke, he directly led his people away. Mo Chen slammed his hand on the table in anger. Chen Han's arrogant demeanor infuriated him. When Qingnan, your human race's prodigies are a bit too arrogant. Mo Chen coldly glanced at Wen Qingnan as he spoke. Wen Qingnan responded with a calm smile. I don't know about others, but this kid has the capital to be arrogant. Mo Chen snorted coldly. While the latest sacred realm is not weak, the battlefield is ever-changing. If one dies, then there will be no more arrogance. Report. A figure quickly entered the tent. It was the messenger from the Wen family. What is it? Wen Qingnan frowned and asked. Ancestor, the Taotai legion of the Jinghe tribe has been annihilated. The messenger hurriedly reported. Wen Qingnan nodded. Chen Han had mentioned this earlier and he was not concerned. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Wen Qingnan waved his hand. However, the messenger smiled and did not withdraw. Is there anything else? Wen Qingnan frowned. Ancestor, do you know who killed Jun Mo? The messenger smiled. When Qingnan and Mo Chen exchanged glances, they knew who Jun Mo was, a peak powerhouse of the sacred realm Taotai. There were 3 Taotais in the attacking legion against the Mo Nan tribe comparable in strength to Jun Mo. Hunan. Mo Chen furrowed his brow. However, he knew that the old fellow Hunan was only at the latest sacred realm and should not be a match for Jun Mo. The other sacred ones also displayed curious expressions. Who was capable enough to kill Jun Mo? The messenger grinned. Ancestor, it was Chen Han from the Lingxiao sect. I just saw him. He came to the Mo Nan tribe. We cannot be certain he would win. As the messenger finished speaking, everyone in the tent displayed incredulous expressions. Chen Han actually killed Jun Mo? Does that not imply that Chen Han's strength is on par with Mo Chen and Wen Qingnan? Wen Qingnan smiled, realizing he had underestimated Chen Han. This top prodigy of Lingzhou was more formidable than he had imagined. What exactly is Chen Han's background? Mo Dong swallowed hard. Had he known in advance about Chen Han's killing of Jun Mo, he would not have dared to argue with him. That was a powerhouse at the same level as Mo Chen. If Chen Han could kill Jun Mo, could he not also kill Mo Chen? Of course, no one believed that Chen Han was a match for Mo Chen. Without witnessing Chen Han defeat Jun Mo with their own eyes, they would only assume Chen Han relied on some kind of power to kill Jun Mo. The name Chen Han quickly spread throughout the Mo Nan tribe. Many people found it hard to believe that a junior from Lingzhou possessed the strength to kill Jun Mo. Perhaps it was the Jinghe tribe's scheme to give Chen Han a voice in the Mo Nan tribe. Faced with these doubts, Chen Han remained entirely unconcerned. With his abilities in hand, what was there to fear? How impressive. In such a short time you have reached the latest sacred realm and even killed Jun Mo. Ma Yi took a hearty drink. All his previous frustrations dissipated with Chen Han's arrival. Chen Han smiled faintly. Present were not only Ma Yi but also Guo Lingxin and Dong Linjun. However, their cultivation levels were all at the king realm, and even the strongest among them, Dong Linjun, was merely at the mid-king realm. On the battlefield they could not play a decisive role. Wei Yuan sat to the side, a man of few words by nature. With Chen Han present this time, he was even more reluctant to speak. Keep these pills on hand for emergencies. Chen Han produced a considerable number of pills, the lowest grade among them being 9th rank. Wei Yuan and the others received them, their faces etched with shock. They knew Chen Han was formidable, but they had not realized he had reached such an extent. Only Chen Han in the entire Jinling dynasty could casually produce 9th rank pills. This battlefield is exceptionally perilous. I hope none of you come to harm. Chen Han's tone was heavy. These were his companions who had grown alongside him, and he naturally wished for their safety. Rest assured, our fates are not so fragile. Your brother here has slain quite a few Taotai these past days. Quite formidable. Ma Yi grinned as he spoke. Chen Han nodded with a smile, and the group engaged in idle chatter. A figure slowly entered the tent. It was Wen Luani of the Wen clan. Of course, most of those on the Azure ranking had already reached the Saint Realm and were no longer listed. Yet Chen Han's power was undoubtedly the most supreme among them all. Of course, most of those on the Azure ranking had already reached the Saint Realm and were no longer listed. Yet Chen Han's power was undoubtedly the most supreme among them all. Brother Wen, what brings you here? Chen Han furrowed his brow. He was not well acquainted with Wen Luani, so his visit surely meant something was afoot. Brother Chen Han, the Taotai Legion has made a move. Patriarch Mo Chen requests your presence for a discussion. Sect leader Ling has already arrived. Only you are awaited. Wen Luani spoke cordially. Chen Han nodded, and Wei Yuan beside him also rose to his feet. Only saints were qualified to participate in strategic discussions. Having reached the late Saint Realm and slain Jun Mo, Chen Han was undoubtedly a key figure on this battlefield. As he entered the tent, Mo Chen and the others had already been waiting for some time. The members of the Monon tribe gazed at Chen Han with changed expressions. They were extremely intrigued by this man who had killed Jun Mo. "You're here. Take a seat," Wen Qingnan said with a smile. In this place only the most elite individuals were permitted to sit. Having attained the late Saint realm, Chen Han was qualified to do so. Chen Han did not decline and sat down directly. Mo Chen glanced at him and spoke bluntly. "The Taotai Legion is now moving to seize our camp on the right bank. If both camps fall, we will be in a very passive position." Mo Chen directed his question only to Wen Qingnan and Chen Han. Only their strength commanded his full attention. Mo Chen directed his question only to Wen Qingnan and Chen Han. Only their strength commanded his full attention. "This camp must not be lost. I believe we should send at least 5 saints to provide support. As it involves naval combat, Patriarch Mo Chen, the saints of your Monon tribe are the key," Wen Qingnan stated. Naval warfare was the Monon tribe's forte, granting them a significant advantage. Mo Chen nodded. "Then let us make arrangements and dispatch reinforcements. I will send Mo Dong and Mo Lin, and I hope you brother Wen can also send a few saints." Mo Lin was an elder of the Monon tribe with a cultivation base at the late Saint realm. Mo Chen's decision to dispatch Mo Lin underscored how much he valued the right bank camp. Chen Han hesitated for a moment. "I believe this presents an excellent opportunity." Mo Chen and Wen Qingnan both turned to look at him. What opportunity did he mean? The Taotai Legion will undoubtedly concentrate its main forces on the right bank encampment. Instead of waiting passively, we should dispatch someone to reclaim the left bank encampment. Chen Han spoke with a serious tone. Mo Chen furrowed his brow, saying, "Even if the Taotai Legion commits its main forces to attack the right bank encampment, they will surely station a number of saints at the left bank encampment. It's possible that there might even be a peak saint present. If we're held back, it would be detrimental to us." When Qingnan nodded, they could not act recklessly. Chen Han raised his gaze to look at everyone in the tent. "If we continue to remain passive, how can we win this battle?" The others felt a jolt if they had been in a passive position from the start. They had never taken the initiative. Chen Han's words served as a reminder. The left bank encampment is not so easy to breach. Are you planning to go there yourself? Mo Dong could not help but speak up. With Mo Chen backing him, he was not afraid of Chen Han. Chen Han smiled and said, "What if I were to take the left bank encampment?" Mo Dong was taken aback. Chen Han was merely assisting the Mo South tribe in resisting the Taotai Legion. If Chen Han wished to leave, he could do so at any time. If you can capture it, you can decide your subsequent actions. Mo Chen narrowed his eyes. He was directly granting Chen Han the power to act freely. Now Chen Han was indeed free. However, if he acted independently and their campaign failed, Mo Chen could entirely blame Chen Han. Granting Chen Han the power to act freely changed everything. Chen Han smiled lightly. "That's acceptable, but I will need a saint from the Mo South tribe to guide me. You should be more familiar with the underwater terrain than I am." The saints of the Mo South tribe exchanged glances, then all looked toward Mo Chen. Chen Han was asking Mo Chen for someone. Mo Chen exhaled lightly. "Who among you is willing to accompany him?" The saints all revealed wry smiles. Going to the left bank encampment was a dangerous task, and they were not eager to die. "I'll go." A graceful figure walked in from behind. It was a girl from the Mo South tribe. Her name was Mo Ying, and she was Mo Chen's daughter. "Nonsense. This is not an outing. You should step back." Mo Chen was furious. How could he allow his own daughter to go to a dangerous place? Moreover, to follow Chen Han. What would he do if something unexpected happened? Mo Ying looked at Mo Chen with determination. "Father, I am only guiding Chen Han, and he will definitely ensure my safety. Is that right?" Chen Han was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Mo Ying's strength was at the initial stage of the saint realm, having just stepped into it. Compared to the other saints, her strength was considerably lacking. Mo Chen took a deep breath. "All right then. Mo Dong, transfer your guard to Mo Ying." Mo Chen directly instructed Mo Dong to hand over his guard to Mo Ying. He did not want anything to happen to his daughter. Mo Dong hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. His guard was the top genius within the Mo South tribe, all at the king level. It was hard for him to part with them, giving them to Mo Ying. However, to protect Mo Ying, he could only comply. Chen Han smiled and cupped his hands toward Chen. Thank you, Chief Chen. Chen glared at Chen Han. He always felt that Chen Han had come here to stir up trouble. Once everything was prepared, Chen Han led his group and left at night. When Qi Nan also sent the saints from the Wen family to accompany Mo Lin and Mo Dong to the right bank encampment, acting together. At the left bank encampment, a figure stood high atop the encampment, gazing coldly. Lord Li Nan, the one who killed Lord Jun Mo, has also arrived here. A figure approached and spoke to Li Nan. Li Nan is one of the peak powers of the gluttonous army in this region. The task is to guard the left bank outpost. No worries, once Li Qiu and the others capture the right bank outpost tomorrow, the Mo Nan tribe will be like fish in a barrel. Li Nan said coldly. The gluttonous beside him frowned slightly. Lord Li Nan, do you think the people of the Mo Nan tribe will take this opportunity to come here? Li Qiu has sent people to the right bank and we only have 4 saints left here. Will we be able to withstand them? Li Nan glanced at the gluttonous and sneered coldly. Ridiculous, the Mo Nan tribe is cowardly to the core, how could they possibly come here? Just as Li Nan spoke, several figures emerged from the lake beside the left bank outpost. Chen Han brought only a little over 100 people this time. However, these individuals are all elites from the Jinling dynasty's army, each possessing strength at the king level. In addition to this, Ling Dongyi and Yang Yifeng also joined them. Along with Guo Yuan, Xiao Yuyan and Chen Han plus Mo Ying from the Mo Nan tribe, there are a total of 6 saints. Above is the left bank outpost. Mo Ying pointed upwards and said. Chen Han nodded, noting that the gluttonous army's defenses are not that tight. It seems that the gluttonous army is convinced that they will not come to the left outpost. You stay here and we will take the left outpost. Chen Han directly leaped out of the water, but Mo Ying followed him. Chen Han frowned. What are you following me for? If something happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to Chief Chen. Mo Ying shook her head. This is a battlefield, danger is everywhere. Rather than staying behind, I might as well join you in the attack. Rest assured, I have the ability to protect myself. Chen Han hesitated but eventually nodded and led the team swiftly into the left outpost. Who goes there? As soon as they entered the left outpost, several gluttonous rushed over. But Chen Han and his group had already entered the left outpost. What they had to do now was to unleash a slaughter. What's going on? Li Nan roared. Lord Li Nan, it's the human race. The humans have come here with their people. There are a total of 6 saints, and the strongest among them is at the late stage of the saint realm. Li Nan frowned, not expecting the Mo Nan tribe would truly take action against the left outpost. Despicable humans. Do they really think they can break the left outpost with just these people? It's simply a death wish. Li Nan stepped into the left outpost. As soon as he landed, a figure charged at him, and it was none other than Chen Han. Li Nan was taken aback. Although the opponent was only at the late stage of the saint realm, he emanated an extremely terrifying aura. You are the one who killed Jun Mo? Li Nan immediately recognized Chen Han. Since it wasn't Mo Chen and Wen Xingnan, this young man must be the recently arrived Chen Han. You know me? Chen Han grinned, realizing that the news of him killing Jun Mo had reached the ears of the gluttonous army. Since you've come to my doorstep, I will take revenge for Jun Mo. Li Nan roared, slamming his palm towards Chen Han. Chen Han did not evade confronting him with his sword. The two clashed fiercely, and the erupting aura made those nearby dare not approach. Mo Ying observed Chen Han's battle at all times, and the power that Chen Han unleashed was completely beyond her expectations. In Chen Han's hands, Li Nan was unable to gain any advantage. Li Nan, being a peak saint of the gluttonous army, was powerful yet still held back by Chen Han. Chen Han's strength is indeed astonishing. Damn it, it seems Jun Mo's death at your hands is quite understandable. Only after engaging Chen Han in direct combat did Li Nan feel Chen Han's true power. Especially Chen Han's sword techniques. If he were to forcefully receive the Qian Luo sword, he would surely be severely injured. The next to die will be you. Chen Han uttered with a light voice, his sword strikes coming in rapid succession. Since it was a sneak attack, Chen Han had no intention of giving Li Nan a chance to catch his breath. Whoosh! The sword intent surged and everyone revealed solemn expressions. Chen Han's sword was indeed formidable. Even someone as strong as Li Nan did not dare to take it hidden. However, only Li Nan knew whether he could actually block Chen Han's sword. His intuition told him that the sword could be received, but it would come at a great cost. Yet looking at Chen Han's demeanor, it was clear that these strikes were not his limit. Such a terrifying sword technique, he could not take it lightly. Due to the advantage in the number of saints, the people Chen Han brought immediately gained the upper hand. Li Nan's expression turned exceptionally grim. He looked at Chen Han before him, wishing he could kill him right away. But he was well aware that killing Chen Han would not be easier than killing Mo Chen. From Chen Han he even sensed a more terrifying threat. Don't get distracted. Chen Han laughed and the Qianluo sword struck out once more. The Qianluo sword technique resembled a dragon emerging from the depths, directly pressuring Li Nan. Li Nan hurriedly retreated, gathering black smoke in his palm before slamming it down. The black smoke wrapped around Chen Han's sword intent, barely managing to block the strike. Having failed to fully block Chen Han's strike, Li Nan paid quite a price. Damn it, I have to retreat. Li Nan gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed tightly on Chen Han. In the camp, the Taotai began to be slaughtered by Xiao Yuyan and the others. Moreover, a holy realm Taotai was killed by Xiao Yuyan. With Chen Han blocking the way, Li Nan could not help the other Taotai, and if he did not leave, the losses would only grow heavier. Retreat! Li Nan shouted angrily and quickly fled. The other Taotai, upon seeing this, immediately began to escape. Chen Han observed Li Nan's departing figure. Li Nan did not seem to have sustained severe injuries. Killing Li Nan would still be somewhat troublesome for Chen Han. However, the other Taotai were a different story. Qianluo sword technique. The sword intent spread throughout the entire camp, and those Taotai attempting to flee were directly cut down by the sword intent. Even those few Holy Realm Taotai could not escape Chen Han's sword intent. Seeing that he was the only one left to flee, Li Nan's face revealed an extremely heavy expression. He had to inform the other two companions about this matter. Chen Han's strength was enough to pose a threat to them. Thus the peak combat power within the Mo Nan tribe had reached 3, matching their own. After taking the left bank camp, the people of the Mo Nan tribe erupted in cheers. They could hardly believe that Chen Han had managed to drive Li Nan back. Li Nan was one of the 3 peak Holy Realm Taotai, and his strength was self-evident. Even the clan leader Mo Chen feared Li Nan to some extent. Chen Han relying solely on himself and his sword to repel Li Nan was something they had not even dared to imagine before. However, seeing this scene now, admiration spread across everyone's faces. This top genius from Lingzhou had not let them down. We really took the left bank camp? A look of unexpected delight appeared on Mo Ying's face. She had thought this would be a fierce battle. But in reality they had not suffered much loss. The advantage in the number of Holy Realm fighters had caused the Taotai army to collapse. Additionally, with Chen Han's final sword strike, the remaining Taotai were directly annihilated. If this battle could be considered a resounding victory. The left bank camp has been secured, but to prevent the Taotai army from coming again, we should stay here for the time being. Mo Ying, you can take the others and leave first and inform the clan leader Mo Chen about this news, Chen Han said to Mo Ying. Rather than dealing with the people from the Mo Nan tribe, Chen Han preferred to remain in this left bank camp. Tomorrow bring the army of the Jinling dynasty here. He only needs to guard this left bank camp well. Mo Ying left with the others to inform Mo Chen. This young man who just arrived at the Mo Nan tribe possesses a terrifying strength. The crisis facing the Mo Nan tribe can truly be resolved. Gui Yuan walked to Chen Han's side, holding a long sword in his arms. Are we really stationed here? Compared to the main camp, this place is probably under a greater threat. Gui Yuan spoke calmly. This is the front line of the Mo Nan tribe's battlefield, and the Taotai Legion will definitely send people to conquer this place. Next time they come here, there will not just be a few Taotai but an even stronger army. Chen Han smiled. I actually think this place is safer than the main camp. Do you still want to return and engage in intrigue with the people from the Mo Nan tribe? Gui Yuan frowned, then nodded with a smile. Chen Han was right. Rather than scheming with the people from the Mo Nan tribe, it was better to defend this camp well. This camp was lost from his hands, and now that Chen Han helped him take it back, he also has the responsibility to guard it well. Ling Dongyi and Yang Yifeng also did not intend to return. They believe that the disciples of Ling Xiao sect will be safer with Chen Han than at the main camp. Chen Han set up several large formations throughout the left bank camp, which can provide excellent protective measures. Unless the Taotai Legion sends several times the number of troops, it will be difficult to capture this left bank camp. Within the Mo Nan tribe, the tribesmen showed expressions of shock. The entire Wen family was also shocked by the news brought by Mo Ying. Chen Han actually defeated Li Nan and reclaimed the left bank camp. This strength is truly terrifying. However, Chen Han said he would continue to guard the left bank camp, Mo Ying said. Mo Chen smiled bitterly. It seemed Chen Han was unwilling to associate with them. But that's fine. With Chen Han around, they don't have to worry about the left bank camp. The right bank camp has gathered many Taotai. We need to focus our attention on the right bank first. Wen Qingnan said. The right bank camp is still experiencing fierce battles. They cannot be lax. Before long, Wen Qingnan will head to the right bank camp. The peak experts of the Taotai will definitely take action soon. Mo Chen nodded, but he was still somewhat shocked. Chen Han's strength is far from what he originally thought. After guarding the left bank camp for several days, the Taotai Legion has not sent anyone to attack here. Chen Han heard that the situation at the right bank camp is intense. Only with Wen Qingnan's intervention was the right bank camp given a moment's respite. However, according to the nature of the Taotai Legion, they will definitely launch a fierce attack, and the peak experts of the Taotai will surely take action. Should we go to support the right bank? Ma Yi blinked and asked. Although he had talent for cultivation, he was far inferior to his father Ma Yuangang in strategy. Chen Han shook his head with a smile. If the Taotai Legion attacks now, what will we use to defend? Losing the left bank for the right bank is not worth it, and the right bank does not need our assistance for now. Mo Chen has not yet made a move, and the Mo Nan tribe has not yet fully mobilized. Do you think we need to take action? Ma Yi seemed to understand Chen Han's words only partially. Though Chen Han said this, he still harbored concerns. If the Mo Nan tribe did not commit fully, how could the Taotai Legion exert all their strength? With the strength of the Taotai Legion, if they launched a full-scale attack on the right bank, they would undoubtedly succeed. However, a full assault on the right bank would make it difficult to capture the main camp in a short time. Thus, the Taotai Legion could engage in a war of attrition. As long as they wore down the camps on the right bank and left bank, the Mo Nan tribe would be like fish in a barrel, easily captured. Where is the main camp of the Taotai? Chen Han asked as he looked towards Guiyuan. Guiyuan hesitated for a moment before answering. It's on that mountain 10 kilometers away, where there is a natural spiritual spring that can rapidly restore spiritual energy. That is precisely why the Taotai occupies that place, to quickly recover their spiritual energy. Chen Han nodded. It seemed the leaders of the Taotai were not fools after all. That natural spiritual spring must have previously belonged to the Mo Nan tribe. They could only abandon their post due to the Taotai. Faced with the Taotai Legion while also guarding a spiritual spring 10 kilometers away, the Mo Nan tribe simply did not have the capability. According to reports, Li Nan has arrived at the right bank to assist Li Qiu in attacking the right bank camp. It seems their plan is to seize the right bank first before returning to attack the left bank. Guiyuan stated, having received considerable information about the battlefield on the right bank. The situation there was intense, and Chief Mo Chen had already considered taking action personally. Their assault on the right bank means that at the spiritual spring there is only the last saint-level Taotai left. Chen Han spoke indifferently, calculating in his heart. Guiyuan looked at Chen Han in surprise, unable to comprehend his meaning. Are you planning to attack that spiritual spring? Dong Lin Jun suddenly spoke up. Compared to strategy, he was evidently the strongest person in the royal realm of the Jinling dynasty. Chen Han smiled. You understand me well, Dong Lin Jun. Rather than staying here, it's better to directly strike at their lair. Without that spiritual spring, the Taotai Legion's recovery speed will be greatly hampered. At that point, we can launch a pincer attack. If the Taotai Legion will surely lose. Chen Han's words left many with shocked expressions. That was the main camp of the Taotai Legion, and its defenses were certainly far more stringent than the left camp guarded by Li Nan. If they attacked hidden, any mishap could lead to severe consequences. Chen Han, you must be joking. Ma Yi swallowed hard, unable to believe that Chen Han was speaking the truth. Chen Han shook his head. How could I be joking? We just need the Grand Elder to guard here while we head to the spiritual spring. As long as we secure the spring within half a month, we will definitely crush the Taotai Legion. Everyone displayed shocked expressions. Chen Han's idea was indeed quite bold. Should we consult Chief Mo Chen? Guiyuan frowned. If he had proposed this idea, he would surely be ridiculed by Mo Chen. Chen Han shook his head. Mo Chen has already granted me the freedom to act. If we consult him it would waste time. In battle one must win through the unexpected. If we don't do something daring, how can we instill despair in the Taotai Legion? Chen Han smirked and the others nodded in agreement. Since Chen Han had said it, they would accompany him in his madness. Even if they died, they would die together. While a fierce battle was raging at the right bank camp, Chen Han had already led people towards the spiritual spring. The spiritual spring was atop a high mountain, a spring with a radius of at least 100 meters. Above the spring, steam was rising. Many Taotai lay in the spirit spring where they could swiftly recover their spiritual energy. Once their spiritual energy was restored, they could proceed to the front lines to continue fighting. Prolonging this situation greatly favored the Taotai. Those two useless ones still haven't taken down the two camps, one of them said. I heard the left bank camp under Li Nan's guard has also fallen. They are truly worthless. A massive figure lay at the center of the spirit spring, surrounded by several Holy Realm Taotai guarding it. This was the Taotai Legion's third peak Holy Realm powerhouse Paoyuo. Li Nan and Li Qiao were a pair of brothers. Paoyuo on the other hand was alone, but his individual strength far surpassed that of Li Nan and Li Qiao. It was precisely for this reason that he could lie at ease in the spirit spring. Once Li Nan and Li Qiao were unable to handle the situation, he would step in, claiming all the credit for himself. Lord Paoyuo, the battle situation on the right bank is extremely fierce, and Li Qiao has asked us to reinforce our troops, a Holy Realm Taotai spoke up. Paoyuo frowned, somewhat impatient. Useless beings, there are only 7 Holy Realm members left here and you still dare to ask me for reinforcements. Then take a team over, but don't bring too many, understood? The Holy Realm Taotai nodded eagerly and flew into the sky. The team of Taotai also took to the air, closely following behind. Just as this team had barely taken off, a sword suddenly swept through them. Paoyuo quickly got up, his face revealing a furious expression. Damn it! Who is it? Paoyuo roared, astonished that someone dared to kill under his very nose. Did they truly think he was easy to deal with? Soon a team of soldiers charged in, and the Taotai in the spirit spring immediately took action to counterattack. However, these Taotai were all injured from battles and were recuperating in the spirit spring. Soon a team of soldiers charged in, and the Taotai in the spirit spring immediately took action to counterattack. However, these Taotai were all injured from battles and your opponent is me, Chen Han said, holding the Qianluo sword, looking at Paoyuo. Paoyuo's gaze scrutinized Chen Han, a latest human of the Holy Realm who dared to block his path, seeking death. Without further ado, Paoyuo lunged at Chen Han with a claw. Chen Han did not hesitate, swiftly swinging the Qianluo sword. Their clash stirred up monstrous waves in the spirit spring. Chen Han could sense that Paoyuo's strength far exceeded that of Li Nan. Good lad, you managed to withstand my strike, but how about this? Paoyuo continued to swipe with his claws, a powerful aura pressing down on Chen Han. As the strongest Taotai on this battlefield, he truly did not fear Chen Han. Even if Mo Chen and Wen Qingnan joined forces, he still had the capital to fight. After exchanging several blows, Chen Han found himself at a disadvantage. In terms of cultivation, there was still a considerable gap. Paoyuo's strength was already very close to the imperial realm. He was likely just a step away from it. Field of Life. Qianluo Sword Technique. Chen Han unleashed a powerful sword move to contend with Paoyuo, feeling that he could not afford to be careless. Paoyuo resisted with his claws, but after taking the hit he realized the power of Chen Han's technique. For a latest human in the Holy Realm to injure him was already quite remarkable. Kid, I underestimated you, but with your strength, coming here is a death wish. Paoyuo roared, his claws instantly elongating to a full meter. The sharp claws swiftly reached for Chen Han. Chen Han hurriedly swung his sword to defend. If those claws caught him, he would suffer serious injuries. Bang! Chen Han's body was sent flying by Paoyuo's strike. Ding! The crisp sound of the zither echoed across the battlefield. Chen Han turned in surprise only to see Xiao Yuyan playing the zither, her music elevating the morale of the army several notches. The zither melody also made Chen Han feel his internal spiritual power continuously rising. As expected of my woman. Chen Han smirked, raising his sword once more. Polo frowned, having naturally noticed Xiao Yuyan's zither playing. He had to stop her or her music would have a tremendous impact on his army. I'll kill you first, then that woman. Polo roared as he charged at Chen Han. Chen Han drew his sword directly, releasing a torrent of sword energy that coalesced into a sword dragon. The sword dragon howled as it rushed towards Polo. Polo swiped with his claws, forcefully resisting the power of the sword dragon. To Chen Han's astonishment, Polo tore the sword dragon in half with his claws. Although Chen Han's attack was broken, Polo also sustained visible injuries. Enduring that strike had come at a severe cost to Polo. Damn it, I truly underestimated you. Polo gritted his teeth and charged at Chen Han once again. Chen Han raised his sword, concentrating powerful sword intent at its tip. Mount Tai pressing down. The sword intent coalesced into a mountain above Polo's head. Finally, fear appeared on Polo's face. This move was not a technique of Lord Yulin. How could this human brat have learned it? Press. With a light shout from Chen Han, the sword mountain came crashing down. Underneath the sword mountain, Polo was in great distress. Such a powerful sword technique posed a threat to his very life. The surrounding Taotai began to flee. If they were caught by such a powerful sword mountain, they would undoubtedly perish. Roar. With a furious roar, Polo still managed to withstand the sword mountain. However, he was now utterly exhausted. Ha ha ha. Kid, what other tricks do you have left? Polo began to laugh, believing he had withstood Chen Han's move. He couldn't believe Chen Han had any stronger techniques left. After using so many, his spiritual energy should be depleted. Just as Polo was feeling smug, Chen Han unexpectedly took out a supreme grade pill and swallowed it directly. Polo was momentarily stunned. A supreme grade pill. Wasn't that cheating? You. Polo glared at Chen Han through gritted teeth, wishing he could kill him on the spot. Chen Han nearly smiled calmly, once again gathering sword intent at the sword tip. Mount Tai pressing down. The familiar scene reappeared, but this time Polo had no courage to face it. He began to flee. If he took this blow, he would die. Yet the scene before him drove Polo to despair. Surrounded by sword intent, Chen Han had already blocked off Polo's escape route. I refuse to accept this. With a final roar, Polo met his end beneath the sword mountain. With Polo dead, the Taotai below began to flee, all dealt with by Xiao Yuyan and her companions. Chen Han took a deep breath, immersing himself in the spiritual spring. The battle had taken a tremendous toll. If it weren't for his alchemy skills reaching imperial quality, allowing him to refine supreme grade pills, he might have truly perished at Polo's hands. Phew, this spiritual spring is really useful. In such a short time, my internal spiritual energy has already recovered. Ma Yi looked at his body in astonishment, feeling his spiritual energy gradually returning, having only soaked for a brief while. This recovery speed could rival that of pills above grade 8. The soldiers were all soaking in the spring water, the abundant spiritual energy flowing into their bodies, feeling extremely comfortable. Keep it down while soaking, there won't be another chance later. Dong Linjun shot Ma Yi a glance. People of their caliber could only rely on Chen Han to soak in this spiritual spring. If it weren't for Chen Han securing this spiritual spring, I would probably still be fighting in the Mo Nan tribe. Compared to the frontline battles, following Chen Han is much more reassuring. Chen Han suddenly opened his eyes, and the spiritual power within him gradually surged. Copy successful. Obtained a royal grade spiritual treasure imbued with spiritual spring water. The copied spiritual spring condensed into a pearl radiating powerful spiritual energy. Taking a deep breath, Chen Han directly swallowed the pearl, causing his spiritual power to surge. Noticing the change in Chen Han, many people's gazes turned towards him. Is he about to break through? This is too monstrous. Is he really reaching the peak of the Holy Realm? Ma Yi blurted out, his face full of envy. He hasn't even reached the peak of the Wang Realm. Indeed, people can be infuriating. Chen Han is on a completely different level from us. Dong Lin Jun sighed bitterly. In the entire Jinling dynasty, Chen Han was nothing short of a legend. If it weren't for Chen Han, the Jinling dynasty wouldn't be as strong as it is now. Currently, Chen Han is a pivotal figure in the entire Lingzhou. With Chen Han's talent, he would rank among the top tiers in any force. Chen Han took a deep breath, and his aura finally reached the peak of the Holy Realm. This level of power would undoubtedly make him one of the top fighters in the Lingwu continent. Even some old monsters might not be a match for Chen Han. Noticing the envious gazes around him, Chen Han smiled. Don't just look at me, focus on your training, you'll get there sooner or later. Ma Yi and the others rolled their eyes, thinking, do you really think everyone is as monstrous as you? After resting, everyone stood up. With Paluo dead, there was no need to worry about the Taotai reclaiming this spiritual spring. Li Nan and Li Qiu could only fight to the death or escape. Without Paluo, they would not be able to overcome the Mo Nan tribe. Let's return to the Mo Nan tribe and serve the Taotai Legion another grand meal. Chen Han raised the corners of his mouth and stepped into the air first. Everyone followed it. They centered around Chen Han, going wherever he went. Thanks to the spiritual spring, most of their strength had already been restored to peak condition. They were very strong now. The team marched towards the right bank, and upon seeing this powerful force approaching, the Taotai Legion was thrown into chaos. What army is this? We're surrounded. No, these people seem to have come from the spiritual spring. Could it be that the spiritual spring has already been breached? Impossible, the spiritual spring is under the command of Lord Paluo. How could it be breached? The Taotai Legion immediately fell into chaos, with some suggesting to flee. Li Nan and Li Qiu's expressions darkened to the extreme. If this human army truly came from the spiritual spring, it would be troublesome. The Mo Nan tribe's forces also noticed this human army. Upon seeing Chen Han at the forefront, they displayed shocked expressions. Chen Han? How did they make it here? Mo Chen frowned and spoke. To deal with Li Nan and Li Qiu, he had to come to the front lines. Chen Han should be guarding the left camp. Why is he here? I suspect the left camp has fallen again. That guy Chen Han isn't that capable, he just talks big. Mo Dong sneered coldly. He could never imagine that Chen Han had already uprooted the main force of the Taotai Legion. The people of the Mo Nan tribe stared at the approaching Chen Han in disbelief as they saw him directly order an attack on the Taotai Legion. Go help drive these Taotai troops back. Mo Chen quickly urged. The disciples of the One family also took action, first resolving the troubles at hand. The Taotai Legion began to collapse, caught in a pincer attack with no advantage left. Withdraw. Li Qiu gritted his teeth. It was time to retreat. What was that scoundrel Paluo doing? He was caught in a pincer attack, yet Paluo showed no reaction. My lord Li Qiu, we can't get in touch with Lord Paluo? A Taotai soldier rushed over, trembling as he spoke. What? Li Qiu looked at Chen Han in shock. Could it be that Chen Han truly brought people to eliminate Paluo? Chen Han, wielding a sword, stepped directly into the Taotai Legion. These Taotai posed no threat to Chen Han whatsoever. Li Nan gritted his teeth and continued to charge forward. The only ones who could stop Chen Han now were him and Li Qiu. Seeing Li Nan charging in, Chen Han immediately swung his Qianluo sword. Last time he let this guy escape, this time he wouldn't miss. Cut! With a single shout of cut, the Qianluo sword unleashed an incredibly powerful sword intent. Before Li Nan could react, he was severely injured. What? He has gotten stronger. Li Nan's eyes widened. The Chen Han before him had evidently reached another level. In the same realm, dealing with Li Nan was like bullying a child. Flee. Li Nan gritted his teeth. If they stayed any longer, they would be completely annihilated. The Taotai Legion wants to escape. Why? Mo Chen's face revealed an expression of surprise. The Taotai Legion had always been fierce. Why were they thinking of fleeing the battlefield? What on earth had happened? It's Chen Han. Chen Han has injured Li Nan. When Qing Nan suddenly spoke, striding toward the battlefield. How is that possible? The tribesmen of the Mo Nan tribe displayed expressions of disbelief. How long has it been since Chen Han arrived here and he's already injured Li Nan? This strength is simply outrageous. From this point on, it was an overwhelming massacre. Chen Han had no intention of giving the Taotai here any chance. Under Chen Han's relentless pursuit, Li Nan had no ability to fight back. Having reached the sacred realm, Chen Han feared no one below the royal realm. Qianluo sword technique. With a single slash, one of Li Nan's arms was severed by Chen Han. Li Nan. Li Qiu gritted his teeth. He was being held back by Wen Qing Nan and had no way to escape. Damn it, what is that guy Paluo doing? Li Nan gritted his teeth. Now that Chen Han had made his move, they were no match for the Mo Nan tribe. At this rate, they would be completely wiped out. Paluo. Are you talking about the one stationed at the Spirit Spring? Chen Han suddenly smiled. Li Nan was stunned. Did Chen Han mean he really came back from the Spirit Spring? Sorry, that guy is already dead under my sword. Chen Han said with a smile, and with the next strike it became even more fierce. Li Nan was completely stunned. Pao Yuo was actually dead, and it was at the hands of Chen Han. This battle had already determined the outcome. With a single sword strike, Li Nan was cleaved in two by Chen Han. Li Qiu, caught up in his own troubles, could not help at all. The Taotai Legion quickly collapsed, and Mo Chen also reacted, ordering the Mo Nan tribe to pursue. The Taotai Legion must not be left alive. As the Taotai Legion was defeated, everyone began to cheer. After months of battle, it finally came to an end. Mo Chen and Wen Qi Nan immediately rushed to Chen Han's side, looking at Li Nan's corpse with complex emotions. "Did you also kill Pao Yuo?" Wen Qi Nan couldn't help but ask. Pao Yuo was a key figure in the Taotai Legion. Under such circumstances, he would definitely have taken action. If Pao Yuo did not take action, it was highly likely that he was already dead. Killed? Who could have done it? The only one they could think of was Chen Han. Chen Han nodded calmly, instantly provoking a chorus of astonishment. By this calculation, Chen Han had slain 2 of the 3 gourmands at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Such prowess was exceedingly rare. Mo Chen's heart remained unsettled for a long while. This human prodigy once again expanded his horizons. Who would have thought that on the Lingwu continent there existed such a formidable talent? The tribespeople of the Mo South tribe silently sealed their lips. The most vexed was Mo Dong, who had long spoken ill of Chen Han, an open secret among the Mo South tribe. Now that Chen Han had slain Pao Yuo and Linen, becoming a hero of the tribe, what more could Mo Dong say? "Our previous presumptions were hasty. We humbly ask for your forgiveness, young brother Chen Han," Mo Chen said with a bitter smile. Who would have thought that a young man from the human race could turn the tide of this battlefield? No wonder Chen Han could aid the Jinghe tribe in repelling the Gourmand Legion. It was all thanks to Chen Han. Chen Han waved his hand, indifferent to such praises. As long as the Jinling dynasty remained unharmed, he would be at ease. "The battlefield here has ended. Here we should depart," Chen Han said coldly, harboring no fondness for the Mo South tribe. Lingering here would only make Chen Han feel useless. Where to next? Wen Qi Nan could not help but ask. He could never allow the Wen family's people to follow Chen Han. Yet Wen Qi Nan was eager to know where Chen Han would go. Wherever Chen Han appeared, the Gourmand Legion was defeated. The next destination would likely see Chen Han influencing the battlefield again. Chen Han shook his head, still undecided. Yet he knew the battle could not end in a day. The Gourmand Legion's front had already extended across the entire Yao race. They must annihilate most of the Gourmand Legion before Yulin broke the Great Formation, or else facing Yulin would be extremely disadvantageous. When Qi Nan no longer inquired, Chen Han's destination was his own freedom. The Wen family would later move elsewhere to support other battlefronts. Humans and Yaos had to annihilate the Gourmand Legion as swiftly as possible. Where to next? Xiao Yuyan's beautiful eyes looked toward Chen Han. Wherever Chen Han went, she would surely follow. By his side, she was an indispensable partner. Chen Han hesitated. He truly did not know where to go. "I think we can head to the Luolin tribe," Guo Yuan suddenly spoke, his tone grave. All eyes turned to Guo Yuan, eager to hear his reasoning. The Luolin tribe is not far from here, and they are not as strong as the Mo South tribe. However, there is a gourmand at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm troubling them for a long time. Guo Yuan's words piqued everyone's curiosity. From Guo Yuan's account, the Luolin tribe's strength was far inferior to the Mo South tribe. The Luolin tribe should not harbor a Saint Realm pinnacle beast, or perhaps they were even weaker than the Jinghe tribe. Why would the Gourmand Legion dispatch a Saint Realm pinnacle gourmand to deal with the Luolin tribe? Surely there was a sinister plot behind this. Is there human aid at that location? Chen Han furrowed his brows and asked. Guo Yuan shook his head. It seems no humans have gone there. Everyone neglects it. I heard this from a tribesman of the Luolin tribe who escaped to seek help. But at that time our battle was dire, so no one paid attention. Chen Han's face grew solemn. He had not expected the Luolin tribe had long been calling for aid. It seems the situation there was urgent beyond delay. All right, let's head to the Luolin tribe. Chen Han took a deep breath. Since it was already a matter of urgency, there was no need to delay any further, and he set off directly. Are we going over now? We just finished the battle and the soldiers haven't recovered yet, Guo Lingxin hurriedly said. The soldiers were not like Chen Han, who possessed such formidable cultivation. Chen Han hesitated for a moment, then looked at Xiao Yuyan. Yuyan, you will escort the army here after me. I will go to the Luolin tribe first. Xiao Yuyan looked at Chen Han in surprise. You are going alone. That's too dangerous. Chen Han smiled and shook his head. As long as the royal level Tao Tai does not intervene, I will definitely be safe. The situation in the Luolin tribe is dire. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Then I will accompany you. Xiao Yuyan quickly spoke up. Chen Han shook his head. Your cultivation is only slightly below mine. Even if you encounter a later stage royal level Tao, you can manage it. Without you, the army here would face a huge threat. Don't worry, your man is no weakling. Xiao Yuyan hesitated but still nodded. If Chen Han himself couldn't handle the opponent, her presence would not be of much use. Chen Han smiled and ruffled Xiao Yuyan's hair, then stepped into the air and left. The Mo Nan tribe and the Wen family naturally noticed Chen Han's movements. Although they did not know where Chen Han was heading, his urgency surely had a reason. Leaving the Mo Nan tribe, Chen Han dashed toward the Luolin tribe. Why would a peak royal level Tao Tai attack a small tribe? The Luolin tribe saints probably did not exceed 5, and certainly there would be no peak royal level existence. Could it be that the Luolin tribe guards something of immense importance? Before long, Chen Han arrived at the territory of the Luolin tribe. The Luolin tribe was not weak but far surpassed by the Mo Nan tribe. The territory of the Luolin tribe was a range of continuous mountains producing crystal stones that are essential materials for weapon forging. Leaping into the air, Chen Han observed the mountains while searching for the Luolin tribe's main camp. Soon a large group of Tao Tai caught Chen Han's attention. These Tao Tai moved swiftly, led by 2 royal level Tao heading somewhere unknown. Chen Han hesitated for a moment, then descended directly, slashing with his sword. Enemy attack! The Tao Tai shouted loudly, preparing for defense. But one sword strike from Chen Han was beyond their ability to withstand. This sword strike directly shattered the defenses of the Tao with many falling dead beneath its edge. Damn it, it's a passing human powerhouse. The royal level Tao Tai gritted their teeth and shouted. They had just moved out and encountered a human powerhouse, which was not a good situation. Chen Han coldly swept his gaze over the Tao and the sword in his hand fell again, claiming the lives of more Tao Tai. The 2 royal level Tao Tai immediately took action, but one sword from Chen Han claimed the life of a royal level Tao Tai. The remaining royal level Tao Tai panicked, wanting to escape. Chen Han reached out and captured it directly. Divine Sense Technique. Chen Han quickly explored the memories of the Tao Tai and soon learned of the target of the Tao Tai Legion. It turned out that the leader of this Tao Tai Legion was named Ying Jing, who could enhance its strength by devouring crystal stones. Ying Jing was likely a mutated existence within the Tao Tai Legion, significantly stronger than ordinary Tao Tai. Such Tao Tai would certainly not exceed 10 within all Tao Tai Legions. The reason for coming to the Luolin tribe was for the crystal stones of the Luolin tribe. By devouring crystal stones to reach the royal level, this Ying Jing would pose a tremendous threat to both humans and demons. It seems that this silver crystal must be killed. Chen Han narrowed his eyes. If the silver crystal had to be eliminated, for if it reached the Emperor realm it would spell trouble. He threw it onto the corpse of the Tao Tai and quickly made his way towards the Luolin tribe. If a Tao Tai in the Emperor realm appeared in this region, it would have a tremendous impact. Inside the Luolin tribe, everyone was on high alert. Isolated and facing such a powerful Tao, what could they fight with? Damn it, where are the people who went to get reinforcements? Why haven't they returned? A man shouted loudly, his face filled with despair. After a long battle, the Luolin tribe had already lost more than half of their fighting strength. If the Tao Tai army launched a full-scale assault, they would definitely not be able to withstand it. Alas, is our Luolin tribe really destined to perish here? The heavens are unjust. This battle would surely lead to the extinction of many demon tribes. Although it seemed normal on the surface, it was profoundly unfair to the people of the Luolin tribe. Why should they be the ones to disappear? To withstand the Tao they had already sacrificed too much. They were unwilling to perish. An elderly figure stood up. He was the chieftain of the Luolin tribe, Luo Feng. In the Luolin tribe he was also the strongest, having reached the mid-stage of the sacred realm. However, with this level of strength he was no match for the Tao Tai army. Everyone, hold your spirits up. We will definitely not perish like this. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Encouragement had long lost its effect. Looking at his dispirited tribesmen, Luo Feng sat down in despair, feeling helpless. Suddenly a figure opened the stone door and walked in. The people of the Luo Lin tribe stood up. Was it the enemy? A young man strode forward. Is this the Luo Lin tribe? Chen Han grinned, relieved that the Luo Lin tribe had not been completely destroyed. Reinforcements? Upon seeing it was a human, Luo Feng immediately stood up. Young brother, how many people did you bring with you? Luo Feng hurriedly asked. Chen Han smiled. The army is still on the way. I came first. Still on the way? A glimmer of despair crossed Luo Feng's face. It turned out there was only Chen Han. Just you alone? Then we are still doomed. The Tao Tai army will definitely seize this place before the reinforcements arrive. The people of the Luo Lin tribe despaired. Chen Han looked at the tribe members. Each face had already lost hope for survival. If it weren't for Luo Feng's presence, they would have fled long ago, preferring to wander than face death. I alone am enough to help you deal with the Tao Tai army, but in your current state you cannot withstand them. Chen Han took a deep breath and spoke. If they had already lost hope in themselves, how could they protect the tribe? Everyone looked at Chen Han with complex expressions. One person can help them deal with the Tao Tai army? They did not believe it. Don't boast it. The Tao Tai army has at least 7 sacred level powerhouses. What do you have to fight against them? A member of the Luo Lin tribe shouted angrily. Chen Han hesitated for a moment. 7. I just killed 2 and now only 5 are left. Everyone looked at Chen Han in shock. He had already killed 2. Luo Feng coughed. Little brother, I know you want to lift our spirits, but it's not good to lie like this. Chen Han smiled. Why would I lie to you? Saying this, Chen Han directly tossed out the heads of 2 Taoties, which were indeed sacred level Taotais. The people of the Luo Lin tribe immediately recognized the 2 Taotai. These were not the vanguard of the Taotai. Chen Han has truly killed them. A look of excitement appeared on Luo Feng's face. Could it be that the Luo Lin tribe was saved? Wonderful. Our Luo Lin tribe is saved. Hope began to show among the Luo Lin tribe. After waiting for months, they finally awaited their savior. As soon as Chen Han arrived, he killed 2 Taotai of the sacred realm. Once the reinforcements come, wouldn't they be able to annihilate the Taotai army? You should be aware of the Taotai's intentions, right? Chen Han looked at Luo Feng and asked. The silver Taotai was after the crystal stones of the Luo Lin tribe. If it devoured these stones, its power would increase by several levels. If it truly came to that, Chen Han would have no means to respond. Luo Feng frowned and nodded. Our Luo Lin tribe has guarded these crystal mountains for generations, and there are many rare crystals within the mountains. That Taotai named Silver seems capable of devouring crystals, and after devouring them it can enhance its strength. It has already consumed quite a few crystals, and we cannot stop it. Luo Feng said, his expression heavy. Right now our entire tribe is guarding this place, which is also our deepest mine. If that Taotai army breaches here, the crystals we guard will be entirely devoured. At that time, Luo Feng sighed helplessly. With his strength he could not withstand the assault of the Taotai army. If the Taotai army fully mobilized, it would definitely pose a great threat to the Luo Lin tribe. If Chen Han had not arrived here, the Luo Lin tribe would have fought to the death. The Taotai that Chen Han just exterminated was part of the vanguard of the Taotai army coming to seek this concealed location. The subsequent Taotai would be even stronger. The silver Taotai might very well take action personally. Chen Han nodded. It seemed that the situation was urgent. If he waited for Xiao Yuyan and the others to arrive, who knows when that would be. Tribe leader Luo Feng, can you take me to see the mine? Chen Han said. These crystals are extremely precious, and there are many rare crystals. They might be of great help to Chen Han. The people of the Luo Lin tribe exchanged glances, and Luo Feng nodded, leading Chen Han into the mine. Inside the mine, countless dazzling crystals appeared before Du Han. These crystals are all exceedingly precious, with many even being of the sacred grade. It is precisely because of these crystals that the Luo Lin tribe is incredibly wealthy. Every weapon in their hands was embedded with crystals, elevating their quality by a level. As Chen Han walked through the mine, the crystals within could sustain the Luo Lin tribe for 1,000 or even 10,000 years. As he walked deeper, Chen Han encountered several imperial-grade crystals. These are surely what the silver Taotai truly cares about. Chen Han did not hesitate and replicated them all. A large pile of crystals immediately appeared in his spatial pouch. Embedding a crystal into the Qianluo sword could significantly enhance it. I have seen that Taotai devouring crystals. Its speed is simply terrifying. It's even faster than our tribe could mine for 10 years. That mine's crystals have already been consumed by that Taotai in large quantities. However, this mine is the main area we extract from. In the entire mountain range, the crystals here account for 70%. Luo Feng said solemnly. This mine is everything for the Luolin tribe. If this mine is gone, the Luolin tribe will lose its means of survival. For the sake of this mine, Luo Feng had already resolved to fight to the death against the Taotai. Chen Han nodded, realizing that the true target of the silver crystal was indeed this mine. The human race had also purchased quite a number of spirit stones from the Luolin tribe. As he moved deeper, a crystal blue spirit stone caught Chen Han's attention. Discovery of immortal grade spirit stone, extraordinary spirit stone. Chen Han stepped forward, looking at the spirit stone with a grave expression. This was an immortal grade spirit stone. What is so strange about this spirit stone? Luo Feng, seeing Chen Han's serious expression, curiously asked. Chen Han looked up, slightly surprised as he gazed at Luo Feng. As the leader of the Luolin tribe, Luo Feng actually didn't know this was an immortal grade spirit stone. What grade is this spirit stone? Chen Han asked. Luo Feng blinked, hesitating as he looked at the extraordinary spirit stone. This spirit stone has existed for a long time, but our tools cannot collect it, so we cannot determine its. Chen Han gasped, realizing even the people of the Luolin tribe couldn't gather this spirit stone. So the immortal grade spirit stone was already this abnormal. Copy. Chen Han immediately copied one. If this were embedded in the Qian Luo sword, it would surely elevate the sword to another level. Tribe leader. Tribe leader. Before Chen Han could recover from his joy, a tribe member from the Luolin tribe rushed in urgently. It's fine, I can handle this guy. Luo Feng and the others looked at Chen Han in shock. How could someone so young deal with a latest-stage Saint Realm Taotai? What kind of monstrous talent is this? Seeing the astonished gazes of Luo Feng and the others, Chen Han couldn't help but chuckle. Don't you believe me? Luo Feng quickly shook his head. It's not that I don't believe you, I just want to avoid underestimating the opponent. If that silver crystal finds out, it would be very troublesome. Chen Han pondered for a moment and nodded. The strength of that silver crystal was definitely above that of the Poluo. If he were only at the latest-stage Saint Realm, he might not be a match for the silver crystal. But now he had reached the peak of the Saint Realm and was no longer afraid of any enemies below the Emperor Realm. Just as they were observing this group of Taotia, the group suddenly moved. It seemed they had received some command and dashed quickly in one direction. What's going on with them? Have they gone back? Luo Feng said in surprise. Chen Han shook his head. It shouldn't be. It seems they have discovered something or encountered an enemy. Luo Feng was momentarily stunned, and before he could recover, Chen Han had already stepped forward and chased after them. Luo Feng hurriedly followed. They were dealing with a latest-stage Saint Realm Taotai and couldn't afford to be careless. The Taotai were gathered outside a cave, and Bai Mu had already arrived there. Inside there was also a Saint Realm Taotai. Although its strength was only at the mid-stage of the Saint Realm, it could not be underestimated. Qian, have you found anyone from the Luolin tribe? Bai Mu asked the Taotai. Qian shook his head. Not from the Luolin tribe, it's a group of humans. We have already driven them into the cave. They are like fish in a barrel. Qian's confidence made Bai Mu nod with a smile. Who would have thought that humans would come to this place just in time to not find the Luolin tribe and to take it out on the humans? Chen Han, who had followed them, was also observing the situation. Was the human group trapped by the Taotia? Perhaps it was Xiao Yuyan and the others. Chen Han dismissed this thought. With Xiao Yuyan's strength, even if Bai Mu and Qian joined forces, they would not necessarily be able to defeat her. Who could it be? Soon Chen Han's doubts were answered. At the cave entrance, he spotted a familiar figure, Xing Yidao from the Xing family. Xing Yidao had also reached the Saint Realm, but he was only at the early stage. Dealing with a Qian was quite troublesome, let alone facing an even stronger Bai Mu. Why are people from the Xing family here? Chen Han murmured. However, now was not the time to ponder this. Bai Mu and Qian were already preparing to launch their attack. They aimed to seize the cave and eliminate the human forces. They would not let go of any support for the Luolin tribe. Damn it, another stronger Taotai has appeared. What kind of enemy is the Luolin tribe facing? Xing Yidao gritted his teeth. He could not handle the newly arrived Bai Mu, who had reached the latest stage Saint Realm. Brother Yidao, what should we do now? The younger members of the Xing family trembled in fear. They initially thought that the Luo Lin tribe wouldn't have any formidable enemies. But upon arriving here they realized they were mistaken. Qian Shi attacked the Xing family's group, putting them in a crisis. Among these people the strongest was Xin Yidao. But how could Xin Yidao's strength match up against these foes? The clan head is not nearby, so we are doomed. The younger members of the Xing family showed expressions of despair. The battlefield was far more terrifying than they had imagined. With just them, how could they stand a chance against the Taotai army? We can only hope that the people of the Luo Lin tribe discover us here, otherwise. Xin Yidao fell silent, knowing that speaking further would shatter the spirits of those behind him. Brother Yidao, the Taotai are coming. Qian Shi led the Taotai, launching an assault. Xin Yidao clenched his jaw. This was no time to sit idly by. Some must escape or all is lost. Damn it, they'll fight. Xin Yidao stepped forward. As the highest cultivator here, he had to take the lead. Seeing Xin Yidao act, a cunning smile crept across Tianqi's face. This human squad was no match for them. Capture them? Well, feast today. Qian Shi laughed. The humans' flesh and blood were a delicacy to them. With so many young men and women, the Taotai would never let them go. Xin Yidao moved ahead, slaying the enemies that charged at him. But Qian Shi, unwilling to give him any chance to resist, struck directly, unleashing a formidable aura that crushed down upon Xin Yidao. With a single palm strike, Xin Yidao was forced back several steps, blood trickling from his lips. With his current strength, he was truly no match for Qian Shi. Damn it! Xin Yidao gritted his teeth. Were they destined to die here? He refused to accept it. As the most exceptional prodigy of the Xing family, how could he perish here? Just as Xin Yidao prepared to fight to the death, chaos erupted at the rear of the Taotai Legion. The 100-eyed one was under a ferocious assault, a Saint Realm latest-stage powerhouse utterly unable to resist. Xin Yidao instantly spotted the figure. Chen Han. The younger members of the Xing family immediately recognized Chen Han's appearance. Why was Chen Han here, and how was he defeating the 100-eyed one, a Saint Realm latest-stage expert, without giving him any chance to fight back? Brother Yidao, isn't that Chen Han? Chen Han? Aunt Xin Ying's son? He's this powerful now? Brother Yidao, look. Chen Han is beating the Saint Realm latest-stage Taotai without any resistance. Xin Yidao frowned. He hadn't expected Chen Han to have reached such a level after all this time. That was a Saint Realm latest-stage Taotai. Chen Han's strength must have also reached the Saint Realm latest-stage. Damn it, where did this brat come from? He's terrifyingly strong. The 100-eyed one began to falter. Chen Han's power far surpassed his own. So young yet possessing such immense strength, this human's power was above his own. 100-eyed. Tianqi's eyes widened. Who could possibly make the 100-eyed one feel so threatened? It seemed the human realm was full of hidden masters. They could not be underestimated. Kill those people quickly, then come help me, the 100-eyed one roared. Qian Shi nodded hastily, turning his gaze to Xin Yidao, only to find another figure had appeared. Luo Feng grinned. If you want to kill these people, you'll have to get past me first. Qian Shi was stunned. Luo Feng? What are you doing here? Luo Feng smiled, drew his blade, and slashed directly at Qian Shi. With Luo Feng here, it would be no easy task for him to kill Xin Yidao and his group. A cold glint flashed in Chen Han's eyes as he swiftly brought down his 1,000 Luo sword. Clang! A single strike cleaved towards the 100-eyed one, spiritual energy erupting in an instant. The 100-eyed one retreated rapidly, his eyes filled with terror. Damn it, how can this young human possess such terrifying power? He clenched his jaw, his body beginning to tremble. The human before him possessed strength that surpassed his own. If he continued to fight, there was simply no chance of victory. Want to escape? Chen Han instantly saw through Bai Mu's thoughts, and the Qian Luo sword in his hand erupted with even greater power. Bai Mu gritted his teeth. If I wanted to escape, you would never stop me. Bai Mu had absolute confidence in his own strength, and his muscles began to swell, revealing an extremely formidable aura. You want to fight me to the death? Chen Han lifted the corners of his mouth. You probably underestimate my abilities. Bai Mu roared with anger. Ridiculous. I don't believe you can kill me. Chen Han smirked, and a sharp sword intent enveloped Bai Mu's body. An extremely serious expression appeared on Bai Mu's face. The power that Chen Han unleashed made Bai Mu feel an endless pressure. Qian Luo Sword Technique. Chen Han shouted lightly, and with a single stroke endless sword intent rapidly swept towards Bai Mu's body. Bang! Bai Mu's body was sent flying covered in countless wounds. Chen Han's strength was more terrifying than he had imagined. Damn it, could it be the reinforcements from the Luo Lin tribe? Blood spilled from Bai Mu's mouth, his expression serious. Chen Han smiled faintly, and the sword in his hand erupted again with fierce sword intent. You cannot leave this place. Chen Han spoke calmly, a murderous intent swirling around him. Bai Mu slowly retreated, his expression growing increasingly grim. Chen Han's power made him feel helpless. He could truly be killed by Chen Han. It's too late to think of running now. Chen Han spoke indifferently, and with a single stroke he struck down. Bai Mu's retreating body came to a halt before crashing to the ground. The onlookers revealed shocked expressions. Chen Han had actually killed Bai Mu. Bai Mu is dead. Impossible. Retreat. Retreat. Qian Shi roared. The human race capable of killing even Bai Mu was too powerful, they could not resist. Want to run? Chen Han swept his gaze, swinging his sword down. All the Taotai present were killed in that stroke. The shock in the eyes of the Xing family members gradually magnified. Chen Han's strength had reached a level they could hardly imagine. Wasn't Chen Han's power comparable to that of the older ancestors of the Xing family? Xing Yidao looked at Chen Han with a complicated expression. He had never expected that Chen Han's strength had reached such heights. Perhaps he had already far surpassed those on the Qing list back then. After dealing with the Taoye, Chen Han turned his gaze to the members of the Xing family. The Xing family's arrival was likely also to assist the Luo Lin tribe. Though Chen Han was indifferent to the Xing family, he still had to take action against those who came to rescue. This was the Spirit Martial Continent, a war between the human and demon races where no side could be excluded. Xing Yidao noticed Chen Han's gaze and felt somewhat hesitant to meet Chen Han's eyes. The elders of the Xing family also never expected that this person they had once ignored would achieve such heights. Let's return to the Luo Lin tribe. Chen Han said calmly. He naturally would not refuse the Xing family's people coming over. The Luo Lin tribe was facing a great crisis, and more people meant more strength. Xing Yidao nodded and led the members of the Xing family, who followed behind. The gaze of the Xing family members towards Chen Han began to grow complex. If the Xing family had accepted Chen Han back then, or if they had accepted Xing Ming, would the current situation of the Xing family be a different scene? Upon returning to the Luo Lin tribe, the tribesmen hurriedly came out. Seeing the Xing family members come to their rescue, they all expressed their gratitude. However, the people brought by Xing Yidao could not extinguish this fire. Luo Feng understood very well that Chen Han was the key to this battle. Upon witnessing Chen Han slay the 100-eyed beast, Luo Feng understood that Chen Han's strength had already reached the pinnacle of the Holy Realm. With Chen Han at this level, the battlefield situation was bound to change dramatically. 4 of the holy beings from the Taotai Legion have already perished. With that silver crystal, only 3 should remain. Luo Feng said with joy. The members of the Xing family displayed expressions of shock upon hearing this. 4 holy beings of Taotai had fallen at the hands of Chen Han. Chen Han's strength truly made them look at him in a new light. Chen Han remained silent. The most troublesome silver crystal had yet to be dealt with, and he could not afford to be complacent. Luo Feng sent someone to inform Xing Yidao and the others about the situation of the Luo Lin tribe. Since they had come to support the Luo Lin tribe, it was only right to do so. Chen Han sat to the side, his gaze fixed on the exit. 4 Holy Realm Taotais had died by his hand. The silver crystal would undoubtedly be furious. If the next time it acted, it might come in person. In preparing for the battle against the silver crystal, Chen Han needed to be well prepared. The mutated Taotai at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm was not so easily dealt with. Xing Yidao approached with a complex expression on his face. Sit. Chen Han said casually, not saying too much. What happened with the Xing family before was our fault. Xing Yidao took a deep breath. Chen Han smiled. It's fine, what's past is past. As long as the Xing family no longer entangles my mother, I will not act against them. Xing Yidao smiled bitterly. He could tell that Chen Han had not truly forgiven the Xing family. However, Chen Han would not take action against them, as those who had advocated for the extermination of the Chen family had already received their due punishment. Chen Han was not one to annihilate the entire Xing family. Is Aunt still doing well? Xin Yidao asked with a cough. Chen Han looked at Xin Yidao, his gaze devoid of emotion causing Xin Yidao to tremble slightly. Chen Han chuckled, "Am I that terrifying?" Xin Yidao quickly shook his head, somewhat hesitant to reply. The enmity between the Xing family and Chen Han was resolved when I incapacitated Xing Hechuan and Xing Yuha. We are no longer enemies, but we are not friends either. This time I intervened to save you because of the invasion of the Yulin into the Spirit Martial Continent. We must unite to face the enemy together. Do you understand? Xin Yidao nodded repeatedly. He had lost the capital to confront Chen Han. Chen Han smirked. You need not worry, let the past remain in the past. I am not that petty. Xin Yidao kept smiling. Beside Chen Han, he suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure. By the way, during the next attack from the Taotai Legion, the Silver Crystal will definitely intervene personally. The remaining 2 Holy Realm Taotais will require your assistance to help the Luo Lin tribe's holy beings deal with them together. Leave the Silver Crystal to me. Chen Han exhaled lightly. With Xin Yidao's strength, he would merely be obliterated in front of the Silver Crystal. To contend with the Silver Crystal, only Chen Han alone could do so. Xin Yidao naturally would not refuse. His role here was to help the Luo Lin tribe deal with the other Holy Realm Taotais. That pinnacle Holy Realm Taotai was beyond his capability to handle. The atmosphere within the Luo Lin tribe grew awkward. Luo Feng could also see that there were grievances between Chen Han and the Xing family. However, he did not care about such matters. If the Xing family dared to speak disrespectfully, he would definitely expel them. Chen Han was their savior. Of course, the members of the Xing family were quite well behaved and showed great respect towards Chen Han. Chen Han's strength was already an existence they looked up to. A few days later, the Taotai Legion made a move again. The Lowland tribe began to take action. They had to defend this last mine. This time the Taotai Legion was personally led by Yin Jing, with all the Taotai attacking together. Compared to previous assaults, this was undoubtedly the most ferocious one. Yin Jing had realized that reinforcements were already on their way here. Taking advantage of the reinforcements not having gathered, they aimed to take down the Lowland tribe first. As long as he devoured enough spirit stones and reached the Imperial Realm, these reinforcements were not to be feared. Lord Yin Jing, it seems the Lowland tribe has an additional troublesome character. Although that fellow is a young human, his strength is exceptionally formidable. Should we be a bit cautious? A nearby Saint-level Taotai spoke, reminding Yin Jing. Yin Jing coldly glanced at the Taotai. Are you implying that I am not as good as that human junior? The Taotai quickly shook his head. Lord Yin Jing can definitely crush that human with one hand, but losing 4 Saint levels might be. Yin Jing laughed heartily. Rest assured, as long as I kill that brat, no one in the Lowland tribe can stop me. Once I devour the spirit stones here and reach the Imperial Realm, no matter how many come, I will kill them all. Follow me and you will never go wrong. When Lord Yulin breaks the formation, it will be the time for us to rule the Lingwu continent. At that time, the entire Lingwu continent will belong to our Taotai Legion. Whether these humans or demon tribes, they are all our servants, so there is no need to fear. The Taotais nodded in agreement, eagerly anticipating the arrival of that day. As long as Lord Yulin takes the field, it will be the time for the Lingwu continent's destruction. They did not believe another Yun Xian could emerge. Servants, your thoughts are quite beautiful, but you may not live to see that day. A voice of disdain echoed in the ears of all the Taotais. Yin Jing angrily looked up, only to see a figure standing in midair, coldly gazing at them. Lord Yin Jing, it's this brat. The nearby Taotai quickly spoke up. They immediately recognized Chen Han's identity. Only this brat in the Lowland tribe could have killed Bai Mu and the others. Yin Jing looked at Chen Han, narrowing his eyes. The human before him was indeed young, having cultivated for no more than 30 years. A human under 30 with such cultivation was truly a top-tier genius. Such a genius must be eliminated immediately, or it would jeopardize Lord Yulin's plans. You came at the right time, saving me the trouble of looking for you. Yin Jing quickly flew to Chen Han's front, gazing greedily at his body. Do you have something on you that I like? Yin Jing's words made Chen Han frown. It seemed that Yin Jing had sensed the spirit stones on him. Being so sensitive to spirit stones, Yin Jing was indeed someone raised on stones. If you want to eat the spirit stones on me, you must have the capability for it. Chen Han smiled calmly. Although Yin Jing was powerful, perhaps even 3 Paluo would not be Yin Jing's match. But now Chen Han had already reached the peak of the saint level, showing no fear of this fellow. Ridiculous, you, a human junior, dare to act rampantly before me, Yinjing. Once I kill you, all the spirit stones of the lowland tribe will be mine. Yinjing laughed heartily. He had long desired the spirit stones of the lowland tribe. If he could swallow them all, it would definitely help him reach the imperial realm. As long as one steps into the royal realm, Yinjing can look down upon most powerhouses of the spirit martial continent. After all, the current spirit martial continent is far from what it once was. In the past millennia of the spirit martial continent, there were still hundreds of emperors. Now the number of those in the royal realm can be counted on one hand. But you must have the fortune to do so. Chen Han's eyes narrowed, and in an instant he struck with the Qian Luo sword. At the moment Chen Han made his move, the team from the Luo Lin tribe launched a full-scale assault on the Taotai Legion. For them, this is the final battle. The victor and the vanquished will be decided at this moment. Kill. Below, chaos erupted. However, these matters were not what Chen Han and Yinjing needed to concern themselves with. The true outcome of this battle rested on the shoulders of these two individuals. If Chen Han wins, the Luo Lin tribe wins. If Yinjing wins, then the Taotai Legion prevails. Chen Han's sword was extraordinarily sharp. A serious expression began to surface on Yinjing's face, revealing that he had underestimated Chen Han. Each strike from Chen Han made him feel a threatening aura. I never expected that the human race has such a genius like you. If I do not kill you today, you will surely be a great threat in the future. You cannot leave this place. Chen Han spoke calmly, a murderous intent swirling around him. Bai Mu slowly retreated, his expression growing increasingly grim. He absolutely could not let Yinjing enter the mine. If he devoured the crystals, Yinjing's strength would increase dramatically. Reaching the royal realm would undoubtedly have a decisive impact on the entire battlefield. The clash between the two drew the attention of many. Xing Yi Dao was also closely observing Chen Han. Upon seeing Chen Han and Yinjing engaged in an intense battle, a bittersweet smile appeared on his face. It seemed that Chen Han had reached a height that was once unattainable for him. To be able to contend with Yinjing even at the peak of the sacred realm was undoubtedly a top-tier existence. In midair, Chen Han and Yinjing exchanged blows with no clear victor emerging. The sword intent surged, causing celestial phenomena. Yinjing was not weak either, easily blocking Chen Han's sword intent with the crystal on his surface. His greatest strength lay in this crystal. Having devoured so many crystals was what granted him such power. No matter how sharp Chen Han's sword was, it could not sever this crystal. It's as troublesome as a turtle shell. Chen Han furrowed his brows. So far, the strongest opponent he had encountered was undoubtedly Yinjing. Yinjing's strength was several tiers above that of Paluo. Qian Luo sword technique. Utilizing his martial arts, he finally made Yinjing reveal a solemn expression. Yinjing began to evade. He knew that if he took Chen Han's move heat, and even with his indestructible crystal armor, he might not be able to withstand it. Roar! With a furious roar from Yinjing, another layer of crystal enveloped him. At that moment, Yinjing resembled a crystal giant vastly larger than his initial form. Kid, let me see what abilities you have to stop me. Yinjing swung his enormous fist, striking towards Chen Han. The power of this crystal was sufficient to rival royal-grade weapons. Its hardness was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. However, being encased in crystal, Yinjing also lost his speed advantage. Chen Han easily dodged Yinjing's attacks, launching fierce thrusts around him. Yinjing angrily swung his arms but could not land a blow on Chen Han's body. Bastard! Have the guts not to run? Yinjing roared in fury. Chen Han smirked. Not run? Do you think I'm foolish? Chen Han moved around Yinjing like a gorilla, continuously launching attacks. Regarding this, Yinjing cannot afford to be careless. If Chen Han discovers his weakness, he might indeed be killed by him. Chen Han took a deep breath. The armor of Yinjing was giving him quite the headache. If an ordinary peak Holy Realm cultivator were here, they would likely have no chance of retaliating against Yinjing. Just this armor alone is enough to confound a large number of holy beings. Sword, come! Chen Han roared, and the winds around began to howl. Sword intent condensed in the sky, forming a gigantic sword. Yinjing boldly stepped forward and shouted at Chen Han, showing no signs of fear. Since a battle is to be fought, let it be fought to the fullest. Watching such an intense battle, the onlookers below were dumbfounded. What kind of strength is required to reach this level? Xing Yi thought to himself how far he was from Chen Han. Perhaps it was a difference of 10,000 miles. The clash of sword intent and crystal erupted into intense sparks. Everyone's expressions turned serious. Who could win this battle? After a fierce collision, Chen Han took several steps back. The armor on Yin Jing had also shattered considerably. You are the first person capable of shaking my armor. Yin Jing roared, swinging his fist towards Chen Han. Chen Han swung his sword, a confident smile playing on his lips. Perhaps you will also be the last. Slash. The sword intent fell once more, relentlessly damaging Yin Jing's armor. In many places the armor had developed holes, revealing Yin Jing's flesh. A good opportunity. Mount Tai presses down. Chen Han shouted, the sword intent in the sky condensing into a massive mountain directly pressing down towards Yin Jing. Dragging the heavy armor, Yin Jing could not evade. Since he could not avoid it, he could only brace himself. But he was very clear that Chen Han's strike was fiercer than his previous moves. Under the weight of the sword mountain, Yin Jing let out a tragic roar. However, Chen Han's expression was unusually grave. Previously no opponent had been able to endure for so long under this move. Huff. Troublesome. Chen Han exhaled softly. As expected, Yin Jing did not die under this sword. The gazes of Xing Yi and the others immediately focused on Yin Jing. The fact that Chen Han's powerful sword did not kill Yin Jing indicated that his strength was quite extraordinary. Meanwhile, Chen Han landed calmly to the side, staring at Yin Jing suspended in midair. Although this sword did not kill Yin Jing, it dealt him immense damage. At this moment, Yin Jing was tightly encased in crystal, resembling a gigantic egg, a crystal-formed egg. Good lad, you've managed to injure me like this. I can't let go of my hatred without killing you. Yin Jing roared as the crystals on his body suddenly exploded open, then recondensed around him. At this moment, Yin Jing seemed to have elevated to another level, his power more terrifying than before. But Chen Han knew that Yin Jing had unleashed his final killing move. If not, Yin Jing could not withstand his subsequent attacks. Now let me show you my true prowess. Yin Jing let out a roar, his entire body crashing towards Chen Han. Due to the crystals on him becoming lighter, Yin Jing's speed increased significantly. However, his defense was also weaker than before. Chen Han quickly dodged to the side. He could not afford to be hit by Yin Jing. Run. I want to see where you can escape to. Yin Jing roared, determined to slay Chen Han today. Holding the Qian Luo sword, Chen Han unleashed an incredibly powerful strike. Although he shattered the crystals on Yin Jing showed no signs of retreat, fiercely charging towards Chen Han. Fight to the death. Chen Han furrowed his brows, realizing that Yin Jing was serious. However, to think he could make him perish, Yin Jing was simply not worthy. Streams of sword intent rapidly struck Yin Jing. The crystals on his body gradually fell off, revealing the flesh protected within. Yet Yin Jing showed no signs of stopping and continued to launch fierce attacks at Chen Han. Chen Han swung his sword to defend, gathering all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth upon the blade. Thousand Thread Sword Technique. Chen Han shouted in anger as he slashed down. Yin Jing was forced back several steps, but once he regained his footing, he charged at Chen Han once more. Die. Suddenly Yin Jing transformed into a crystal dragon and pounced at Chen Han. A loud explosion echoed in the air. Everyone's gaze turned towards the source, uncertain of who would emerge victorious. Crystals shattered everywhere and Yin Jing's figure appeared before the crowd once again. The faces of Luo Feng and others showed heavy expressions. Could it be that Yin Jing had won? Puff. Chen Han's figure emerged, the thousand-thread sword pierced through Yin Jing's chest. How is that possible? Black blood spilled from Yin Jing's mouth. He could never imagine that Chen Han's sword intent had reached such a formidable level. If Chen Han were only at the late stage of the Holy Realm, he truly wouldn't be a match for Yin Jing. But after reaching the peak of the Holy Realm, there were few who could rival him beneath the Emperor Realm. Chen Han directly withdrew his sword, his face darkened. Although he had slain Yin Jing, he too had sustained considerable injuries, with many crystal shards cutting into him, and the wounds were not shallow. Clang. He pointed his sword to the sky, declaring his victory. The members of the Luo Lin tribe began to roar, launching a fierce assault against the Taotai army. Without Yin Jing, the current Taotai army was merely a group of ragtag fighters easily dispatched. Chen Han slowly landed on the ground, feeling a coolness in his throat. Coughing up a mouthful of blood made him feel slightly better. If Yin Jing had devoured more crystal stones, he could truly have reached the Emperor realm. Chen Han gazed at the 1,000-thread sword in his hand, which was embedded with a blue crystal. This exotic crystal was the one Chen Han had just embedded. Without this heavenly grade crystal, Chen Han's earlier strike might not have pierced through Yin Jing's body. On the battlefield of the Luo Lin tribe, with the fall of Yin Jing, a crushing scene unfolded. The Taotai army was pursued to the end, and the 2 Holy Realm Taotais were also dealt with. Xing Yidao and the others rushed to Chen Han's side. Observing his condition, it seemed he had sustained significant injuries. Huff! Chen Han consumed the Holy Grade pill, sitting cross-legged off to the side. Xing Yidao and the others wore grim expressions. They were still worried about Chen Han, yet did not expect him to directly consume a Holy Realm pill. Are Holy Grade pills free of charge? One Holy Grade pill could trade for a second-rate force in Lingzhou. What are you all staring at me for? Seeing a crowd gathered around him, Chen Han revealed a peculiar expression. Xing Yidao and the others immediately shook their heads and moved to the side. After a long while, Chen Han's internal aura finally recovered a bit. However, he still felt somewhat weak. If another fully powered Yin Jing were to appear, he truly wouldn't be able to handle it. As Chen Han looked around, the members of the Luo Lin tribe gazed at him with gratitude. If it weren't for Chen Han, how could the crisis of the Luo Lin tribe have been resolved? Although the Xing family had also helped, their contribution was minimal. Everyone head back first. Luo Feng laughed heartily, leading everyone back towards the mine in a flurry. The faces of the people from the Luo Lin tribe revealed a long-awaited smile. They had finally resolved the troublesome Taotai Legion. Had the silver crystal consumed these spirit stones, they would have truly been doomed. Drink some water. The members of the Luo Lin tribe hurriedly brought water to Chen Han. Currently, Chen Han was a benefactor to the Luo Lin tribe and should not be neglected. Chen Han did not refuse. Instead, he smiled and nodded as he accepted the water. Several members of the Xing Night Path approached, their gazes toward Chen Han filled with complex emotions. Chen Han looked at the people from Xing Night Path. Is the battlefield here over? Are you planning to leave? Xing Night Path hesitated for a moment. We originally came this way to deal with the Taotai here in the Luo Lin tribe, but we didn't expect to encounter such a powerful Taotai. Fortunately, thanks to you, we were able to escape unscathed. Chen Han smiled. Considering Xing Night Path's strength, self-preservation on the battlefield was not a problem. However, leading the Xing family team could not have been without losses. Just from the earlier battle, the Xing family lost several more members at the king level, which was a significant loss for them. You came by chance. Where were you originally headed? Chen Han frowned and asked. Xing Night Path replied, we were originally going to the Bishan tribe, which is one of the most important battlefields. Leyland Gate is located there, and the Yu family has also headed that way. Chen Han paused. With both the Yu family and Leyland Gate there, the situation at that battlefield seemed quite perilous. No wonder Xing Night Path would go there. If that place fell, a large number of Taotai would break through the lines and enter the territory of the demon race. Let's wait for Yu Yan and the others to arrive, and then we will go to the Bishan tribe together. Chen Han took a deep breath. If he remembered correctly, that brat Lei Han's Han had lost an arm on the battlefield. If it weren't for reaching the saint level, that arm of Lei Han's Han's might not have been saved. Xing Night Path said nothing, merely nodding. Currently, Chen Han was an unattainable figure for him. Slaying the silver crystal was something even many elders of the Xing family might not accomplish, let alone peers of his age. Had Chen Han not fallen out with the Xing family back then, all this glory should have rightfully belonged to them. After a day, Xiao Yuyan and the others finally arrived. Along the way, Xiao Yuyan had dealt with a Taotai legion for a small tribe. For the current Xiao Yuyan, a small Taotai legion was simply no match. Going to the Bishan tribe? Gui Yuan looked at Chen Han in shock, not expecting that they had just arrived and were already heading to another place. Chen Han nodded. The war ends a day early, which means peace returns a day early. Gui Yuan twitched his lips. Chen Han had truly changed. But the Bishan tribe is one of the most critical battlefields. Even those at the saint level might not be able to ensure their own safety there. Isn't going there a bit too dangerous? Gui Yuan hesitated. He could go, but Guo Lingxin and the others were still weak. Even if they went, they wouldn't be able to help much. Listening to Guo Yuan's words, Chen Han pondered for a moment. Simply heading to the Bishan tribe didn't seem appropriate. There even Lei Han's Han had lost an arm, let alone Guo Lingxin and the others. How about this? Guo Lingxin will stay at the Luolin tribe with the army for a while and we will go to the Bishan tribe first. Those below the king level should not follow us. Chen Han spoke. In that battlefield those at the spiritual master level were merely cannon fodder against powerful Tao Ye. They would struggle to resist. Although Guo Lingxin and the others were not in such dire straits, they certainly would not fare well. Guo Yuan nodded. He could not allow his sister to take risks. By the way, tell me about the situation in the Banshan tribe. Chen Han smiled. Guo Yuan shot a glance at Chen Han, who was oblivious to everything yet still wanted to go. He was quite bold. The Banshan tribe belongs to the demon race and it is one of the largest tribes, not weaker than the Nielong tribe. In the Banshan tribe there are 3 at the peak of the Radiant Saint realm and the total number of saints reaches 30. Including the Lei Lin men and the Yu family, there are definitely more than 50 saints there. Chen Han looked at Guo Yuan in astonishment, not expecting such a number of saints in that place. Moreover, Guo Yuan's estimate was conservative. After all, the main forces of the Yu family and Lei Lin men had already begun heading toward the Banshan tribe. Currently the Banshan tribe surely has more than 50 saints. However, the Taotai Legion there is also quite formidable. It is said that the number of saints is no less than that of the Banshan tribe and there may even be more. Moreover, there are 8 Taotai at the peak of the Saint realm stationed there. It is rumored that there may be a Taotai at the Emperor realm secretly preparing to strike. Guo Yuan's words startled many. A Taotai at the Emperor realm would be a terrifying existence. A Taotai at the Emperor realm could destroy the world with a single strike. Ma Yi inhaled sharply. He had initially intended to go with Chen Han, but after hearing Guo Yuan's words he hesitated. Chen Han glanced at Ma Yi, seemingly unconcerned. If a Taotai at the Emperor realm were to act, the emperors of both races would not just sit idly by. However, not many knew which emperor would be dispatched this time. Let's set off now. Chen Han stood up, surveying the people around. Xiao Yiyan immediately stood up as well, determined to accompany Chen Han. Many others also stood up, but Chen Han required that they must be at least at the king realm. Thus most of the people from the Jinling dynasty could not go. Ling Dongyi and the members of the Lingxiao sect naturally planned to go, but some disciples were hesitant to venture forth. Losing their lives there would be a serious matter. Only a little over 100 people chose to go, a number that would not significantly affect the battle. However, being able to provide support was already a rare and valuable opportunity. Then please take care of the remaining people here, Chief Luo Feng, Chen Han said, looking at Luo Feng with a smile. The Luolin tribe at least had a few saints, so protecting Guo Lingxin and the others should not be a problem. Luo Feng smiled. Rest assured, I will take good care of them. You all must be cautious as well. The Banshan tribe is not like our small tribe, but their Taotai Legion is much stronger than that of the Silver Crystal. Chen Han nodded with a smile, fully aware of this. As a benefactor of the Luolin tribe, Luo Feng was very concerned that Chen Han might not return. After all, with Chen Han's talent, the Taotai Legion would definitely prioritize eliminating him. Eliminating such a formidable genius would ease the minds of the Taotai Legion. If they allowed Chen Han to reach the Emperor realm, the Taotai Legion would become much harder to deal with. After bidding farewell to the Luolin tribe, Chen Han and his group headed straight for the Banshan tribe. The territory of the Banshan tribe was quite far from here. It took them nearly a week to reach the domain of the Banshan tribe. The territory of the Banshan tribe was several times larger than that of the Luolin tribe. Nearby, some small tribes possessed strength comparable to the Luolin tribe. This is the territory of the Bishan tribe. Everyone be cautious, as we may encounter the Taotai Legion. Guo Yuan took a deep breath before speaking. His intelligence is rarely wrong. The group moved forward anxiously, and they were traveling on foot. If they were discovered by the Taotai Legion while in the air, they would likely encounter unnecessary trouble. Before long, a massive tribe appeared before them. This is the Bishan tribe. The strength of the Bishan tribe is not inferior to that of the Nielong tribe. With 3 peak Saint realm powerhouses stationed, the Bishan tribe has absolute authority among the demon race. Chen Han, Xin Yi Dao. Patrolling nearby, Lei Han's Han immediately recognized the identities of Chen Han and the others. His hand was still bandaged. It would take some time for his severed arm to recover. You sustained such severe injuries and still went out to patrol. Chen Han frowned as he looked at Lei Han's Han. Lei Han's Han grinned. It's too boring to lie down. It's better to come out for a walk. Don't underestimate me just because I'm injured. In my current state, defeating 10 Tao Tai is a piece of cake. Seeing that Lei Han's Han was still the same, Xin Yi Dao rolled his eyes. Lei Han's Han furrowed his brows as he looked at Xin Yi Dao but then turned to Chen Han. What brings you here? Chen Han smiled. Of course I'm here to help you. Lei Han's Han scrutinized Chen Han's body and he found that he could no longer see through Chen Han's strength. In such a short time, Chen Han's growth was truly terrifying. What is your cultivation level now? Lei Han's Han asked curiously. Chen Han coughed lightly. Peak Saint Realm. Lei Han's Han gasped in surprise. He had just reached the initial stage of the Saint Realm while Chen Han was already at the peak. It's no wonder that Chen Han could sweep through the Qinbang talents. He and Chen Han are simply not from the same world. Don't be discouraged. Once your hand heals, you'll be able to cultivate rapidly, Chen Han said with a smile. Lei Han's Han mumbled as he led Chen Han and the others into the Bishan tribe. The people of the Bishan tribe showed no surprise upon seeing Chen Han and the others. Every day reinforcements from other places arrived here. This group led by Chen Han was actually considered few. Chen Han, let me introduce you to my ancestor from the Lei Lin sect. Lei Han's Han brought Chen Han directly into a tent. Inside the tent, a bald man was laughing heartily as he spoke. Upon seeing Lei Han's Han bring Chen Han in, the bald man's expression suddenly turned serious. As the founder of the Lei Lin sect, he possessed peak Saint Realm strength. Yet from Chen Han he sensed a deadly threat. Han Shan, who is this? Lei Donglin asked with a frown, his eyes constantly scanning Chen Han's body. He was certain that Chen Han was under 30 years old, definitely a junior. But how could a junior possess such an aura? Ancestor, this is my friend Chen Han, Lei Han's Han said with a smile. Lei Donglin gasped. He had certainly heard of Chen Han's name and knew that Chen Han was a talent rarely seen in a century. But seeing him in person still left him astonished. Chen Han's cultivation level was likely on par with his own. Beside Lei Donglin stood a graceful woman poised in her demeanor. She had the same cultivation level as Lei Donglin, both at peak Saint Realm. This person was a powerful figure from the Yu family Yui. Both Yui and Lei Donglin had lived for nearly 1,000 years, making Chen Han and Lei Han's Han indeed count as juniors in their presence. I never expected that someone like you would emerge from Lingzhou. It is indeed a fortune for our Lingzhou. Yui spoke with a smile. She had naturally sensed Chen Han's formidable spiritual power and was certain that his cultivation was no longer beneath hers. At such a young age, possessing such strength, what achievements might he reach in the future? Of course, all of this hinges on resolving the current troubles. If Yu Lin were to sweep through the entire Lingwu continent, even if Chen Han had the greatest talent, it would be in vain. Thank you for your praise, senior. With brother Chen Han joining us, our chances against the Tao Tai Legion have increased. Chen Han smiled and added, I hope this plan will succeed. Lei Donglin chuckled and Chen Han frowned. What plan? Yui and Lei Donglin both looked over as Chen Han had just arrived and was unaware of their plans. Follow me. Lei Donglin stood up, leading everyone towards the main camp. Inside the main camp, several figures were frowning, seemingly discussing something. These individuals were all powerful members of the Banshan tribe, the weakest among them having reached the late stage of the sacred realm. Lei Han's Han. Why have you brought a human junior here? Bai Wendian spoke, not bothering to scrutinize Chen Han's aura. Lei Donglin grinned. This little brother is no ordinary junior. I don't think there are many here who can match him. The strong members of the Banshan tribe all lifted their heads, beginning to assess Chen Han's aura. Many displayed expressions of surprise, clearly unable to see through Chen Han's cultivation. Bai Wendian frowned. What is this? He also noticed that Chen Han had reached the peak of the sacred realm. This level of power was by no means inferior to his own. Lei Donglin chuckled. Chen Han from Lingzhou, a genius of the Lingxiao sect. Everyone quickly showed expressions of shock as they had heard that a human junior had assisted several tribes in dealing with the Tao Tai Legion. Could this be the person they were referring to? However, with Chen Han's cultivation, he indeed had the capability to confront the strong members of the Tao Tai Legion. As long as the Emperor realm did not intervene, no one should be able to threaten Chen Han's life. Seniors, Lei Donglin said that the plan has been discussed. May I ask if you could share it with me? The members of the Banshan tribe exchanged glances. If he were an ordinary human junior, they would have already thrown him out. But with Chen Han's strength he could undoubtedly rank in the top 5 here, qualifying him to be present. Bai Wendian nodded. Let me tell you. We plan to attack the main camp of the Taotai Legion in 10 days. However, our true target is the frontline forces of the Taotai Legion. Is that so? Chen Han hesitated for a moment but quickly understood Bai Wenxian's words. You mean to use a surprise attack to divert the Taotai Legion's attention and then deal with the troubles at the front lines? Exactly. Bai Wendian grinned. You're quite clever, kid. However, we do not plan to send many people for this surprise attack. 100 at the King Realm and 10 at the Sacred Realm, that is our plan. This meant that those sent for the surprise attack would likely face a fierce counterattack from the Taotai Legion, making it extremely dangerous. Even though those at the Sacred Realm could escape, those at the King Realm would face a life-or-death situation. Chen Han nodded, comprehending Bai Wenxian's plan. These individuals sent for the surprise attack would serve as bait. Once the prey was hooked, action could be initiated. However, we have not yet determined the candidates for this task. To be safe, those chosen for this surprise attack must be the ones with the highest chance of escaping. Bai Wenxian's words left everyone staring in shock. This ambush was a matter of life and death. Anyone who participated must be prepared to face their demise. Gaining time for the frontline battlefield is not something that can be achieved lightly. Several saints have already decided to head there. In the Bishan tribe, they were all older saints with varying strengths, the strongest reaching the late stage of the saint realm. To ensure the survival of the younger saints, they had no choice but to take this action. However, even so, 3 saints were still needed to participate. Without a sufficient number of saints, they could easily be exterminated by the saint-level forces of the Taotai Legion, rendering their efforts futile. Lei Donglin and Yui frowned. As the strongest of the Lei Lin sect and the Yu family, they could not go personally. If discovered by the peak saint-level experts of the enemy, they would surely exert their full power to capture them. A peak saint poses a tremendous threat to the battlefield. The Taotai Legion would be more than happy to see them go. If they could kill a peak saint, the Taotai forces on the front line would be greatly diminished. They did not care. Chen Han raised his head and the atmosphere around them grew heavy. They all understood what choosing to go meant. I want to participate, Chen Han spoke directly. Lei Donglin immediately shook his head. No, Chen Han, you are still young. You will undoubtedly break through to the Emperor realm in the future. We cannot put you at risk. Lei Donglin's words caused many human powerhouses to nod. Chen Han was the most outstanding genius in Lingzhou, surpassing even Yi Mingfeng and others. If Chen Han were to die, wouldn't Lingzhou lose a genius? For the human race, it would be a significant loss. The saints of the demon race also showed heavy expressions. They would not stop Chen Han from going. However, if Chen Han were to die, it would indeed be a considerable loss for the battlefield. Rest assured, Senior, even if I face defeat, I will retreat. Chen Han had absolute confidence in his strength. An existence of the level of Yin Jing would also be among the top in the Taotai Legion here. Even if Chen Han faced defeat, he would be able to escape. He had no worries about this. Lei Donglin's expression was tense. Could they really let Chen Han go? Bai Wendian looked at Chen Han, his eyes sparkling with light. You are already aware of what you will face by going. Are you certain you still want to proceed? Chen Han nodded. If he were afraid, he would not have said those words. Bai Wendian took a deep breath, his gaze landing on Lei Donglin and Yui. What do you both think? Should we really let this young brother go? Lei Donglin shook his head. He certainly did not want Chen Han to go. Rest assured, Senior, I believe in my strength. The Taotai Legion does not possess the ability to kill me. Chen Han spoke with a smile. Everyone looked at him in shock. His tone seemed overly confident. After all, it was the Taotai Legion which had nearly 100 saints. With this journey, it was a matter of life and death. What gave Chen Han such confidence? Yet Chen Han had already decided to go and no one could stop him. All right, then I will add you to the list. If there is danger, I hope you are the first to retreat. The other saints will prioritize protecting Chen Han's safety. Is that understood? The saints who would accompany him exchanged glances. They were all elders, having lived for at least a century. If worse comes to worst, they would use their own bodies to carve a path for Chen Han. Chen Han suddenly spoke. No need, I can protect myself. If possible, I hope to bring everyone back. Bai Wendian smiled slightly, fully aware that this was an impossible task. However, since Chen Han had said so, he felt it inappropriate to oppose him. The departure time is set for tomorrow evening. Bai Wendian took a deep breath. Since Chen Han was determined to go, he would not stop him. The saints preparing to depart nodded in agreement. Bai Wendian would also seek out the remaining 2 saints. Although it was a perilous journey, they had no other choice for the tribe. Chen Han stepped out of the tent where Lei Donglin and Yu Yi were watching him with complex expressions. To be honest, they too harbored a slight desire to avoid this ambush. Even the most powerful among the peak saints had no absolute confidence in surviving this mission. Chen Han's willingness to go had already earned their respect. Be sure to be cautious on this journey. You are the hope of the human race, and we do not wish to see anything happen to you. We will head to the border to assist you. Lei Donglin said. They could not all go together. 3 peak saints would be too easily detected by the enemy. They might not even reach the Taotai camp before being intercepted. To ensure Chen Han's safety, they planned to rendezvous at the border. If Chen Han could reach the border, they would have the strength to fend off the pursuing enemies. Chen Han nodded, fully aware of the impending danger. It was precisely because of this that he chose to go. If he was afraid of this, how could he face Yulin? After bidding farewell to the 2, Chen Han returned to the tent where Xiao Yuyan and the others had been waiting for a long time. How did it go? Lei Han asked urgently. Chen Han explained everything, and the expressions of the group instantly grew heavy. This was a life-and-death mission, and Chen Han had no need to participate. I will go with you. Xiao Yuyan immediately offered, but Chen Han rejected her. No, this mission is too dangerous, and I cannot take care of you. You can go with Lei Donglin and the others, and they will come to assist me later, Chen Han said. The others could only nod. Once Chen Han made a decision, there was truly no way for them to change it. As night fell, Chen Han had already been waiting outside the camp. Shadows approached him, their faces all bearing somber expressions. They were fully aware of the dangers they would face on this journey. To survive, they had to exert all their strength. Bai Wendian stood before the crowd. This group of over 100 was an ambush team. However, the number of those who would return was likely to be less than 1 in 10. Your mission is to place this large array scroll in the center of the Taotai Legion and then activate it. The released sacred array will cause considerable damage to the Taotai. However, our true target is the frontline Taotai Legion. Is that understood? The crowd nodded. Bai Wendian glanced at Chen Han and still entrusted the scroll to a latest saint. The one holding the scroll would undoubtedly be the most at risk. If Chen Han were to place the scroll, it would be too dangerous for him. They did not want Chen Han to bear this danger. All right, let's set off. Bai Wendian took a deep breath, his face filled with respect. They were all warriors of the tribe. Over 100 of them quickly made their way toward the Taotai Legion's camp. The Taotai Legion also possessed formidable combat power at night and should not be underestimated. Before long, the group arrived at the edge of the Taotai Legion, where many Taotai were patrolling nearby. At that time, you will escort me over and I will activate the Great Array. Once the Great Formation is activated, we will retreat, said the sage who held the scroll. The others nodded, but their expressions grew grave as they regarded the sage. If a peak sage level Taotai were to strike, he would definitely not survive. Move. Chen Han stepped forward immediately, but was soon spotted by a patrolling Taotai. The leading sage unleashed overwhelming power, annihilating the Taotai that stood in their path. It was impossible for the Taotai sages to participate in the patrol. At the beginning, there would definitely be no powerful Taotai appearing. However, as they delved deeper, the number of Taotai experts would increase. They had to be swift. Several Taotai sages are approaching here. Chen Han spoke indifferently. As the one with the highest cultivation here, his insight was also the strongest. The other sages exchanged glances and immediately rushed towards those sage-level Taotais. They needed to buy time to set up the Great Formation Scroll. That spot will do, give me 1 minute. The sage holding the scroll took a step forward, rushing to that location. The others immediately blocked the pursuing Taotai. Chen Han wielded the Qianluo sword, exuding a terrifying killing intent. Many nearby were stunned by Chen Han's strength. This newcomer among the human juniors was indeed exceedingly powerful. Don't be dazed, hurry up. Chen Han said coldly. The others moved quickly, intercepting the rushing Taotai. The sage who went to set up the Great Formation revealed an anxious look. Almost done. Just as he was about to finish setting up, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Screams echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Everyone turned back to see that the sage setting up the Great Formation had actually been killed. The attacker was a peak sage level Taotai. You think you can set up such a thing on our territory? It's simply laughable. Huaxia smirked. With peak sage level strength, ambushing an unsuspecting latest-stage sage was certainly a one-hit kill. What should we do? The mission has failed. Damn it, we can't die in vain. It's fine, the battle at the front line will surely end quickly. We have to fight our way out now. The members of both factions began to reveal despairing looks. With the Great Formation setup failed, they had lost their chance to escape. What should they do now? You all go first quickly. Chen Han's gaze turned to Huaxia, knowing that if the Great Formation was not fully set up, everyone would be doomed. A junior from the human race. And with peak sage level strength. I'm quite curious why they would let you come here to seek death. Huaxia grinned. Chen Han's talent shouldn't have brought him here, but since he did, he would make sure Chen Han died. The death of a top-notch genius from the human race should be a huge loss. Do you have what it takes to make me die? Chen Han stepped forward with the Qianluo sword, aiming to reclaim the scroll. Ha ha ha, ridiculous. Just having stepped into peak sage level, you dare to challenge me. Huaxia laughed loudly, his hand reaching directly for Chen Han. Upon their encounter, Chen Han unleashed his most powerful strength. Huaxia was startled, forced to dodge to the side. Chen Han seized the opportunity to grab the scroll. That was his true objective. So you were after that scroll, but do you think it'll give you the time to set it up? Huaxia quickly charged at Chen Han, aiming to eliminate him directly. Chen Han glanced at Huaxia, directly channeling spiritual energy into the scroll. As a master of sacred spiritual formations, he could activate the scroll much faster than an ordinary sage. Rise! Chen Han roared angrily, and the Great Formation finally activated. Retreat! As everyone witnessed the Great Formation being activated, they immediately began to retreat outside. With the formation in place, they could withstand a considerable number of Taotai, giving them a chance to escape. Wen Lu gritted his teeth, his gaze directed at the other Taotai. Damn it, chase them! Many Taotai were trapped by the Great Formation, while those who were not naturally followed Wen Lu in pursuit. They are catching up! Shouted the saint of the Bun tribe. Chen Han glanced back. Wen Lu and the others were relentlessly pursuing them. How could the enemy easily let them go? What should we do? The group looked toward Chen Han, whose earlier display of strength had clearly made him the strongest among them. Now Chen Han had naturally become their pillar of support. Chen Han took a deep breath. You all go first. The other saints shook their heads. No way, the clan leader said that your safety is the most important among us. Even if we all die, you cannot die. The saints' words made the others lower their heads. In the eyes of Bai Wendian and the others, Chen Han was far more valuable than they were. Chen Han frowned, surprised that these saints truly had such awareness. Don't worry, they won't be able to kill me. We need to minimize our losses. Hurry and leave. If you are here, I cannot unleash my martial arts to the fullest. Chen Han's words left the saints in a dilemma. Go! Chen Han's roar forced them to leave. If they hindered Chen Han, it would truly be something they would regret for a lifetime. However, they did not quickly evacuate, constantly watching Chen Han's movements. If Chen Han were to face disaster, they would undoubtedly rush in to rescue him. Seeing Chen Han stop, Wen Lu's expression turned cunning. He felt a sense of dread at Chen Han's talent. If they could kill Chen Han, this battle would not be considered a heavy loss. Instead, it was the two clans of humans and demons that suffered greatly. Kill him! Wen Lu roared, and the Taotai behind him lunged at Chen Han. The departing saints halted. They should not have allowed Chen Han to act strong. Buzz! A powerful sword intent instantly shocked everyone. A mountain of swords hung high in the air, erupting with an extremely powerful aura. Even Wen Lu at the peak of the saint realm revealed a serious expression. What kind of technique was this sword mountain which gave him such an extremely dangerous feeling? The mountaintop of Taishan? Chen Han roared angrily, and the sword mountain descended directly. The Taotai began to howl, fleeing. Wen Lu grasped two saint-level Taotai beside him, using them as shields. Chen Han took a glance and quickly left. With the sword mountain blocking the way, it should hold for a while. Go! Chen Han shouted at the others. The others were momentarily stunned, quickly snapping back to reality. It turned out that Chen Han's strength was far beyond what they had imagined. Bang! A figure crawled out from the ruins. It was Wen Lu. Chen Han's sword had turned the surroundings into ruins. Thousands of Taotai had perished under this sword. If it weren't for using 2 saint-level Taotai to absorb most of the power, Wen Lu truly couldn't guarantee he would survive this sword. Damn it! Wen Lu roared, having underestimated Chen Han's capabilities. He couldn't withstand that last sword. Wen Lu, what happened? Figures landed beside Wen Lu, looking at him with serious expressions. They were all the top experts of the Taotai Legion, each at the peak of the Saint realm. Noticing the commotion here, they quickly rushed over. But upon seeing the level of destruction, their expressions immediately changed. The might of this sword also affected them. Mosul gritted his teeth and conveyed everything that had just happened to them. The expressions of these individuals became solemn. The young human had the strength of a peak sacred realm, yet was able to push Mosul to such an extent. They had no choice but to take this talent seriously. A sacred realm peak at such a young age, if he reached the emperor realm, would pose a threat to them. What are we going to do? That young human must die, otherwise he will threaten Lord Yulin. A peak sacred realm Taotai spoke with a very serious tone. The other Taotais frowned, and now that they held absolute advantage should they charge. Let everyone prepared, we will launch a full-scale attack. Eliminating the Bishan tribe would be good news for Lord Yulin. The Taotai who spoke was the highest leader of this Taotai Legion, Domo. Domo was also a mutated Taotai, stronger than Yin Jing. Among the Sacred Realm Taotais, Domo's strength could definitely rank in the top 5. Shall we charge directly? The Bishan tribe has the support of the human clans Lilingmen and the Yu family. Their strength is not weak either. The Sacred Realm Taotai hesitated. If they could eliminate them directly, they would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Domo smirked. If it were before, he wouldn't have been so confident, but now that guy has arrived, he has absolute assurance. My lord, our frontline troops have been completely annihilated. A Sacred Realm Taotai hurried over to report. The faces of Domo and the others turned exceptionally grim. They never expected that the enemy's true target was the frontline troops. This time they had been careless. Tisk Domo, it seems your presence here has been of no use. You were completely outmaneuvered by the enemy. That's rather ridiculous. A figure slowly descended. The expressions of Domo and the others revealed a serious demeanor. This individual was the one Domo had just thought of, the mutated Taotai named Nwoki. Nwoki's strength was not in any way inferior to his. Nwoki was attacking another battlefield, that of the Dunyuan tribe. The support for the Dunyuan tribe was none other than the Yin family of Lingzhou. However, that battlefield had already been captured by Nwoki. The Yin family and Dunyuan tribe suffered heavy losses, with very few escaping. It could be said that Nwoki was currently the only Taotai to breach the enemy's defenses, highlighting his formidable strength. You're just in time. We will attack the Bishan tribe tomorrow. Domo snorted coldly. Although Nwoki mocked him a few times, he did not pursue the matter. As long as this guy helped him take down the Bishan tribe, he could say whatever he wanted. Tomorrow. I like your directness. With me in action, the Bishan tribe will definitely not be a match. Nwoki grinned. In his eyes, the human and demon races were no match for him. Nwoki, don't be so overconfident. If the Bishan tribe isn't as easy to handle as you think. Now another extremely gifted genius has emerged. We just talked about this. Domo coughed lightly. Although they had absolute advantage, they still had to be cautious against the Bishan tribe as well as Lilingmen and the Yu family. Understood. Enough of this fuss. A human genius? In my eyes, he poses no threat. Tomorrow I will slay that guy. The human race losing a prodigy should be quite interesting. Nwoki lifted the corners of his mouth, unable to suppress his smile. Slaughter is what interests him the most. Beside him, the Taotai regarded the anxious and fearful expressions with grave concern. They felt a heavy pressure from having invited this madman here. Someone is coming. Lei Donglin and the others immediately turned their gazes to the front. They had been waiting here for quite some time, unsure of Chen Han's safety. It's Chen Han. Lei Han's loud shout relieved everyone. Moreover, judging by the situation, it appeared that Chen Han and his group had not suffered significant losses. Over 100 people had gone, and now only about 70 remained. Though the losses were considerable, they were far better than they had anticipated. Incredible. Young friend Chen Han's sword strike was simply extraordinary. That's right. If it weren't for young friend Chen Han, we might all have perished there. If it weren't for Chen Han this time, we would have been done for. The returning individuals began to praise Chen Han. Many looked at him in astonishment, realizing that the main reason they could return with so many was Chen Han. Chen Han's strength was evidently greater than they had imagined. So was the front line resolved. Lei Donglin nodded with a smile. Yes, it went quite smoothly. Chen Han smiled, seeming to suggest that this surprise attack was a resounding success. The group hurried back to the camp, and upon seeing Chen Han return with so many people, Bai Wenxin's face showed a look of shock. He had expected only a dozen to return, but the actual number far exceeded Bai Wenxin's imagination. It's good to have you back. You are all warriors of the Baishan tribe. Bai Wendian laughed heartily, clearly satisfied with this battle. This ambush was very successful, and the Tao Tai at the front line has also been eradicated. Before long we will be able to clear all the Tao Tai. Lei Donglin spoke with a smile, and the others nodded in agreement. However, Bai Wenxin's face did not show a smile in response to Lei Donglin's words. We may be facing trouble. Bai Wenxin's sudden remark caused everyone to pause. What did Bai Wendian mean? You should know that the Yin family has supported the Dunyuan tribe. Although the Dunyuan tribe's strength is not as strong as ours, it is not much weaker. But just 2 days ago the Dunyuan tribe was breached, suffering countless casualties. And the Tao Tai that breached the Dunyuan tribe has now arrived here. As soon as Bai Wendian spoke, many people's expressions froze. They had thought that this victory in the ambush would help turn the tide. But Bai Wenxin's news only intensified the tension. That was a devastating defeat for the Tao Tai army that had attacked the Dunyuan tribe and the Yin family. How would they deal with the Tao Tai army they were now facing? But I have already called for reinforcements from nearby tribes. If they can spare the manpower, they will come to help us. Bai Wendian took a deep breath. Of course, many did not take Bai Wenxin's words seriously. The nearby tribes were struggling to protect themselves. How could they care for them? They could only face this formidable opponent on their own. Since the Tao Tai from the Dunyuan tribe have arrived here, they will definitely launch a full-scale attack today. Chen Han hesitated before speaking. Everyone was stunned. So soon? When will it be? Lei Hans Han blinked and asked. Even the usually reckless Lei Hans Han began to feel worried. Chen Han took a deep breath. Perhaps it will be tomorrow? In such overwhelming circumstances they cannot afford to wait. The Tao Tai army will definitely launch an offensive in a short time. Tomorrow they might launch an offensive. This is ridiculous. We have just pushed them back. How could they possibly attack? Chen Han, although you have merit, you must not speak recklessly. The people of the Bishan tribe did not believe Chen Han's words. They could not fathom that the Tao Tai Legion would attack in the near future. Some even believed that they should pursue the victory. The entire Bishan tribe was thrown into chaos. The expressions on Bai Wendian and others' faces grew solemn. They understood that Chen Han's prestige in the army was insufficient to convince them. Many still did not recognize Chen Han's strength and certainly would not allow him to become their leader. Regardless, we must not let our guard down, Chen Han said, taking a deep breath and looking serious. The tribe absolutely could not afford to relax. If the Tao Tai Legion seized the opportunity, it would be a fatal blow to the Bishan tribe. Bai Wendian nodded, understanding that they could not underestimate their opponent. If the Tao Tai Legion truly launched an attack tomorrow, it would not bode well for them. Young friend Chen Han is right. We cannot let our guard down or we will face a tragic outcome. Bai Wendian sighed. The arrival of the Tao Tai Legion at this battlefield posed a grave threat to them. If they could not thwart the Tao Tai Legion's attack, the fate of the Bishan tribe could be worse than that of the Yuandun tribe. Everyone nodded. While they might not heed Chen Han's words, they had to listen to Bai Wendian. The Tao Tai Legion's combat strength had risen, with several peak Sacred Realm experts. They would be difficult to deal with. Soon daylight arrived and the members of the Bishan tribe had already begun patrolling. That night Chen Han did not sleep well. For some reason he could not let some things go. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Tao Tai Legion is coming! The soldiers shouted instantly, putting the entire Bishan tribe on high alert. The Tao Tai Legion truly launched an attack at this moment. Why? Chen Han's words from yesterday had indeed come true. Everyone gathered together, many displaying serious expressions. Bai Wendian took a deep breath, stepping into the air, gazing at the densely packed Taotai Legion, his expression stiffening. Prepare for battle, he roared, and all the combatants present stood up, returning to their positions. This time the Taotai Legion was launching a full-scale assault. Whether it was the Taotai Legion or the Bishan tribe, this battle was of utmost importance. Is this the Bishan tribe? I don't think it's that impressive. Nuki laughed, charging to the front, brimming with aggression. There were very few peak Sacred Realm experts on the entire battlefield. Nuki had a bit of arrogance backing him. With his capabilities, he was a tyrant here. Nuki, be cautious if the opponent is not as weak as you think, the demon supervisor spoke. Although they currently held a significant advantage, they were still wary of a desperate counterattack from the hybrid races. If they suffered heavy losses here, they could not be considered victorious. No need for your reminders, and no one on the other side can contend with me. Nuki laughed heartily as the Taotai Legion swiftly advanced towards the Bishan tribe's encampment. This time they had to capture the Bishan tribe. Damn, so many. Lei Donglin frowned and spoke, seeing so many Taotai. The Taotai Legion had mobilized completely. This battle was perilous. What should we do? Yui took a deep breath. For this battle, even she could not guarantee her escape. This battle will undoubtedly lead to countless casualties. What else can we do but kill? Bai Wendian roared, and everyone released their spiritual energy. The great battle was about to commence. Chen Han held the Qianluo sword. As he released his spiritual energy, he noticed several figures already closing in on him. Leading the charge was none other than Wen Luo. In addition to Wen Luo, there were 3 other Peak Saint Realm powerhouses. 4 Peak Saint Realm Taotai surrounded Chen Han, intent on annihilating him here. What a grand display! 4 Peak Saint Realm fighters come to deal with just me. It seems my head is quite valuable. Haha. Chen Han grinned, scanning the 4 beside him, and none of the Peak Saint Realm powerhouses were weaker than Paoluo. With your kind of talent, we cannot allow you to grow. If you become a major threat to Lord Yulin will not let us off. Killing you would be a great achievement. I believe the human race would suffer tremendously from your death. Chen Han's talent is undoubtedly the most exceptional among the current human race. If Chen Han were to die, the loss for the human race would far exceed that of the Taotai Legion. If you want to kill me, you'll need to have the capability to do so. Haha. Chen Han grinned, the Qianluo sword in his hand emanating a powerful aura. His spiritual energy erupted entirely, and the potent aura surged towards the 4 Taotai. These Taotai, if placed on any other battlefield, would undoubtedly be the top powerhouses, but for the sake of killing Chen Han, they had gathered together. Chen Han, you will definitely die today. Kill him. Wen Lu grinned, and the 4 Taotai attacked together. The powerful aura instantly unleashed fierce combat in the sky. Many people showed grave expressions. Would Chen Han be unscathed facing 4 Peak Saint Realm powerhouses? Swish. With a single sword strike, Chen Han repelled all 4 Taotai, the powerful aura sweeping in all directions. This guy is more terrifying than we imagined. Wen Lu gritted his teeth, his gaze towards Chen Han becoming even colder. Chen Han's abilities were far more horrifying than they had anticipated. With their strength, it was indeed difficult to directly kill Chen Han. But they had 4 people. All 4 possessed Peak Saint Realm cultivation. This level of power could surely keep Chen Han here forever. Kid, once we catch you, you are definitely dead. Raging. Wen Lu roared, his entire strength surged towards Chen Han, while the other 3 Taotai attacked together, 4 powerful auras assailing Chen Han. They had to kill Chen Han as quickly as possible. Such a top genius posed too many uncertain factors. Qianluo sword technique. Ha! Chen Han shouted, swinging the Qianluo sword directly at the 4. The overwhelming aura swept across, repelling all 4 Taotai. You think you can take my life? You are not worthy. Chen Han shouted angrily, the Qianluo sword in his hand aimed directly at one Taotai. Damn it! The Taotai roared, hurriedly defending against Chen Han's assault. The other 3 Taotai rushed to join forces against Chen Han. You're dead for sure. The Taotai looked at Chen Han with a grin, a smug smile. With Chen Han abandoning defense, they could surely kill him. You'd best take care of yourself first. Chen Han smirked, suddenly launching the Qianluo sword, the powerful aura closing in on the Taotai. The Taotai was momentarily stunned, eyes filled with shock. Why was this sword strike so powerful? It had to be blocked. The Tao Tai roared, using all its strength to resist Chen Han's sword move. But as Chen Han drew closer, a sense of deadly danger surged to the forefront of his mind. Roar! With a deafening howl, the Qianluo sword in Chen Han's hand plunged directly into the chest of the Tao Tai. Not good. The others, including Wen Lu, shouted in anger and rushed forward. Bang! The body of the Tao Tai exploded in an instant. One down. Chen Han smirked. The first Tao Tai taken care of? Damn it, this guy's strength has already surpassed ours. We must join forces to kill him. Wen Lu roared. The other two Tao Tais also realized the severity of the situation. Chen Han's strength had evidently surpassed theirs. If this continued, they would be the ones to perish. Wen Lu and the others immediately struck together, using their strongest martial arts to attempt to kill Chen Han. They had to quickly eliminate Chen Han. His threat was too great. Bang! Chen Han stepped back a few paces, his gaze icy as he stared at Wen Lu and the others. Wen Lu clenched his fists. Chen Han had to die today. Surrounded, they no longer underestimated Chen Han. The previous Tao Tai had fallen to him due to carelessness, and it was a swift defeat. If they underestimated Chen Han again, their fate would be the same. Qianluo sword technique. Chen Han brandished the Qianluo sword, an endless sword intent surging in all directions, all directed at Wen Lu and the others. Damn! Feeling the immense sword energy, the expressions on Wen Lu and the others' faces turned extremely grim. Sword come! Chen Han wielded the Qianluo sword, an infinite sword intent assaulting the three Tao Tais. At this moment, Chen Han resembled a sword deity. An endless sword intent enveloped the entire world. The faces of Wen Lu and the others bore grim expressions as they suddenly felt that Chen Han's power was far beyond theirs. Run! Wen Lu shouted loudly, fleeing the scene. Chen Han's aura had reached a level they dared not face. Only the demon supervisors could possibly deal with Chen Han. Want to escape? Did I agree to that? Chen Han roared, a fierce sword intent rushing towards the three. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Wen Lu and the others were sent flying, showcasing the tremendous power of Chen Han's sword. What's going on? Such powerful sword intent. It's Wen Lu and the others. They were actually repelled. Who is that kid? He's so powerful. The Tao Tai was in an uproar. After all, it was Wen Lu and the others four hunting down a single human youth, yet three managed to escape while one perished. This human youth was simply too terrifying. Slash! With a single command, Chen Han claimed another Tao Ye's life. Though this Tao Tai was formidable, it had no capacity to resist under Chen Han's overwhelming sword. A human youth's sword had actually reached such a terrifying level. Wen Lu and the others had never considered this. They were all top-tier experts in the Tao Tai Legion, yet they seemed somewhat fragile under Chen Han's hand. Chen Han had already killed two Tao Tais. Who would be next? What should we do? This guy's sword is enough to slay us. Another Holy Realm Tao Tai began to panic. Initially thinking that dealing with a single Chen Han would be effortless, after witnessing his capabilities he realized he was mistaken. Chen Han's strength was far beyond theirs. Wen Lu remained silent, fixated on the approaching Chen Han, who wielded the Qianluo sword, exuding sword energy all around. Could these two Tao Tais escape? Damn it! He's charging! Wen Lu roared, while the other Tao Tai also wore a grave expression. They had already witnessed Chen Han's strength. Within 10 moves he would surely kill them. If they did not flee now, they would be trapped here forever. Die in battle here? They certainly did not consider this a glorious affair, especially since their opponent was a mere junior of the human race. 4 Peak Saint Realm Tao Ye sent to hunt down a human junior were being beaten without any chance to fight back. To the Tao Tai Legion this was an immense disgrace. Not far away, Du Mo, who was locked in combat with Bai Wentian, also noticed one less retreat. A deeply solemn expression appeared on Du Mo's face. He had not anticipated that even dispatching 4 Peak Saint Realm Tao Tai would fail to subdue that human junior. It seemed they had underestimated Chen Han. Today, no matter what, Chen Han must die. Slash! With a single command of slash, the sword in Chen Han's hand descended, its sword aura surging forth, directly slaying 1 Peak Saint Realm Tao Tai. Wen Lu grew even more cowardly. Of the 4 Peak Saint Realm Tao Ye, only he remained. What to do? Seek help. From whom? Damn it, what to do, what to do? Wen Lu began to roar. He did not want to die, he absolutely did not want to die. To die at the hands of a human junior, what a disgrace. Do you think you can escape? Chen Han's icy voice once again echoed behind Wen Lu. Wen Lu's entire body trembled. Turning his head to look back, he saw a sharp sword already descending upon him. Bastard! I'll fight you to the death. Wen Lu bellowed, unleashing all his power. Since escape was impossible, he would fight to the bitter end. He refused to believe that his own death could not harm Chen Han. Boom! Wen Lu's self-detonation drew the attention of many. The fact that a Peak Saint Realm Taotai had been forced to self-detonate, what level of cultivation had Chen Han reached? It was simply too terrifying. Swoosh! As the smoke cleared, Chen Han's figure stood perfectly unharmed in midair. Wen Lu would never have imagined that his own death would have no effect on Chen Han whatsoever. To injure Chen Han, this Wen Lu was far from sufficient. How is this possible? Wen Lu's self-detonation didn't harm this human in the slightest. This is too monstrous. Even that didn't wound him. This human junior is far too freakish. How could the Taotai Legion possibly let such a prodigy live? Across the entire battlefield, Chen Han had caused a commotion. This was the self-detonation of a Saint Realm expert, yet it had no impact on Chen Han. Such strength was simply too terrifying. Ha, prodigy! The ones I most enjoy killing are prodigies. A figure strode boldly toward Chen Han. This man was Huaxia. Huaxia had just slain a Peak Saint Realm expert of the demon race, and now his gaze shifted to Chen Han. Chen Han's strength had piqued his interest. Killing Chen Han would surely bring him a greater sense of achievement. It's Huaxia. Huaxia is making a move against that human youth. Exclamations rippled through the Taotai Legion. With Huaxia taking action, Chen Han was as good as dead. Hearing these voices, a smile curled on Dumo's lips. With Huaxia stepping in, that human brat is doomed. Bai Wendian frowned. Doomed? I wouldn't be so sure. Dumo laughed heartily. That's because you don't know Huaxia's strength. That fellow is the most formidable warrior of our Taotai Legion. No prey he has set his sights on has ever survived. Dumo's words caused a grave expression to settle on Bai Wendian's face. Anger and fear? Can Chen Han handle it? Chen Han naturally noticed the approaching anger and fear, whose aura was far stronger than that of Wen Lu. Even the silver crystal he encountered before was not as powerful as this anger. This anger and fear is absolutely one of the top experts in the Taotai Legion. You killed Wen Lu and the other three, you indeed have some skill. However, today you will undoubtedly die. Anyone who poses a threat to Lord Yulin must perish. Anger and fear fixed their gaze on Chen Han, a cold smile gradually forming on their face. A genius like Chen Han piqued his interest. Such strength at such a young age. This kind of prodigy will undoubtedly reach the Imperial Realm in the future. Killing a future Imperial Realm expert would be immensely satisfying for anger and fear. What if I say you lack the ability? Chen Han spoke, the Qian Luo sword already releasing a fierce sword intent. Rest assured, there is no what if. I will definitely kill you. Anger and fear laughed heartily, their body quickly charging towards Chen Han. Chen Han's eyes narrowed as he raised his sword to block. But Chen Han was still knocked away, his body flying several dozen meters. The lethality of anger and fear was far superior to that of Wen Lu and the others, just that one strike was even stronger than Wen Lu's self-detonation. Oh! You managed to block it? Seeing that Chen Han was not gravely injured, the smile on anger and fear's face became even more unrestrained. Now this was interesting. Kill. Anger and fear swung both fists directly at Du Han. The surrounding spiritual power erupted continuously, the explosion reverberating through the heavens and earth, and their battle caused the battlefield to tremble. Starting with all their strength, this is the style of anger and fear. Not bad. But it's useless. Anger and fear laughed loudly, their fists relentlessly attacking Chen Han. Chen Han wielded the sword to defend, unleashing the full extent of his physical power. Indeed, anger and fear was difficult to deal with, but he was not yet at a complete disadvantage. Bang! Chen Han was once again knocked away, this time a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha! What a mere human prodigy, nothing impressive. Anger and fear laughed maniacally, their laughter echoing through the entire realm. Chen Han raised his sword, looking at anger and fear with a glimmer of light in his eyes. He had already roughly grasped anger and fear's techniques, and now it was his turn. Die! Anger and fear shouted angrily, swinging their fist again. But Chen Han's body instantly vanished from its original position. How is this possible? Chen Han's eyes narrowed. Field of life. With a roar from Chen Han, a rich aura of life surrounded him. In this field, Chen Han was the king. Swish! A sword cut a deep wound on anger and fear's body. Anger and fear began to roar. Their body gradually turned blood red due to the injury. Qian Luo sword technique. Chen Han continued to attack the sword technique's fierce. Anger and fear, who had previously held the upper hand, was now covered in wounds. Bai Wendian laughed. Ha, the Tao Tai is nothing like this. Anger and fear being so badly beaten by Chen Han was simply laughable. The demon supervisor suddenly smiled. Anger and fear, like me, are both mutated forms. Do you really think we only possess this level of power? He has yet to unleash his true killing move. As soon as the demon supervisor finished speaking, anger and fear's furious roar echoed in his ears. The smile on the demon supervisor's face caused Bai Wendian's expression to freeze. A mutated Tao Tai is vastly stronger than an ordinary Tao Tai. Roar! Anger and fear howled at the sky, their entire body now blood-red, resembling a blood-soaked figure. Chen Han paused, sensing something was off with anger and fear. After the first injury, anger and fear did not continue to withstand Chen Han's attacks. This means that these wounds were inflicted by anger and fear, allowing Chen Han to strike. Ha ha ha! Your attacks have all been absorbed by my body. The greater the power, the greater the feedback I receive. He laughed. You think you can fight me? You are overestimating yourself. In a fit of rage, he roared, his body swelling into a small giant nearly 7 or 8 meters tall. Boom! He swung a palm towards Chen Han. The power of this strike magnified several times compared to before. Chen Han quickly raised his Qian Luo sword to defend, realizing that this rage was far more powerful than before. If rage could absorb damage, wouldn't this guy be invincible? Chen Han was knocked back several steps, just regaining his balance when rage charged at him again. Ha ha ha! Without absolute power, you are no match for me. Now you are just my toy. You can only die. Rage laughed maniacally, continuously attacking Chen Han. He wanted Chen Han dead. As Chen Han kept retreating, he observed Rage's body closely. Rage's ability was truly formidable. But Chen Han did not believe that this Rage could be truly invincible. Rage's ability definitely had a limit. As long as that limit was broken, Rage would not be able to withstand it. Bang! Chen Han was sent flying into the air. Right now, Rage's strength and speed surpassed Chen Han by far. Die! Rage appeared above Chen Han in an instant, palms clasped together, crashing down towards him. Chen Han moved swiftly, narrowly dodging Rage's attack. Can you dodge? Rage laughed loudly. How could he let Chen Han escape easily? Since he wanted Chen Han dead, he would never hold back. Kill! Rage's fist still slammed into Chen Han, sending him flying as blood spilled from his mouth. Ha ha ha! You will die! Rage laughed and pressed his attack. Mount Tai presses down. Chen Han suddenly spoke, a mountain of swords descending upon Rage. Rage was momentarily stunned, looking at the mountain of swords above him with a grave expression. Annihilate! The mountain of swords crashed down, relentlessly striking Rage's body. The powerful sword intent attracted the attention of many strong warriors. Such a formidable sword move, Chen Han's strength was indeed terrifying. As the mountain of swords dissipated, Chen Han gasped for breath, focusing on Rage's direction. This move should not have reached Rage's limit. It was impossible to kill him. Boom! Rage staggered out, glaring at Chen Han with pure fury. Chen Han was the first to make him so disheveled. At this moment, due to Chen Han's attack, Rage's strength reached a new level. However, he was now nearing his limit. If Chen Han's move were any stronger, he might really die. You have no moves left. Then go die. Rage roared, punching towards Chen Han. No one present had confidence in taking that punch. Rage was now completely approaching the Imperial realm. Chen Han took a deep breath, looking at Rage with a serious expression. Rage's strength was indeed terrifying. It seemed he would have to use that move. In the temple, he had learned more than just the Qian Luo sword technique. Having obtained the legacy of the celestial god, Chen Han had acquired over 10 martial arts techniques. Among them were several celestial-grade martial arts even more compatible with sword techniques than Mount Tai presses down. Celestial-grade martial arts Qian Luo Tian. Chen Han shouted angrily, the Qian Luo sword in his hand transforming into a white line. Swish. Sword energy surged forth. At this moment Chen Han resembled a sword deity, his aura exceptionally fierce. Rage roared and yelled, swinging his arms. But in Chen Han's eyes there was no threat at all. Slash. With a sudden whoosh, a sword struck forth, sending the enraged figure flying away. Though it was knocked back, the body still absorbed the power of the strike. The power continuously surged into the enraged figure, making it stronger and larger. The demon supervisor laughed heartily, saying, the enraged one is like an indestructible cockroach. If the stronger your moves, the stronger it becomes. Without the strength of the imperial realm, no one can kill the enraged one. The prodigies of the human race will surely perish at its hands today. And you will also be killed by us? No one can survive. This Lingwu continent is the domain of our Lord Yulin. Just as the demon supervisor's laughter ceased, a violent explosion reverberated throughout the heavens. Everyone was stunned. What was happening? An explosion. What explosion? The demon supervisor quickly looked over, and the source of the explosion was none other than the enraged one. With this strike from Chen Han, the enraged one could not withstand it, pushing its body to the critical threshold. This overwhelming power eliminated the indestructible cockroach from existence. The demon supervisor was slapped in the face. The death of the enraged one caused the entire Taotai Legion to show expressions of fear. Even a formidable being like the enraged one perished at Chen Han's hands. What level has this human descendant reached? Could it be that beneath the imperial realm no one is Chen Han's match? This is impossible. How could the enraged one die at this kid's hands? The demon supervisor roared in anger. He was well aware of the enraged one's strength, even he had no confidence in killing it. How did Chen Han accomplish this? Could it be that this kid's power has surpassed the holy realm? It seems that your indestructible cockroach is nothing special after all, Bai Wendian said with an indifferent smile. Chen Han's killing of the enraged one boosted the morale of the army. Perhaps this time, thanks to Chen Han, they could truly fend off the Taotai Legion's attack. Don't get too proud. I will kill you first, then go after that Chen Han. The demon supervisor roared, currently filled with rage. Though he spoke of killing Bai Wendian, it was clear that Bai Wendian was not easy to deal with. As the chief of the Bun tribe, he was undoubtedly among the top 5 existences in the holy realm of the demon race. Although the demon supervisor was not weaker than Bai Wendian, he still had a long way to go to kill him. The battle intensified. With the Qian Luo sword in hand, Chen Han resembled a god of death on the battlefield. The holy realm Taotais dared not approach him. If even the enraged one could not kill Chen Han, who else could stop him? After some struggle, the demon supervisor ordered a retreat. They suffered heavy losses because of a single Chen Han. Only 60 or so Holy Realm Taotais remained, and nearly half of the Taotai army had been annihilated. Such losses were hard for even the Taotais to accept. As the Taotais retreated, both the human and demon races let out a sigh of relief, temporarily ending the conflict. The losses for both races were also severe. While the number of Holy Realm deaths among humans was fewer than that of the Taotais, it was still significant. With other powerful beings also lost, both races had to take some time to adjust. Given the heavy losses the Taotais suffered, they would not be able to launch another attack in the near future. Thanks to Chen Han for killing that enraged one, or else we would have faced immense losses. Bai Wendian said with a smile. All the figures of the Holy Realm looked towards Chen Han. Chen Han's strength was recognized by everyone. The enraged one was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse within the Taotai Legion. To kill the enraged one indicated that Chen Han's strength was already on par with Bai Wendian. The withdrawal of the Taotai Legion has given us sufficient time to recuperate. Everyone should restore their spiritual energy as quickly as possible to prepare for the next battle. Lei Donglin furrowed his brow and spoke. Both armies of the clans were exhausted from this battle and could not possibly engage in combat again. Taking advantage of the fact that the Taotai Legion also needed to recover, they could afford to rest for a while. Indeed, we do not know when the Taotai Legion will return, so we must proceed with caution. Continue to patrol the troops. You do not let your guard down. Yui also nodded in agreement. In battle, the gravest mistake is to let down one's vigilance. Although the Taotai Legion had retreated, it did not mean they would disappear forever. What they needed to do was prepare for the next battle. If the Taotai Legion dared to strike again, they would fight once more. Bai Wendian also agreed with their words. If the Taotai Legion returned and they had no defenses, that would be a real problem. Not long after, everyone's gaze suddenly fell on Chen Han. The strength of Chen Han had already made everyone aware that he was qualified to speak and even give orders. No one knew what Chen Han was thinking at that moment. "Chen Han, do you have something to say?" Lei Donglin asked with a smile. He was growing fonder of Chen Han far more than he ever was of Lei Han. In the entire Lingzhou, Chen Han's talent ranked first, with no one able to take the second place. Chen Han hesitated for a moment, his face showing a grave expression. "Although we have achieved victory, the Taotai Legion has not suffered a crushing defeat. On the contrary, their current strength still surpasses ours." Chen Han's words immediately plunged everyone into deep thought. If it weren't for Chen Han having killed Nwoki, how could the Taotai Legion's morale have plummeted? It should be noted that the Taotai Legion had originally always held the advantage. "So what should we do? Take the initiative to attack?" Bai Wendian inquired. Although he was the highest authority, he was currently very concerned about Chen Han's opinion. After all, Du Han had driven back the demon of the Taotai with 3 tribes. Chen Han's achievements on the battlefield were undoubtedly exceptional. Chen Han took a deep breath, his gaze focusing on everyone present. "Only by killing the supervisor of demons can we end this battle. From today's battle, the supervisor of demons is the only core of the Taotai Legion. Although he possesses strength equal to Nwoki, he has not fully revealed it and has instead devoted most of his energy to issuing commands. In terms of danger, this supervisor of demons far exceeds Nwoki." Upon hearing Chen Han's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Chen Han was right, the supervisor of demons was indeed the biggest problem. Without the supervisor of demons, the Taotai Legion would be left without a leader and would definitely collapse. But the supervisor of demons is their strongest. How can we kill him? "So how do we kill him?" Lei Donglin suddenly asked, which was also the question on everyone's mind. Chen Han smiled. "Killing him is indeed not easy, but they are certainly thinking about this issue as well." Lei Han was taken aback. The Taotai Legion also wants to kill the supervisor of demons. Impossible, aren't they on the same side? Many people shot Lei Han a glare. When he did not speak, no one treated him as a mute. "What the Taotai Legion wants to kill is Chen Han." Lei Donglin scolded Lei Han in frustration. If only Lei Han could have half of Chen Han's capabilities, he would be satisfied. Lei Han looked aggrieved at everyone. How could he know the thoughts of the Taotai Legion? Everyone turned their gaze back to Chen Han, eager to hear his plan. "Since the Taotai Legion also wants to kill me, why not use their plan against them?" Chen Han said with a smile. However, his words immediately met with opposition from many. "This is not acceptable. Using you as bait is too dangerous." Lei Donglin shouted, "For Chen Han is the future hope of the human race. He would rather let Lei Han take on the role of bait than allow Chen Han to do so." Apart from Lei Donglin, many others expressed their opposition. To use Chen Han as bait, if anything were to happen, they would lose this prodigy. It is not worth it. But this is the only way to lure the demon supervisor out and into our trap. Chen Han spoke calmly, indicating that he would definitely go through with it. "It depends on whether you will help." Lei Donglin clenched his teeth, knowing that if anything happened to Chen Han, he could never forgive himself. "This method is feasible, but it is too dangerous for you." Bai Wendian spoke up, agreeing with Chen Han's idea but believing it to be too risky. The opponent is the demon supervisor, the top powerhouse of the Taotai Legion. Although Chen Han had killed Nwoki, it does not mean that he would be absolutely safe in the hands of the demon supervisor. Therefore, we need to use strategy to draw the demon supervisor out alone without alarming the main forces of the Taotai Legion. Chen Han grinned. The crowd exchanged glances, some not quite understanding Chen Han's words. The demon supervisor is the leader of the Taotai Legion. If he comes out, he would surely launch an all-out attack to kill Chen Han. How could they take advantage of this opportunity? "What do you plan to do?" Bai Wendian continued to inquire. Chen Han's words indicated that he already had a plan in mind. If the risk were low, he would agree even if it failed. To the north of the Banshan tribe there is a mountain range rich in fallen iron. These fallen iron pieces pose a lethal threat to those below the Holy Realm. Even for those above the Holy Realm, it still has a considerable impact. As soon as Chen Han finished speaking, Bai Wenti raised his hand. That is impossible. In the fallen iron mine we would all be affected. If we cannot defeat the opponent, it would be our demise. Bai Wenti would not allow top powerhouses to take risks. If they died, the battlefield would truly be lost. Chen Han shook his head. I am not asking you to go in. I will lure them into the fallen iron mine alone. You all attack with full force from the outside and crush them. Chen Han's words drew gasps from many. Is Chen Han planning to perish together with the opponent? That is impossible. Trading your life for theirs. That is not worth it. Lei Donglin shouted, refusing to let Chen Han do that. Who said I would die? I will set up a spirit array in advance, and when the time comes I will just hide inside the array. Chen Han blinked and said, how could he go to his death? He still had not lived enough. The crowd looked at Chen Han in astonishment, somewhat at a loss. With so many in the Holy Realm relying on the spirit array for defense, at least we need. Before Bai Wenti could finish, Chen Han interrupted him. Give me enough time and I can inscribe an Imperial-grade spirit array. The crowd gasped. Chen Han is too abnormal. An Imperial-grade spirit array can bind even the strongest in the Imperial realm. If Chen Han were to hide within the Imperial-grade spirit array, he would be absolutely safe. The crowd exchanged looks, suddenly feeling that it was feasible. If there are no objections, I will head to the fallen iron mine in the next few days. I hope that all of you can keep this from the Taotai Legion. The crowd nodded. They could surely accomplish this task. If this succeeds, Chen Han will become a great benefactor of the Banshan tribe. Chen Han's name will resonate throughout the entire Lingwu continent. The meteorite mine is located not far from the Bishan tribe. This mine is enormous, with a diameter of at least 10 kilometers. Rather than a mine, it resembles a circular pit at the bottom of which lies a wealth of meteorite resources. However, these meteorites are extremely difficult to extract. Only those at the sacred realm can mine these meteorites. Yet these meteorites hold little value as they cannot be forged into weapons and do not contain a significant amount of spiritual power. What use is there in obtaining these meteorites? They can only serve as decorative items or slightly harder iron blocks. Chen Han took a deep breath and began to set up a spiritual formation at the bottom of the meteorite mine. The formation he intended to arrange was the Sacred Fire Zero New Formation. This formation is among the finest in royal-grade spiritual formations, possessing immense power. In the past, the Heavenly God was also an exceptionally powerful spiritual formation master, so Chen Han made significant progress in this regard. Chen Han started to inscribe spiritual symbols on the meteorite blocks. Although the Sacred Fire Zero New Formation is powerful, it is quite troublesome to inscribe. To complete its full inscription, he would need quite a bit of time without any interruptions. Thus Chen Han asked Bai Wentian and the others to help deal with the eyes of the Taotai Legion. If discovered by the Taotai Legion, all his efforts would be in vain. If the other party is not falling for it, how could they possibly come here? Buzz. A spiritual symbol was completed and Chen Han let out a light sigh. Just to inscribe one spiritual symbol took him nearly half a day's time. If he were to finish inscribing all these symbols, it would require at least a month. In a month's time, both sides should have recovered by then. After finishing the inscription of the spiritual symbol, Chen Han's gaze fell upon these meteorites. The surface of these meteorites is covered with a silvery liquid. If one does not look closely, one might think it is the color of the meteorite, but it is not. This liquid seems to be seeping out from within the meteorites, carrying a fragrant aroma. What is going on here? Chen Han was stunned. How could silver liquid be secreted from within the meteorites? Could it be a treasure? Let's copy it and see. Chen Han hurriedly copied it, and the system's voice echoed in his mind. Copy successful. Obtain sacred grade spiritual treasure, meteorite crystal liquid. Meteorite crystal liquid. Chen Han was taken aback. What is this item and is it useful? Regardless of the risks, Chen Han copied it all. The meteorite crystal liquid is a sacred grade spiritual treasure, so it should be quite precious. After completing the copy of the meteorite crystal liquid, Chen Han continued to inscribe the spiritual formation. He needed to finish the inscription of the formation within this month. If he gave the Taotai Legion too much time, it would be uncertain when they would attack again. Time passed little by little as Chen Han continued to inscribe the formation. Over half a month had passed and the formation was more than halfway completed. The Sacred Fire Zero New formation has a diameter of at least 100 meters centered around the first spiritual symbol. As long as Chen Han hides within this formation, the Taotai Legion will absolutely not be able to break through. However, Chen Han also prepared a backup plan. This Sacred Fire Zero New formation can transform into another form. That form is not a defensive one but is primarily focused on offense. It is essential to deliver a fatal blow to the Taotai Saint. After 27 days, Chen Han completed the inscription of the formation. This was a tremendous strain for Chen Han. Yet everything was worth it to deal with the demon supervisor. It's time to plan the next step. Chen Han took a deep breath and quickly returned to the main camp. Upon seeing him return, Bai Wendian and the others immediately came out to inquire about the situation. Everything has been dealt with. As long as we lure the supervisor demon there, we can execute the Stone Lion plan. However, we must not make too much noise or it will alert the Taotai. Chen Han spoke, and the ones who heard these words were only the strongest among them. At such a critical moment, the fewer people who know about the plan the better. Bai Wendian nodded. In recent days the Taotai Corps has also begun to make moves. Before they fully recover, we must eliminate the supervisor demon. Eliminating the supervisor demon will make things much easier. Indeed, it is time to take action. We old bones have been comfortable enough. Once this trouble is resolved, I will return to the 3 forbidden areas and attempt to break through to the Emperor realm. Indeed, it is time to take action. We old bones have been comfortable enough. Once this trouble is resolved, I will return to the 3 forbidden areas and attempt to break through to the Emperor realm. Although those in the sacred realm can live for 1,000 years, they have reached their limit. If they can reach the Emperor realm, their lifespan would increase several times, possibly allowing them to live for nearly 10,000 years. The current few in the Emperor realm of the Lingwu continent are all ancient beings of several thousand years. The one with the most seniority even personally participated in the battle against Yulin. At that time he was merely in the King realm. Alright, enough talk. Chen Han, what is your plan moving forward? Yui spoke with a smile. Since Chen Han wanted to lure the supervisor demon, he must have a plan. The supervisor demon is not as foolish as Nookie. Ordinary methods would be ineffective against him. Spread the word. I challenge the supervisor demon. Chen Han declared. His words startled everyone. Challenge the supervisor demon. Although they had confidence in Chen Han, was it really feasible to challenge the supervisor demon alone? Chen Han, this is somewhat dangerous. That supervisor demon is not that foolish. Bai Wendian frowned. Chen Han smiled. Precisely because the supervisor demon is not that foolish I said this. If it were Nookie, he would definitely seek an unknown battle with me. But the supervisor demon is inherently cautious and unlikely to act recklessly. So how do you think he will come? Everyone was taken aback and Xiao Yuyan was the first to speak. Send people to ambush. Use a flanking tactic to kill you. Xiao Yuyan's words made Chen Han twitch his lips. She really was his good wife. Yuyan is right. The supervisor demon would not engage me in a fair fight but would definitely send people along to kill me. At that time I will escape to the meteorite mine cave and you all ambush there waiting for them to arrive. Chen Han's words made everyone frown. Chen Han's plan contained several extremely dangerous aspects. That was the path where the Taotai Saints would chase him. Being pursued by dozens of Taotai Saints is no easy feat. If any mishap occurs, Chen Han could very well meet his end there. I still think it's too dangerous. If you are blocked in the center, we won't be able to help you at all. Bai Wendian frowned. If Chen Han is blocked, then their ambush would be of no use at all. This method is too risky. If Chen Han is captured, it would have repercussions on the entire battlefield. He felt this should not be done. Therefore the agreed upon location is extremely important. Chen Han's gaze turned to Lei Donglin. Lei Donglin looked confused and somewhat at a loss. What are you looking at? Lei Donglin blinked and asked. Senior Lei, your physical body is formidable and your speed is not lacking. I kindly ask you to deliver this challenge letter. Chen Han smiled. Lei Donglin blinked again, displaying a wry smile. With his capabilities, as long as he was 10 miles away from the Taotai Legion, he could toss the challenge letter into their camp. Although there is danger, it pales in comparison to the risk posed by Chen Han. The others exchanged glances and Bai Wendian no longer opposed it. Chen Han's words indicated his determination to seize this opportunity. Inside the Taotai Legion, the demon supervisor stared grimly at the ground, contemplating a plan. Beside him, the sacred realm Taotais displayed uncomfortable expressions. They had already recovered a significant portion, but due to the last battle they had lost their confidence. The strongest wave of attack had been thwarted by both the human and demon races, and they had also lost the powerful ally Ruoki. Now even if they still had an advantage, it was not substantial. Master Supervisor, what should we do? Asked the Sacred Realm Taotai. The demon supervisor shook his head, feeling troubled. The root of all this was that Chen Han. Chen Han's arrival had thrown the Taotai Legion's plans into disarray, causing significant losses. He harbored an intense hatred for Chen Han. If given the chance, he would definitely kill Chen Han. Whoosh! The challenge letter flew directly into the camp, landing atop the demon supervisor's head. The demon supervisor roared in fury, unable to tolerate the insult. Master Supervisor, this is a challenge letter, a nearby Taotai quickly reminded, fearing the supervisor would destroy the letter. The demon supervisor took a deep breath, panting as he glanced at the surrounding Taotais, finally calming down slightly. As a peak sacred realm Taotai, he was enduring such humiliation, which was truly vexing. That Chen Han wants to duel with me. The demon supervisor smirked. This kid has killed Ruoki and he's getting a bit too confident. He chuckled coldly, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Just when he had no opportunity to deal with Chen Han, now Chen Han was delivering himself right to his door, a chance he could not miss. Master Supervisor, do you really intend to face Chen Han unknown? A nearby Taotai approached. Although Chen Han was young, he was the one who killed Ruoki. They were still somewhat worried. The demon supervisor glared at them, frightening several into retreating hastily. Rest assured, I am not like that foolish Ruoki. If Chen Han wants to duel, I won't oblige. Send 10 sacred realm Taotais to guard the camp, the rest will accompany me. While I fight Chen Han, you can strike at the right moment, I will hold him off. As long as this Chen Han is dead, we will annihilate the Banshan tribe. The demon supervisor's smile turned sinister. He wished he could tear Chen Han into pieces. Master Supervisor is brilliant. The other Taotais nodded in agreement, recognizing that the supervisor's plan was excellent and would surely lead to Chen Han's death. Once Chen Han was killed, their army's morale would surge. At that point they would rally and directly annihilate the Banshan tribe, successfully breaking through the defenses of both the human and demon races. They could then delve deep into enemy territory, attacking the entire demon race, and the human race would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. As the demon supervisor thought of this, he began to laugh heartily, admiring himself for such wisdom. What was Ruoki compared to him, the demon supervisor? Master Supervisor, we will accompany you to confront Chen Han and avenge Ruoki. Indeed, that Chen Han is doomed. Doomed without a doubt. All the Taotais exchanged smiles, convinced that victory already belonged to them. As night fell over the entire Lingwu continent, Chen Han had already arrived at the designated place. It was a vast plain with very few trees, but not far away there were a couple of clusters of woods. These woods were specifically chosen by Chen Han, meant to provide a hiding place for the Taotai Legion. The dark night and strong winds make for a good opportunity. Chen Han smirked as the winds around him began to intensify. They must be here, and in considerable numbers. With so few guarding, the Taotai is dead set on annihilating me. Chen Han smiled faintly and soon spotted the figure of the overseer demon, who approached him with a confident grin on his face. His men had already surrounded the area. They were just waiting for the battle to begin, ready to slay Chen Han. For the Taotai, Chen Han had to be eliminated. Such a threat could not exist in the world. He would become an obstacle to Lord Yulan. I didn't expect you to issue a challenge to me. Do you really think that by killing one anger fear you can resolve the issue with me? The overseer demon laughed with a cold glint in his eyes. Fully prepared, I will surely kill Chen Han today. Chen Han chuckled. If I can kill him, I can naturally kill you too. This battle today is a send-off to hell for you. As Chen Han finished speaking, the Qianluo sword in his hand instantly unleashed an endless sword intent. The release of sword intent caused a serious expression to appear on the overseer demon's face. No wonder anger fear fell at Chen Han's hands. Even this sword intent made him sense a whiff of threat. So you have reached this level. Anger fear's demise in your hands is not unfair. However, with just this you think you can kill me? You're still a bit short. The overseer demon declared as he unleashed all his power. Here he didn't need to worry about his army and could focus entirely on dealing with Chen Han. Boom! With a furious roar, the Overseer Demon hurled a punch towards Chen Han. This punch was stronger than Anger Fear's. Had Anger Fear not lacked that special ability, he would not have been the Overseer Demon's match at all. Moreover, the Overseer Demon was also a mutated Taotai. He possessed special abilities that he had yet to unleash. Chen Han reminded himself to be vigilant against the Overseer Demon's powers. If he underestimated the Overseer Demon, he could very well be left here. Retreat! Chen Han commanded, stepping back several paces as the Qianluo sword in his hand swiftly slashed towards the Overseer Demon. The Overseer Demon countered Chen Han's sword with his bare body, showing no signs of weakness. Such a sharp sword actually couldn't inflict damage on the Overseer Demon. His power was clearly above Anger Fear. This situation could become troublesome. Relying solely on ordinary sword techniques was insufficient to repel the Overseer Demon. You think you can escape? The Overseer Demon laughed heartily. He would not let Chen Han escape. First he would deplete Chen Han's strength and then encircle him to ensure his death. Chen Han continued to retreat. The Overseer Demon's strength was far more terrifying than any Taotai he had encountered before. How do you now understand the gap between us? With your strength you are no match for me. The Overseer Demon laughed, his grin brazen. However, the Overseer Demon knew that he alone could not kill Chen Han. After all, Chen Han had single-handedly slain Anger Fear. Anger Fear's special ability was a power that even he found challenging. Chen Han took several steps back, his gaze fixed on the Overseer Demon. The Overseer Demon was indeed powerful, but it wasn't an overwhelming superiority. Chen Han held the Qianluo sword, unleashing a formidable sword intent. The sword intent surged forth, charging at the Overseer Demon. Endless sword intent swept in all directions, aiming to shred the Overseer Demon's body. Yet the Overseer Demon's body was incredibly resilient. The sword intent could not break through his defenses. However, it also restricted the actions of the Demon Supervisor, leaving him stuck in place, surrounded by violent winds, making it difficult to break through. Chen Han raised his head, and the Qianluo sword in his hand released an even more powerful force. Qianluo sword technique. Chen Han executed a sword move, and countless sword intents surged towards the Demon Supervisor like a flood. A grim expression appeared on the Demon Supervisor's face as his body suddenly expanded, growing to over 10 meters tall. At this moment, the Demon Supervisor resembled a small mountain, his size colossal. With a roar, he shattered the surrounding winds. He then strode towards Chen Han, unleashing powerful force directly at Chen Han's body. To force the Demon Supervisor into such a situation is a testament to Chen Han's strength. Among the Taotai Legion, aside from the deceased Huaxia, no one could compel the Demon Supervisor to exert his abilities. Chen Han quickly retreated, finding it difficult to contend with the empowered Demon Supervisor. This demon's ability seemed to enhance his strength in an instant. Although it could only be sustained for a moment, it posed a significant challenge for Chen Han. Not bad in strength, he remarked, taking several steps back while watching the Demon Supervisor with flickering eyes. This Demon Supervisor is indeed extraordinary. He laughed heartily. Today is your day of death. Let me send you another great gift. With a mad laugh, the hidden Taotai behind him emerged, charging straight at Chen Han. Chen Han displayed a shocked expression and hurriedly unleashed the Taishan pressure. However, these Taotai were all at the Sacred Realm, and coupled with the Demon Supervisor's immense power, the effectiveness of Chen Han's move was minimal. Damn! Chen Han gritted his teeth and immediately retreated. The Demon Supervisor roared, "Chase! Today he must die!" Dozens of Sacred Realm Taotai frantically pursued Chen Han. Powerful attacks struck Chen Han one after another. He dodged swiftly but still sustained fierce blows. "I'm almost there." Chen Han squinted his eyes. The meteorite mine was just ahead. "You can't escape today." The Demon Supervisor continued to laugh as if he were the true master of this battlefield. The Demon Supervisor would never have thought that this was a trap set by Chen Han. A perfect scheme. Demon Supervisor head towards the meteorite mine. Itaoya, seeing the familiar terrain ahead, immediately shouted to the Demon Supervisor. The Demon Supervisor narrowed his eyes. He naturally knew what the meteorite mine was. No matter, that meteorite mine affects everyone. Chen Han will also be impacted, providing us with the perfect opportunity. Catch up. The Demon Supervisor disregarded everything else. He had to see Chen Han dead today. Upon seeing the demon supervisor enter the meteorite mine, Chen Han smirked and directly stopped at the very bottom. The demon supervisor laughed. "You are undoubtedly dead. There's no need to struggle any longer." The remaining Taotai immediately surrounded Chen Han, preventing his escape. Chen Han had killed numerous Sacred Realm Taotai, posing a significant threat to the Taotai Legion. This threat had to be eliminated. If such a threat continued to cultivate, it could potentially affect Lord Yulin. This absolutely cannot happen. "Are you sure?" Chen Han's smile suddenly turned playful. The demon supervisor's expression darkened as he looked at Chen Han with grave concern, sensing something was amiss. "Formation activate." Chen Han roared and a golden light instantly ignited, engulfing all the Taotai. The Taotai roared in anger, realizing they had been manipulated by Chen Han. Plan. Start. Chapter 451. The plan commences. With Chen Han's second furious roar, sacred beings from both clans immediately appeared around the meteorite mine, launching an assault down below. Chen Han succeeded. He successfully lured the Taotai out. The demon supervisor began to roar in fury. He had actually been fooled, which was utterly infuriating. Due to the meteorite mine, their power was restricted and casualties quickly arose. The demon supervisor bellowed, attempting to break the formation. However, this Sacred Fire Zero new formation was specially prepared by Chen Han, taking an entire month to set up. How could it be broken so easily? Seeing the Taotai around him dying one by one, the demon supervisor roared in anger, his gaze immediately fixed on Chen Han. "I will kill you." The demon supervisor roared and charged directly at Chen Han. Chen Han raised his palm. Within this formation, it was his world, and how could the demon supervisor contend with him? The formation suddenly changed shape, starting to attack the Taotai. Faced with a dual onslaught, the speed at which the Taotai perished increased even further. The demon supervisor was also affected and could not even reach Chen Han. He was furious, wishing he could tear Chen Han into pieces. Clang. Chen Han drew the Qianluo sword again, sword intent overflowing, charging straight at the demon supervisor. The demon supervisor opened his mouth wide and roared at Chen Han, his massive body rushing towards him, intending to smash Chen Han into pieces. But Chen Han was not so easily caught. With a quick dodge, he evaded the demon supervisor's attack. Then the sword in his hand fell swiftly, positioning itself directly atop the demon supervisor. The demon supervisor let out a furious roar, retreating several steps, his eyes filled with anger. He never imagined he would lose to a human, especially a young one. The Taotai will surely be defeated. Chen Han smirked. The Spirit Martial Continent could not be taken by the Taotai. Lord Yulin will definitely conquer the Spirit Martial Continent. You all will die. The demon supervisor roared in anger, continuing to attack Chen Han. Chen Han wielded the Qianluo sword with ease to defend. Then he struck down with a sword, directly sending the demon supervisor flying. The demon supervisor let out a wretched scream. Chen Han raised his sword, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Taishan pressure. The sword intent coalesced into a mountain of swords, pressing down on the demon supervisor. The overwhelming sword intent made the demon supervisor feel a sense of crisis. Chen Han's sword move had threatened his life. Slash. The mountain of swords descended, directly crushing the demon supervisor's body. The demon supervisor roared in anger, trying to shatter the mountain of swords, but found it utterly impossible. The demon supervisor was directly crushed to the ground, letting out a miserable cry. Chen Han squinted his eyes, fully aware that he could not let up if the demon supervisor was not so simple. Boom. The sword intent exploded and Chen Han quickly retreated a few steps. Looking at the demon supervisor below, a serious expression appeared on Chen Han's face. This demon supervisor seemed to have become stronger again. What was going on? Ha! The demon supervisor strode towards Chen Han, his aura seemingly elevated to a new level. You actually forced me to deplete the blood energy within my body to enhance my strength. You should be proud. The demon supervisor gritted his teeth and spoke. This move evidently consumed a significant amount of energy for the demon supervisor. If not for Chen Han being so difficult to deal with, he would never have used this move. The cost of using this move was to exhaust all his blood energy, even risking death. The demon supervisor used this move in order to kill Chen Han. As long as Chen Han died, the Taotai Legion would have a chance to counterattack. Clang. Chen Han, holding the Qianluo sword, had a serious expression on his face. Bring it on. The The sword intent surged, enveloping the entire realm, instilling a sense of awe in everyone's gaze. The sword intent released by Chen Han was so powerful that it left them all breathless. What immense strength it possessed. With a swift slash of his sword, Chen Han unleashed the formidable sword intent, instantly engulfing the body of the demonic overseer. The demonic overseer began to roar, realizing that his attacks were utterly futile at that moment. He clearly remembered that anger and fear had led to his demise under this very move. Roar! It's impossible, you can't kill me, the demonic overseer bellowed even as his body rapidly dissipated. Faced with this sword strike from Chen Han, he found himself unable to defend at all. It's impossible to die. With a final roar, the demonic overseer vanished from the sight of the crowd. The crowd understood that the demonic overseer was dead. The sword that had slain anger and fear had also taken the life of the demonic overseer. This proved that Chen Han's strength was nearly unmatched in the Holy Realm. Huff! Chen Han took a deep breath, surveying his surroundings. The demonic overseer should be dead, yet a sense of threat surged within Chen Han's heart. The aura of the demonic overseer still lingered. Chen Han! Bai Wentian shouted towards Chen Han, who frowned and immediately stepped out of the falling iron mine. Clearly Bai Wentian and the others also sensed a strange aura. Where was this aura coming from? From the deceased demonic overseer? Impossible, the demonic overseer was dead, yet how could he possibly come back to life? Wait, could this power be from the imperial realm of the Taotai Legion? Bai Wentian suddenly spoke, causing several people to show grave expressions. The imperial realm was on an entirely different level. It could sway the tide of battle with a single move, capable of annihilating an entire clan. But how could such a powerful being act casually? The imperial experts of both clans were always watching each other closely. If the opposing imperial realm took action, they couldn't just stand by. Chen Han, look over there. Xiao Yuyan pointed towards the falling iron mine, her expression turning exceedingly complex. The crowd immediately turned to look, only to see the corpses of those Taotais beginning to reassemble, forming a gigantic Taotai. Made from the remains of these Holy Realm Taotais, this newly formed Taotai had an exceedingly bizarre appearance. However, the aura of this Taotai was exceptionally powerful, even more terrifying than that of the demonic overseer. It's an imperial realm expert of the Taotai releasing their power ahead of time. Bai Wentian gritted his teeth as he spoke. The combined Taotai before them, while not at the imperial realm, was very close, even having surpassed the Holy Realm. Such a terrifying existence would be even more difficult to deal with than the demonic overseer. Roar! The combined Taotai let out a furious roar, its massive body leaping directly out of the falling iron mine. The holy beings of both clans retreated in unison, sensing a lethal sense of danger emanating from the combined Taotai. What should we do? Many of the holy beings displayed expressions of fear. The aura of this combined Taotai was completely stronger than theirs. Even if they all attacked together, it would only spell their doom. Did they really have to die? No, they were all from the Holy Realm, standing at the pinnacle of the Lingwu continent. How could they die here? Run. Many people's minds turned to this idea. But if they fled, who could stop this combined Taotai? Many people began to hesitate. Xing. Chen Han drew his sword, unleashing endless sword intent that surged towards the combined Taotai. Escape was simply not an option. Though the combined Taotai was strong, it had not yet reached the imperial realm. As long as it hadn't reached the imperial realm, there was still a chance. Lei Donglin and the others exchanged glances and began to release their auras. They were fully aware of the formidable power of the combined Taotai, and none of them could stand against it alone. However, if they joined forces, the situation would be different. You all set up defenses around. We cannot let this Taotai escape, or it will cause chaos, Lei Donglin shouted. If this combined Taotai were to flee to another battlefield, it would likely lead to a tremendous impact. The Bishan tribe is already a top-tier tribe among the demon race. If even the Bishan tribe cannot stop this combined Taotai, then there are hardly any tribes in the entire demon race that could contend with it. Roar! The combined Taotai roared angrily and charged towards Chen Han. Chen Han wielded the Qianluo sword and struck out with it. Endless sword intent surged forth like an army, attacking the combined Taotai. The combined Taotai disregarded the sword intent and forcibly broke through. Though the sword intent shattered the combined Taotai, it quickly recovered. Cannot be killed. Yui exclaimed in shock. If this combined Taotai truly cannot be killed, then they would be in trouble. The combined Taotai roared as it swung a palm towards Chen Han. Chen Han raised his sword to block, but he was still sent flying over 10 meters. The strength of this combined Taotai was several times greater than that of the demon supervisor. Go! Bai Wendian and the others attacked together, several Peak Saint Realm experts surrounding the combined Taotai. The body of the combined Taotai continuously shattered, but then healed immediately. Chen Han frowned, his gaze fixed tightly on the combined Taotai. Despite being besieged by so many, the combined Taotai still had the ability to counterattack. Many experts were sent flying, their injuries far more severe than Chen Han's. Chen Han gripped the Qianluo sword tightly and charged at the combined Taotai once more. No matter how Chen Han slashed, he could not kill the combined Taotai. What in the world is going on? Chen Han gritted his teeth. The trouble posed by this combined Taotai clearly exceeded his imagination. In midair, a figure was closely watching below. Seeing the combined Taotai wreaking havoc, a grave expression appeared on his face. Hey, if you go down to help, I might just strike down with a palm. I know you can block it, but I can't predict how many people the residual force will kill. Nearby, another figure stared at this person with indifference. The auras of both individuals were exceptionally powerful. With their strength, they could easily kill those below. Their cultivation had naturally reached the Imperial Realm. The human race's Imperial Realm expert wore a solemn expression. He understood that he could not intervene. If he intervened, everyone below would be in peril. The opposing Imperial Realm expert was no weaker than him, and he could not ensure the safety of Chen Han and the others. Once he acted, all of Chen Han's group would surely perish. The Saint Realm experts were still the main force on the battlefield. Losing so many saints in an instant would not bode well for either race. Thus this combined Taotai could only rely on Chen Han and his group. They must kill it. Roar! The combined Taotai continued to attack, growing fiercer with each strike. Chen Han kept retreating. He was recognized as the strongest force in this place. In battle with the combined Taotai, he would inevitably be at the forefront. Boom! Chen Han was once again sent flying. Yui and Lei Donglin immediately rushed forward to intercept the combined Taotai. Both were top-tier experts of the human race, using their seasoned skills to trap the combined Taotai. Bai Wendian and the others quickly launched their attacks against the combined Taotai. However, their offensive did not inflict significant damage. The combined Taotai quickly returned to its original state. Damn it, is it really unkillable? Bai Wendian roared in anger as his attacks had no effect on the combined Taotai. How could he deal with this? Chen Han took a deep breath. From the current perspective, there truly seemed to be no way to deal with this combined Taotai. Invincible? Chen Han did not believe it. This combined Taotai must have a weakness. Roar! The combined Taotai let out an angry roar and charged towards Chen Han. Although it was a lifeless entity, it could still sense that Chen Han posed the greatest threat. Chen Han took a deep breath, channeling powerful sword intent through his hand. This combined Taotai must die here. Slash! Chen Han roared, and the Qianluo sword in his hand struck down in an instant. Mount Tai presses down. The sword intent coalesced into a mountain, crashing down upon the combined Taotai. In an instant, the combined Taotai was crushed into a pulp. Chen Han quickly retreated, the gravity in his gaze showing no sign of dissipating. Roar! The combined Taotai roared again, reassembling itself. It could not be killed. How is that possible? It still can't be killed. Bai Wendian gritted his teeth, despair already creeping in. Not just him, but others also showed expressions of hopelessness. Had they exerted so much effort only to die at the hands of this monster? Should we retreat? Bai Wendian gritted his teeth. He did not want to admit it, but he had to acknowledge that they were no match for this mutated Taotai. Retreat. If we retreat, the entire battlefield might be affected by this combined Taotai. Chen Han took a deep breath. This combined Taotai was powerful to such an extent. If it was not dealt with, it could very well breach the defenses of the demon race, even leading to their downfall. Then what do we do? Bai Wendian gritted his teeth, feeling utterly helpless. Chen Han smirked. Even if it's a drag, I will make sure it dies here. I refuse to believe this combined Taotai has no weaknesses. After saying this, Chen Han unleashed an endless wave of sword intent, surging towards Bai Wendian. Slash! The combined Taotai roared, but was cut into pieces by Chen Han. By chance Chen Han noticed a golden pearl flash within the body of the combined Ch.5. That pearl. Chen Han immediately locked onto the pearl. The object within this combined Ch.5 could not possibly be useless. Come to me. Chen Han roared angrily, the sword intent exploding again as he sliced the combined Ch.5 into fragments. The pearl reappeared in Chen Han's sight. Chen Han directly waved his hand, snatching the pearl. Seeing Chen Han's actions, Bai Wentian and the others looked on in confusion. What was Chen Han searching for inside the combined Ch.5? This is it. Chen Han clenched the pearl tightly, his gaze once again fixed on the combined Ch.5. The combined Ch.5 charged forward. Although it was lifeless, it knew that this pearl was its weakness. If Chen Han crushed the pearl, it would be finished. So it is indeed. Chen Han smirked, applying force with his palm and directly crushing the pearl. A tragic wail echoed through the heavens and earth in an instant. Chen Han struck down with his sword, directly shattering the body of the combined Ch.5. Roar! With this strike, the body of the combined Ch.5 did not recover. Everyone's gaze turned towards it, filled with shock. Why did the combined Ch.5 not die this time? Chen Han truly killed the combined Ch.5. How is that possible? The Ch.5 is dead. How did Chen Han accomplish this? It's impossible. But, the combined Ch.5 is truly dead. Dead at Chen Han's hands. They really killed it. The combined Ch.5 was truly slain by Chen Han's hands. Indeed, who below the Emperor realm can match Chen Han? A group quickly echoed, as the power of the combined Ch.5 was absolutely top-notch in the sacred realm. Chen Han actually annihilated the combined Ch.5. Such power in the sacred realm is simply invincible. With such a formidable Chen Han here, what else is there to fear? Chen Han, we owe you our lives, otherwise we would all be finished. Lei Donglin approached, laughing loudly at Chen Han. Chen Han's defeat of the combined Ch.5 resolved a significant problem. This was indeed something highly respectable for them. After all, even they, the seniors, could do nothing against the combined Ch.5. The Ch.5 has a weakness, I just happened to discover it. Chen Han spoke with a smile. The combined Ch.5 was indeed powerful, but as long as its precious pearl was broken, it posed no threat. In terms of threat level, the combined Ch.5 might not even compare to the supervising demon. We will now gather our forces and prepare to launch an assault on the Ch.5 army. Bai Wentian said, and what they needed to do now was to completely eliminate the Ch.5 army. Without the supervising demon and these sacred realm Ch.5, the other Ch.5 would pose no threat to them. Alright, we will return now and exterminate the Ch.5 army. Chen Han nodded, but just as everyone prepared to set off, a threatening aura suddenly descended from the sky. Everyone looked up in shock. This power far exceeded the sacred realm. It was the Emperor realm Ch.5 that had come for them. Run! Chen Han shouted angrily as everyone began to flee. A blade of wind sliced down in an instant, and the target was very clear. It was Chen Han. Chen Han, be careful! Bai Wentian shouted. But the wind blade still struck Chen Han, exploding instantly and raising endless dust. Chen Han. Xiao Yuyan hurriedly ran towards Chen Han, but the airflow from the explosion of the wind blade instantly knocked her away. Bai Wentian and the others had no choice but to retreat. This was an attack from an Emperor realm powerhouse, and Chen Han was targeted by the Emperor realm Ch.5. You bastard! How dare you attack? The Emperor realm of the human race roared, throwing a punch at the Ch.5 Emperor realm. The Ch.5 Emperor realm laughed heartily. While you fear the escalation of war, we Ch.5 do not fear at all. That human brat has astonishing talent. I think it would be better if he died. The Emperor realm Ch.5 laughed recklessly, but when faced with the attack from the human Emperor realm, he chose to evade. At their level, any casual move could determine the outcome of the battle. Underestimating an opponent could lead to a grim fate. Ha! I won't fight you. Killing that human brat is enough. The Ch.5 Emperor realm laughed and left, having achieved his purpose. The Ch.5 would love for the conflict between the two sides to escalate, as it would be advantageous for them. Seeing the Ch.5 Emperor realm escape, Du Mashan gritted his teeth, wanting to chase and kill that Ch.5. However, he was well aware that the Ch.5's strength was on par with his own. If he rashly followed, he could very well be ambushed by other Ch.5 of the Emperor realm. Losing an Emperor realm would have a significant impact on the battle. Damn it! Du Mashan gritted his teeth and directly landed beside the others. Du Mashan. Upon seeing Du Mashan, Yue and Lei Donglin appeared astonished. This youngest emperor of the human race was actually here. Step back. Du Maxing said, indifferently waving his hand as the storm created by the wind blades dissipated instantly. Chen Han's figure slowly descended before the crowd. Du Maxing's face revealed an expression of surprise. At that moment Chen Han was enveloped in a sword intent radiating a golden hue. The onlookers stared at Chen Han, momentarily taken aback. Did Chen Han just block the attack from the Imperial Realm? Du Maxing took a deep breath. As someone from the Imperial Realm, he understood just how formidable that wind blade had been. No one below the Imperial Realm could possibly withstand that wind blade. Even he would feel a sense of dread. Yet Chen Han had blocked it, and he was currently in an extraordinarily unique state. Could this state be? He's about to enter the Imperial Realm. Du Maxing's words instantly drew everyone's attention. Entering the Imperial Realm? Is Chen Han about to enter the Imperial Realm? If so, the youngest in both the human race and the demon race would become Chen Han. How old is Chen Han? Not even 30 yet. Though Du Maxing is the youngest in the human race to reach the Imperial Realm, he is already over 1,000 years old. Compared to Du Maxing, Chen Han is merely a fraction. Reaching the Imperial Realm at such an age, Chen Han's talent is truly terrifying. Is he really about to enter the Imperial Realm? Lei Donglin said in disbelief. He never expected Chen Han would achieve the Imperial Realm at this moment. However, it's a good thing. It is precisely due to this power of breaking into the Imperial Realm that Chen Han was able to block the opponent's attack. Everyone retreat. This kid breaking into the Imperial Realm is likely to become a spectacle for millennia to come. Du Maxing raised the corners of his mouth. As someone from the Imperial Realm, he understood the significance of this power. When breaking into the Imperial Realm, thunderclouds would appear, and at this moment a thundercloud was indeed forming above Chen Han's head. The higher the grade of the thundercloud, the stronger the power of breaking into the Imperial Realm. When Du Maxing broke into the Imperial Realm, he reached the 7 absolute thundercloud. Such talent is already an extraordinarily powerful existence in the Lingwu continent. If Chen Han can reach a level above the 7 absolute thundercloud, his future achievements may very well reach the level of a cloud immortal. As the thunderclouds gathered, more and more powerful forces descended upon this world. Among them was the Tao Ye, who had just launched an attack. Seeing Chen Han breaking into the Imperial Realm, the Tao Tai felt quite uncomfortable. Had he known, he would have struck a few more times to eliminate Chen Han directly. If Chen Han successfully breaks into the Imperial Realm, it would be a considerable trouble for them. Though filled with regret, he could not act now. He was acutely aware that several others from the Imperial Realm were keeping a close watch on him. The Imperial Realm members from both the human and demon races have likely gathered here. Du Maxing tilted his head, his gaze fixed upwards. Here no fewer than 10 members of the Imperial Realm had converged. To protect Chen Han, nearly all members of the Imperial Realm from both the human and demon races had come to this place. However, on the surface he was the only one present. Boom! The thunderclouds began to churn, and the overwhelming power left the Imperial Realm members present with expressions of shock. This level of power in the thunderclouds was absolutely no less than 5 absolute. If it could reach 7 absolute or even higher, it would pose a colossal threat to the Tao Tai. The cloud immortal of the past had achieved 9 absolute thunderclouds. If Chen Han were to reach 9 absolute thunderclouds, it would undoubtedly instill fear in the Tao Tai and could even threaten Yulin. It has begun. The thunderclouds rolled and lightning struck swiftly. The expressions of the onlookers grew grave. The grade of these thunderclouds is undoubtedly significant. 1 absolute. 2 absolute. As the grade of the thunderclouds gradually ascended, everyone's gaze became increasingly complex. It has already reached 6 absolute thunderclouds. This Chen Han is truly terrifying. The 6 extremes thundercloud. Chen Han's talent must have surpassed that of many in the royal realm, right? I am merely at the 5 extremes thundercloud, yet this child is already quite terrifying. Many present in the royal realm have not even reached the 6 extremes thundercloud. If Chen Han's thundercloud were to rise further, it would surely evoke jealousy among them. The 7 extremes thundercloud? Chen Han's thundercloud is comparable to Du Maxing's. Below, Du Maxing shook his head with a smile. Truly, the student surpassing the teacher. Chen Han's future will undoubtedly reach heights he cannot match. Chen Han slowly opened his eyes, a hint of coldness flashing in his gaze. Open. Chen Han roared and the thundercloud rolled once more, reaching the 8 extremes. Everyone gasped in surprise. Having reached the 8 extremes thundercloud, Chen Han's future achievements are bound to be astonishing. If he survives this crisis, he might just attain the heights of Yun Xian from years past. Open again. 9 extremes thundercloud. The entire sky suddenly froze, as did the expressions of Du Masheng and others. The 9 extremes thundercloud, yet this is already on par with Yun Xian. To reach the 9 extremes thundercloud, what kind of talent does Chen Han possess? It seems almost monstrous. The 9 extremes thundercloud, has Chen Han actually achieved such talent? Du Masheng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Now even he began to envy Chen Han's abilities. This is indeed the 9 extremes thundercloud, a monstrous talent comparable to Yun Xian. Could it be that this time the savior of the lingual continent will be this human youth under 30? The royal realm members of Taotai revealed grave expressions. They wished they could act immediately to eliminate Chen Han. If he were to continue living, who knows, he might become the next Yun Xian. The next Yun Xian. Yu Lin would not agree to that. Boom. Wait, why is the thundercloud not finished yet? Could there be more thunderclouds? Is it possible? Hasn't the 9 extremes thundercloud already been deemed the strongest? Not necessarily. We only know that Yun Xian reached the 9 extremes thundercloud, but it doesn't mean there aren't higher levels. Everyone gasped. Could it be that Chen Han can reach the 10 extremes thundercloud? A talent surpassing Yun Xian. Just how powerful is Chen Han? The expression on Taotai's face grew even heavier. The 10 extremes thundercloud, Chen Han must not be allowed to remain in this world. However, now is not the time to deal with him. With so many royal realm members from both demon and human clans present, their actions would only lead to their own demise. After all, these royal realm experts had long locked onto their figures. To act would mean certain death. Chen Han stood up, his aura stabilizing in the royal realm. Upon reaching the royal realm, there are no minor distinctions. In the royal realm there is only the royal realm. Yet even within the royal realm there are strengths and weaknesses. Chen Han, having just reached the royal realm, certainly cannot match the older generation's power. However, in terms of combat strength, he might not necessarily lose to them. Did I succeed? Xiao Yuyan quickly approached, full of concern for Chen Han. She almost feared that Chen Han was about to leave her. Now that Chen Han has broken through to the royal realm, he no longer fears the royal realm Taotai. Sorry to worry you. Chen Han embraced Xiao Yuyan, a powerful aura suddenly erupting from within him. All the observing royal realm experts revealed grave expressions. Although Chen Han had just reached the royal realm, this aura was not necessarily weaker than theirs. If you don't leave now, you might not get a chance to anymore. Chen Han spoke coldly, reminding those royal realm Taotai. Those royal realm Taotai gritted their teeth, but ultimately decided to leave. If they were to stay here, they would suffer greatly. However, Chen Han would not make it so easy for them to leave. Wanting to keep them here would not be that simple. The departure of the Taotai allowed the strong warriors of the human and demon clans to breathe a sigh of relief. These royal Taotai are indeed difficult to deal with. If a battle were to break out here, it would be detrimental to both sides. The royal warriors in the darkness, upon confirming their safety, began to leave. They had their own matters to attend to. As royal beings, their responsibilities far outweighed those of other realms. Moreover, the number of royal Taotai surpasses that of the human and demon clans. Should any issues arise, it would be challenging for the human and demon clans to cope. Upon returning to the Bashan tribe, Bai Wendian ordered his men to directly assault the headquarters of the Taotai army. Currently, the Taotai headquarters was left with only 10 holy level Taoye, which posed no threat to them. Lei Donglin led his men to eliminate the Taotai entirely. By exterminating this batch of Taoye, they could assist other tribes and alleviate the crisis on the front lines. How do you feel? Bai Wendian smiled at Chen Han. The royal realm is what they have longed for. These individuals had already spent over 1,000 years at the holy level, yet they had yet to touch upon the threshold of the royal realm. Across the entire spirit martial continent, there were at least 100 peak holy level beings. However, there were fewer than 10 in the royal realm. This illustrates just how difficult it is to reach the royal realm. Once you reach the royal realm, everything feels entirely different, Chen Han said with a smile as his aura indeed climbed to an astonishing level. The royal realm is an entirely different level compared to the holy realm. If the current Chen Han faced that combined Taoye, he could instantly annihilate them even without finding their weaknesses. This is the strength of the royal realm. A single royal being is enough to annihilate the entire Bishan tribe. Yet the mutual restraint among the royal beings prevented them from attacking the ordinary troops. If the royal beings were to act, the holy beings would have been wiped out long ago. Dumashin has protected for a long time. Without him the royal Taotai would have surely acted. Yui approached and spoke. If it weren't for Dumashin, Duhan would truly have been threatened by the Taotai's attack. After all, the birth of a royal being poses a tremendous threat to the Taotai army. Furthermore, it is someone like Chen Han, such a young royal. No one knows what level such a young royal can achieve in the future. However, after Chen Han successfully broke through, Dumashin left. A royal being cannot act recklessly in such situations. If captured by the royal Taoye, it would spell trouble. For this reason, Chen Han also had to leave quickly to find other royal beings. When I see him next time, I must thank this guy. Chen Han smiled, genuinely wanting to thank Dumashin, as it was this guy who protected him. If it weren't for him, he might have faced a real threat. By the way, Chen Han, now that you've reached the royal realm, the strong beings of both clans will definitely seek you out. Having one more royal being in the two clans is a significant boost for us. Bai Wendian said with a smile. There are fewer than 10 royal beings across the entire spirit martial continent. Having one more royal being is certainly a good thing for the human and demon clans. Chen Han nodded. Indeed, reaching the royal realm means there are many more things to accomplish. He needed to hasten his pace to find other royal beings. Well, take care of things here. You should head out quickly. Xiao Yuyan walked up to Chen Han, noting that with him now at the royal realm, the battlefield had elevated a level. Now Chen Han must engage in more important matters rather than remaining here. He furrowed his brows but nodded nonetheless. The battlefield of the sacred realm is no longer suitable for Chen Han. If he were to stay here, it would attract the gluttonous beast from the imperial realm, putting Xiao Yuyan and the others in even greater danger. Given the circumstances, it would be better for Chen Han to seek out the experts of the imperial realm to discuss countermeasures. Well then, I will leave first, and you all must ensure your safety. Chen Han nodded and said. After bidding farewell, he directly stepped into the air, his divine sense locking onto the figure of Dumashin. At that moment, Dumashin was with 2 other human experts of the imperial realm. Noticing Chen Han's aura, Dumashin turned his head and smiled. Before long, Chen Han landed in front of Dumashin and the other 2. Beside Dumashin stood an old man with white hair and a middle-aged man. The white-haired elder was a strong figure from the Yi family, Yi Baishan. In the Yi family, Yi Baishan is the absolute authority. The middle-aged man is a powerful expert from the Xing family, Xing Men. Upon seeing Chen Han, both of their gazes were filled with scrutiny. The youngest expert of the imperial realm in the history of the Lingwu continent intrigued them greatly. I have met several seniors, Chen Han smiled. The 3 nodded, their gazes assessing Chen Han's aura. Achieving the imperial realm at just over 30 years old left them astounded. Congratulations, stepping into the imperial realm means standing at the pinnacle of the Lingwu continent, Dumashin said with a smile. Chen Han's achievement in reaching the imperial realm was a significant boon for the human race. Currently, there are only 5 experts in the human race, including Chen Han, in the imperial realm. There is another expert who is not present, that one has only appeared in nearly a decade and possesses tremendous strength. However, he is enigmatic and no one knows his true identity. The demon race has 4 experts in the imperial realm. Together the human and demon races have reached a total of 9. Although still fewer than the gluttonous beast's imperial realm experts, the difference is not substantial enough to be overwhelming. I never expected that our next imperial realm expert would be a child under 100 years old. Yi Baishan laughed. For Yi Baishan, anyone under 100 is indeed a child. Even Dumashin is considered a child in Yi Baishan's eyes. After all, Yi Baishan has already lived for over 4,000 years, making him one of the longest-lived beings on the entire Lingwu continent. It's just good fortune. Chen Han replied with a smile. However, his words elicited bitter smiles from Yi Baishan and the others. They had invested so much time and effort to reach the imperial realm. Yet Chen Han achieved it in just over 20 years. Such monstrous talent seems excessive. Now that you're here, we should set off. Dumashin said. They had been waiting in this place for Chen Han to arrive before heading to a certain location. The newly ascended Imperial Realm expert still has much to learn. Chen Han followed the three of them to a high mountain in the demon territory. On the mountain there was a temple, seemingly a place for demon worship. Here they come. A demon stood at the temple entrance and greeted Du Masheng and the others. Chen Han looked at this demon, who was also an expert in the Imperial Realm, not weaker than Du Masheng. Li Tian, you've been waiting here for a long time, Yi Baishan said with a smile, clearly recognizing each other. There are only 9 experts in the Imperial Realm across the entire Linwu continent. Li Tian, you've been waiting here for a long time, Yi Baishan said with a smile, clearly recognizing each other. There are only 9 experts in the Imperial Realm across the entire Linwu continent. Li Tian walked in, followed closely by Chen Han. Upon entering the temple, Chen Han saw several figures, all of whom were from the demon clan. In addition to the 3 other Royal Realm demons, several Peak Saint Realm demons had also arrived. These demons were representatives of the most elite tribes. The Banshan tribe was also qualified to be here, but their difficulties had already been resolved, so they did not come. Is this the newly promoted Royal Realm of your human clan? So young? A Royal Realm demon exclaimed in surprise. This individual was from the Nielong tribe, named Xiao Weining, the strongest within the Nielong tribe. Also present was a Peak Saint Realm powerhouse from the Nielong tribe, Xiao Wang, one of the 4 dragon kings of the Nielong tribe. At Xiao Weining's words, everyone turned to look at Chen Han. Aside from a few Royal Realm individuals who had broken through in attendance, the faces of the others showed expressions of shock. How old could he be? Not even 30 yet. At under 30, possessing Royal Realm cultivation was indeed monstrous. Alright, since everyone is here, let's get to the point. Du Masheng and the others sat down. The 8 Royal Realm individuals had gathered. Their purpose for coming was to deal with the Taotai Legion. The Taotai Legion had been attacking for several months, with many tribes conquered and numerous Taotai forces exterminated. However, the situation on the battlefield was still grim. Xiao Weining furrowed his brow and took a deep breath to speak. The formation sealing the Yulin cannot hold out much longer. Xiao Weining's words cast a heavy pall over everyone. The battlefield was already so brutal before Yulin made a move. What would it be like once Yulin intervened? It was feared that both human and demon races would collapse in an instant. How much longer can we hold? Yi Baishan asked with a frown. If Yulin broke the seal, they truly had no idea how to face it. With the Royal Realm Taotai already causing such trouble, how powerful would Yulin the orchestrator be? Everyone recalled the events from 10,000 years ago, when hundreds of Royal Realm and thousands of Saint Realm fighters besieged Yulin. Such a vast number of powerhouses had been slaughtered by Yulin. Could they truly withstand it? The entire atmosphere suddenly became heavy. If they could not withstand Yulin, would the Linwu continent not surely fall? Around a month, Xiao Weining's statement struck everyone like a thunderclap. A month's time, would that not arrive quickly? In just a month's time, could they truly eradicate the Taotai Legion? I believe the Taotai Legion will redirect all its forces to the Nielong tribe, Xiao Wang spoke up, being a frontline combat Saint Realm. The Nielong tribe, as the largest battleground, had suffered many sacrifices. He should be the one most aware of the changes in the situation. The Taotai will gather all their strength in the Nielong tribe to prepare for Yulin's arrival. In that case, the Nielong tribe will be the final battleground, Du Masheng stated. Everyone nodded. If it were truly like that, it would pose a huge problem. If the Taotai Legion was not dealt with once Yulin broke the seal, it would deal a severe blow to the Linwu continent. What should we do? Xing Men spoke up, indicating that he wanted to know what to do next. The current situation was pressing, and he did not know how to confront it. The Taotai Legion was not weak, the Royal Realm Taotai was also powerful, and a direct battle would be disadvantageous to both races. Everyone frowned, with no one having a plan. After the Taotai takes action, gather the troops at the Nielong tribe to surround and attack the Taotai Legion. Xiao Weining proposed using the Nielong tribe as bait to attract all the Taotai forces. The armies of the other tribes would surround the Taotai Legion from outside. This would form 3 circles for engagement. Xiao Weining's words caused all present to display solemn expressions. According to him, relying on the Nielong tribe as bait to encircle and eliminate the Taotai Legion would create a situation of joint attack. Indeed, there was a considerable chance of victory, but it presented significant flaws for both tribes. If the Nielong tribe could not withstand the assault of the Taotai Legion and was breached, then this plan would become futile and collapse instantly. Moreover, if Yulin broke the seal, it would instantly annihilate the Nielong tribe. In that case, they would have no chance of winning. However, this is the only method we have right now. I hope we can resolve it quickly. Du Mashing took a deep breath. If these Taotai were not dealt with promptly, it would pose a great threat to the Spirit Martial continent, potentially leading to the entire continent being overrun. Chen Han inhaled deeply. It seemed the situation was urgent and the humans and demons needed to deal with the Taotai Legion swiftly. By the way, when do you plan to act? Do we need to provide support? Yi Baishan spoke with a serious tone. Relying solely on the Nielong tribe would definitely not be enough to hold back the entire Taotai Legion. The other tribes must send in some personnel in advance to assist the Nielong tribe in resisting the Taotai Legion. However, entering the Nielong tribe means stepping into the most terrifying battlefield. Those who enter may very well die there. Everyone exchanged glances, looking towards Xiao Weining, eager to know the thoughts of this dragon lord. Xiao Weining paused for a moment before speaking. We have already planned to be ready within the next 10 days. At this moment, the Nielong tribe already had the main forces of the Yi and Xing families and should be the strongest battlefield. Even if we send people over, we don't need too many. Xiao Weining's words were met with agreement from everyone. The Nielong tribe was already the strongest tribe of the demon race, and with the addition of the two most powerful human factions, the Yi and Xing families, these individuals would block nearly 20% of the Taotai Legion's forces. Looking at it this way, there really was no need to send a massive army to the Nielong tribe, and it might not even be effective. How about this? I will lead the Li tribe to the Nielong tribe, Li Tian said. The Li tribe is also one of the top tribes of the demon race, known for their immense strength. The entry of the Li tribe into the Nielong tribe would indeed significantly enhance its power, but that still might not be enough. I will gather several victorious tribes to lead the charge. Chen Han suddenly spoke, surprising everyone. Chen Han, you are still young, there's no need to be so aggressive, Yi Baishan remarked. Chen Han was a prodigy with the 10 absolute thunderclouds, his talent surpassing even that of the former Yun Xian. Such a genius, the human race certainly did not want to see him perish at the hands of the Taotai Legion. If they could not stop the Taotai Legion, Chen Han might very well become the hope of the human race. Senior, you jest. If we all fail to hold back Yulin, then both tribes will be lost, and how could I survive? Chen Han replied with a smile. At this point, if Yulin could kill everyone, he would certainly not leave behind any future threats. Moreover, Yulin had seen Chen Han and would undoubtedly target him. Yi Baishan and others furrowed their brows but did not refute Chen Han's words. If they all perished, then the Spirit Martial continent would truly be lost. Yulin was decisive in slaughter and would not leave behind any dangers in this world. Very well, you shall lead, but you are in the royal realm, so you must understand what your responsibilities are. Yi Baishan spoke with a very serious tone. Chen Han nodded. The royal realm was indeed different from other realms. Once one reaches the Emperor realm, one cannot casually participate in conflicts beneath this realm. Should one engage, it would inevitably provoke an attack from the voracious Emperor realm, a situation that would spiral out of control. However, if both sides' Emperor realm intervened, the other realms would refrain from acting. The powerful beings of the Emperor realm all possess their own pride and would never think themselves inferior to others. Yet the combatants within the Emperor realm understand restraint. If they lack certainty in defeating their opponent, they would never easily unleash their full power. Once their entire strength is revealed, they could become targets for the opposing Emperor realm. Understood. Chen Han nodded. Reaching the Emperor realm meant that the burdens upon him had grown heavier. Chen Han had to clarify his position before considering whether he could take action. After further discussion, the group decided to withdraw. They could not remain here for too long. If the opposing Emperor realm took action, they had to be present at the first moment. Chen Han, my young friend, I will call the nearby teams that have already regrouped to the Bihua tribe and then leave it to you. The speaker was another emperor from the demon race, Mo Shan. Mo Shan was tall and imposing, his demeanor serious and exuding an air of unassailable authority. Thank you, senior. Chen Han smiled. This way he wouldn't need to travel to other tribes, as the Emperor realm within the demon race was more familiar with their own. Du Mashing walked up beside Chen Han, a grave expression on his face. Chen Han, this battle is perilous and there is less than a month left. If you really cannot handle it, retreating should not pose too much of a problem for an Emperor realm to exit the Nielong tribe. The powerhouses of the Emperor realm were the key to this war. Both the human and demon races must strive to preserve their Emperor realm powerhouses. If the Emperor realm cannot be preserved, then the war will undoubtedly be lost for both races. Understood. Chen Han took a deep breath. Reaching the Emperor realm brought an entirely different set of responsibilities. Du Mashing nodded, then stepped into the air and departed. Chen Han quickly returned to the Bihua tribe, conveying the discussed matters to Bai Wendian before stepping into the air to observe the movements of the voracious army. As expected, the voracious army that had already occupied the demon tribes began to advance towards the Nielong tribe. The Nielong tribe sealed away the Yulin. It was bound to be the final battleground. A voice rang in Chen Han's ear. Chen Han was taken aback only to see Yuan Peng slowly landing on his shoulder. Since exiting the temple, Yuan Peng had remained silent. Now revived, his aura had already reached the Emperor realm. It seems that the gains from the temple were not limited to just Chen Han. Have you completed the gathering of the thunderclouds? Chen Han asked curiously. Yuan Peng smiled. Of course, do you not see who I am? How many types? Just average, only 8 types of thunderclouds. But that is enough. In the future I will protect you. In the Lingwu continent no one dares to. Before Yuan Peng could finish, a wave of voracious figures left him speechless. Voracious army? How could they be here? Is it possible that the Yulin is about to break free from its seal? Seeing Yuan Peng's panicked expression, Chen Han couldn't help but smile wryly, then recounted all that had happened during this time. Yuan Peng fell into deep thought. Had he come out at the wrong time? Wait, you've also reached the Emperor realm? Yuan Peng stared at Chen Han in shock, momentarily unable to react. He had acquired a great opportunity to reach the Emperor realm. Yet Chen Han was barely 30. To achieve the Emperor realm at such a young age was truly astonishing. Chen Han smiled. It's just good luck. Yuan Peng shot Chen Han a glance, clearly annoyed. Good luck alone could not achieve the Emperor realm. By the way, which level of thunder cloud are you at? Don't feel inferior, I won't make fun of you. Yuan Peng grinned. He was at the 8th level thunder cloud, a rarity across the spirit martial continent. With his 8th level thunder cloud, Yuan Peng truly had a reason to be proud. Cough, it's just the 10 levels, stay humble. As soon as Chen Han spoke, he completely stunned Yuan Peng. 10 levels of thunder cloud? Isn't that a bit too terrifying? The Cloud Immortal from back then was only at the 9 levels of Thunder Cloud, which was already incredibly abnormal. Now Chen Han had achieved a 10-level Thunder Cloud. Was he trying to drive Yuan Peng mad? Yuan Peng cursed under his breath. He finally understood why Chen Han was always so confident. Who would he fear with such talent? An Emperor realm under 30 years old even 1,000 years ago would have been an extremely rare existence. Alright, I'm not angry anymore. Yuan Peng took a deep breath. So what should we do now? Chen Han smiled and shared his plan with Yuan Peng. Yuan Peng widened his eyes. Are you sure? You just reached the Emperor realm. Can you really take on the Taotai Emperor realm? Chen Han had just reached the Emperor realm. How could he compare with those who had been there for a long time? If he were to be captured by the Taotai Emperor realm, the consequences would be dire. If we don't take down the Taotai Emperor realm, we cannot face Yulin. Chen Han said with a deep breath. The strength of Yulin is unknown, but based on the legends from 1,000 years ago, Yulin's power is likely even more terrifying than the combined might of the Taotai army. If the two sides merge, do humans and demons even stand a chance? But the probability of success is too low. Isn't the Taotai Emperor realm too difficult to kill? Yuan Peng sighed. Chen Han smiled. Without you my chances of success would be less than 50%, but with you they rise to 70%. 70%. Where do you get 70% from? Yuan Peng blinked. Chen Han smiled. My domain of life has changed. If I encounter the Taotai Emperor realm, I can demonstrate it for you. Yuan Peng looked at Chen Han with half-belief. Could he really kill the Taotai Emperor realm? He wasn't very convinced. Only after reaching the Emperor realm did Yuan Peng truly understand how powerful it was. Killing an Emperor realm is no easy task. 3 days later, many teams from various tribes gathered at the Banshan tribe. They would all enter the Nielong tribe. That was when a real hard battle would begin. If they won this battle, their names would go down in history. We can set off now. By when Dian looked up at the sky, Chen Han should be watching from above. The team set off in full force towards the Nielong tribe. Meanwhile, the Tao Tai army also began to move and the battlefield changed in an instant. Chen Han followed behind the team, scanning the surroundings, and sensed an aura that was not weaker than his own. But this aura was that of the Tao Tai Emperor realm. It seems the Tao Tai is also preparing to act. Chen Han said with a calm smile that the Tao Tai Emperor realm was constantly observing the situation here. That's fine, after all you are confident in killing the Tao Tai Emperor realm, so what are you afraid of? Yuan Peng grinned. Chen Han glanced at Yuan Peng and chuckled, the Tao Tai Emperor realm. Of course he could kill. Looks like someone is coming. Yuan Peng mumbled. Chen Han nodded, he also sensed a strong aura approaching. Chen Han. A figure descended before Chen Han, it was the demon clan Emperor realm Qi. Among the demons, this Emperor realm was the most low-key, but his strength was not weaker than Qiu Weiying. Qi stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Han's body. Upon sensing Qi's stare, a serious expression emerged on Chen Han's face. Qi exuded an incredibly powerful aura. Even with Chen Han's current strength, it would be difficult to have a chance of victory against him. However, it seemed that Qi was not looking for him. I know Yuan Peng is within you. Qi spoke, his eyes firmly locked onto Chen Han. Clearly he was aware of Yuan Peng's identity. He Qi Lao, you truly cannot be deceived. Yuan Peng appeared beside Chen Han, his gaze intently watching Qi. Qi and Yuan Peng had known each other for a long time. Yuan Peng addressed Qi as Qi Lao, indicating that Qi was of a higher generation than Yuan Peng. Qi looked at Yuan Peng, a smile curling on his lips. I recognized you the moment I saw Chen Han. However, I never expected that as his descendant you would become a spirit pet of the human race. Of course, Chen Han is quite outstanding. Your becoming his spirit pet does not tarnish his status. Qi's words left Chen Han puzzled. However, it was clear that Yuan Peng's ancestor was immensely powerful. Seeing the confusion on Chen Han's face, Qi chuckled. Yuan Peng's ancestor was the Peng Huang who led the demon clan's various emperors 1,000 years ago. Qi grinned. Chen Han couldn't help but show an expression of astonishment, the descendant of the Peng Huang, the most powerful demon emperor from 1,000 years ago. Yet in that battle the Peng Huang perished and all the emperors were annihilated. Such a formidable emperor's realm was defeated by Yulin, showcasing Yulin's strength. However, this child Yuan Peng forcibly broke the seal of the demon clan a few years ago and seized the bone of the Phoenix Emperor, prompting pursuit from other demon clans. Qi smiled as he looked at Yuan Peng. As a descendant of the Phoenix Emperor, Qi should have killed Yuan Peng. Yet he did not, for he understood very well why Yuan Peng had taken the bone of the Phoenix Emperor. Without the bone of the Phoenix Emperor, Yuan Peng would not have been able to reach the Emperor's realm. Among the demon clan, Yuan Peng was undoubtedly the youngest in the Emperor's realm. Yuan Peng snorted, fully aware of his own actions. Although he faced disdain from many in the demon clan, he did not regret it. If he did not become an emperor, he would have no voice in the Lingwu continent. Alright, I won't lecture you any further. You must be careful entering the Nielong tribe. Nearly 80% of the Tao Tai have already surrounded the Nielong tribe. Our team will take some time to launch an offensive against the Tao Tai army, so you must be cautious. Chen Han nodded and immediately headed towards the Nielong tribe. Watching the direction in which Chen Han and the others left, a smile crept onto Qi's lips. Who knows, you two might truly save this Lingwu continent. As someone who had lived for thousands of years, Qi understood well what the Lingwu continent currently lacked. What the Lingwu continent needed was a figure like Yin Xian. Yin Xian's talent back in the day was far more terrifying than that of these old emperors. However, now there emerges a Chen Han whose talent is even more terrifying than that of Yin Xian back then. Although his growth rate has been extremely rapid, with only 1 month left, it is already too late. Otherwise, with Chen Han's talent, he might very well seal Yulin once again, or even defeat Yulin. Chen Han entered the territory of the Nielong tribe with the team. A massive black dragon flew in the air, immediately rushing over upon sensing Chen Han's aura. Xiao. Chen Han stared at the black dragon in surprise. This black dragon seemed somewhat familiar. Brother Chen Han, you actually reached the Emperor realm? A small girl with twin ponytails transformed from Xiao, her watery eyes gazing at Chen Han in astonishment. Chen Han smiled. To deal with Yulin, I had no choice but to take it seriously. You're not bad either, having reached the late stage of the Saint Realm. During this time in the Nielong tribe, Xiao He unexpectedly advanced directly to the late stage of the Saint Realm, primarily due to the dragon blood left by the Black Dragon clan, which had all gathered within her. Xiao He is the last Black Dragon. Sister Yu Yan must have come as well. I need to find her. Without heeding Chen Han, Xiao He dashed downwards. Chen Han felt a bit awkward. Xiao He seemed to be quite fond of Xiao Yu Yan. Young friend Chen Han. Qiu Zhentian approached Chen Han, observing the aura within him with an astonished expression. It had only been a few years since their last meeting, yet Chen Han had actually reached the Emperor realm. How unbelievable! I never expected that after such a short time you really reached the Emperor realm. Qiu Zhentian exclaimed in shock. The Emperor realm had so few individuals throughout the entire Lingwu continent. For someone as young as Chen Han to reach this level was truly terrifying. Such talent is rare in a millennium. Even the Yun Xian of the past did not possess such a monstrous talent. Chen Han chuckled. Senior, you jest, I'm merely fortunate. However, during such a tense moment we really must exert all our strength. Yu Lin is not so easy to deal with. Qiu Zhentian nodded, fully aware of Yu Lin's terror. This time he was more difficult to handle than 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago there were at least 100 Emperor Realm experts, and now there are barely 10. With such strength, how can one contend with Yu Lin? If you were given a bit more time to grow, the future might indeed become your domain. But as for Yu Lin, Qiu Zhentian sighed. If it weren't for Yu Lin, Chen Han might very well have reached the heights of Yun Xian or even surpassed her. But now it seems that time is running out. Chen Han exhaled, his gaze sweeping over the entire Nielong tribe. Behind the Nielong tribe in an ancient forest, a colossal figure was violently crashing against the array. That was Yu Lin, but he had changed dramatically since Chen Han last saw him, turning into something evil. That must be Yu Lin. Unexpectedly, he looks exactly like in the mural. Qiu Zhentian spoke with a smile. Throughout the entire Lingwu continent, Chen Han was the only one who had seen Yu Lin. Perhaps Chen Ming had seen him too, but now no one knew where Chen Ming was. Upon seeing Yu Lin, no one from the Nielong tribe could help but sigh. Such a powerful creature, it's no wonder it could kill 100 Emperor Realm experts a millennium ago. This Yu Lin is simply a disaster. He must be killed. Chen Han took a deep breath. How could the Lingwu continent allow Yu Lin to wreak havoc? More tribes entered the Nielong tribe. The Li tribe also arrived, and now the Nielong tribe had 3 Emperor Realm experts. The other Emperor Realm experts were stationed in different areas to guard against the Emperor Realm of Taotai. In less than a week, the Taotai army began to launch their assault. The troops within the Nielong tribe began to resist desperately. Luckily, during this week, Chen Han had set up several large formations which reduced the army's casualties by 20%. Otherwise, with the strength of the Taotai army, they could easily conquer the Nielong tribe. The assault of the Taotai Legion is indeed rather terrifying, Li Tian remarked with a frown. Although he did not participate in the defense, witnessing the onslaught of the Taotai Legion made even this emperor-level figure feel a sense of trepidation. If it weren't for the grand formation laid out by Chen Han, the Taotai Legion would be even more ferocious. The tribes on the periphery are nearly ready. We should be able to take action soon. Qiao Weining said, his expression exceedingly grave. Whether we can prevail depends on this battle. Of course, the real threat still lies within the Nielong tribe. As long as Yu Lin is alive, the Lingwu continent will not know peace. Indeed, it's about time, but we must remain vigilant regarding the emperor-level figures of the Taotai. They should also be preparing to move. Li Tian stated. Chen Han and Qiao Weining both nodded. If the emperor-level figures of the Taotai are also a problem that must be dealt with. By the way, Chen Han, you are proficient in formations. Can you reinforce the formation sealing Yu Lin? If we can gain even an extra day's time, it will be worth it. Qiao Weining gritted his teeth and said as the entire Nielong tribe was in a state of unease. They all feared that Yu Lin might break through the formation and deal a crippling blow to the Nielong tribe. If the formation could be reinforced, it would stabilize the morale of the troops. Chen Han shook his head. No, the formation of Yun Xian is exceedingly complex. I simply cannot break it. Qiao Weining sighed. Since that is the case, there was no way forward. Then we should focus our efforts on the Taotai Legion. Yu Lin's fate lies in the hands of destiny. Qiao Weining gritted his teeth. He genuinely feared that Yu Lin might suddenly emerge. If Yu Lin were to appear, who in the entire Lingwu continent could withstand him? Even if they dealt with the Taotai Legion, their odds of victory would be less than 1 in 10, they could only hope for a miracle. The Celestials and Yun Xian would surely not abandon the Lingwu continent. 2 days later, the peripheral forces launched an assault on the Taotai Legion. To resolve the Taotai Legion as swiftly as possible, both the human and demon tribes attacked with all their might against the Taotai Legion. The entire battlefield descended into chaos. The Nyelong tribe also coordinated with the peripheral tribes to launch an assault on the Taotai Legion, resulting in a fierce clash. Damn it, this lowly race dares to attack us from both sides. The emperor-level figure of the Taotai roared in anger. The other emperor-level figures gathered it. There were as many as 13 of them from the Taotai. We have more emperor-level figures than their 2 tribes, why not strike directly? An emperor-level Taotai spoke up. The other emperor-level figures nodded in agreement. Since they had been driven to desperation, they would no longer concern themselves with losses. They would directly eliminate these pests, and when Lord Yulin emerges, the world would belong to them. The human and demon tribes only have 9 emperor-level figures, and among them that mysterious one may not even be present. You two keep an eye on him. If that emperor-level figure appears, kill him directly. You two go and stop Yi Baishan. That old fellow is difficult to deal with alone. And you go and guard against the Dragon Clan's 4 Saints Fulua Grand Formation. Only an emperor-level figure can break that formation. The rest of you go and stop the other emperor-level figures. The one speaking was the most powerful presence within the Taotai Legion, named Ming He. Among the emperor-level figures of the human and demon tribes, only Yi Baishan could rival him. And what about you? The other emperor-level figures turned their gaze toward Ming He, who had yet to mention his own plans. Ming He smiled. I will naturally go to welcome Lord Yulin, break the formation, and then Lord Yulin can emerge. At that time, who could stop us? Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. As long as Yulin emerges, who could be their opponent? At that point, the entire Lingwu continent would fall into their hands. Did the Gluttonous Legion mobilize? Xiao Weining furrowed his brow, surprised that the imperial realm of the Gluttonous Legion would act first, targeting the Nyelong tribe. They intend to disrupt the Great Formation and release Yulin ahead of schedule. However, this Great Formation is not easily broken. If Yulin couldn't breach it, they might not be able to either. Li Tian spoke, expressing his absolute confidence in the Great Formation laid out by Yun Xian. The formation set by Yun Xian had long surpassed what could be deciphered by the Imperial Realm. Even if the Imperial Realm of the Gluttonous Legion attacks, they might not be able to break it, let alone rescue Yulin. However, if they charge in, we cannot simply stand by. It will likely be another tough battle. Xiao Weining sighed. The news from Yi Baishan has conveyed that they will cooperate with us. However, we have fewer in the Imperial Realm than they do, so it may not be so easy to deal with. Li Tian frowned as he spoke. The mysterious Imperial Realm of the human race might not even be here, and with Chen Han they have only 8 in total. How can they face the 13 Imperial Realm powerhouses on the other side? Such a massive offensive is indeed difficult for them to handle now. Don't lose heart, you. We will surely endure. If they dare to come, we will fight them. Even if we can't finish them off, we can take down a few. Xiao Weining snorted coldly, eager to engage in battle with the Imperial Realm of the Gluttonous Legion. If we wait for Yulin to break the seal and then act, it will be too late. Li Tian furrowed his brow slightly. If it were truly as simple as Xiao Weining said, why would he be worried? The Imperial Realm of the Gluttonous Legion, though not overwhelmingly strong, outnumbers them by several. With such a numerical advantage, neither the human nor the monster races can compensate for it. How are we to fight? Suddenly a rumble echoed as the ground began to shake, drawing everyone's gaze toward the source. A colossal gluttonous beast charged directly toward the Nyelong tribe. The aura of this gluttonous beast is unmistakably at the Imperial Realm. Damn, they struck so soon. Xiao Weining roared, his body beginning to rip apart, transforming into a gigantic golden dragon as he charged toward the gluttonous beast. With the clash of the 2 Imperial Realms, the other Imperial Realms appeared one by one. Chen Han looked toward the direction of the gluttonous Imperial Realm. Not all of them had launched an attack, a few remained behind, seemingly on guard against someone. Chen Han furrowed his brow. They were likely wary of that mysterious Imperial Realm of the human race. What kind of existence is that Imperial Realm for the gluttonous to take such precautions? Kill. The gluttonous legion relentlessly initiated their assault on the Nielong tribe while the other imperial realms of the human and monster races also sprang into action, colliding with one another. One gluttonous imperial realm directly targeted Chen Han, launching an attack. The gluttonous legion was well aware that the human race had a very young imperial realm. Moreover, it was the 10 absolute thunderclouds if they must eliminate such a prodigy. The gluttonous beast attacking Chen Han was exceptionally powerful, ranking among the middle tier of the 13 imperial realms. His targeting of Chen Han indicates the importance the gluttonous place on him. They must quickly eliminate this threat. Chen Han quickly retreated, recognizing the opponent's strength. He couldn't afford to confront them head-on. This was Chen Han's first battle after reaching the imperial realm, and he had to approach it with caution. One misstep could lead to his demise. Where do you think you're going? The gluttonous imperial realm roared, directly throwing a punch at Chen Han with a powerful aura enveloping him. Chen Han furrowed his brow, quickly retreating, his expression grave. The royal realm and the sacred realm are indeed vastly different. Had I still been in the sacred realm, this fellow before me would have undoubtedly killed me with a single punch. But now Chen Han has reached the royal realm. Both are in the royal realm. Chen Han does not fear the royal realm of the Taotai. Want to run? My Xiangxiong will let you escape. Xiangxiong laughed heartily, relentlessly pursuing Chen Han. Having just reached the royal realm, Chen Han is likely the weakest among the royal realm beings of both the human and demon races. For him to take action against Chen Han is to ensure absolute certainty. A genius like Chen Han remaining in this world could pose a threat to Lord Yulan. Come here. Xiangxiong roared angrily, reaching out to grab Chen Han. Chen Han immediately raised his sword, the Qianluo sword, slashing towards Xiangxiong. The power of this strike caused Xiangxiong to halt in his tracks. Xiangxiong never expected that Chen Han's strike would possess such might. Although this strike may not claim his life, it is certainly enough to severely injure him. If he were to be wounded by this, Xiangxiong might not be able to handle Chen Han. Slash. Chen Han lightly called out, slicing down once more. Xiangxiong had no choice but to dodge. What he initially thought to be a one-sided hunt unexpectedly revealed Chen Han's ability to resist. If he were not careful, Xiangxiong could indeed perish at Chen Han's hands. Damn it, I underestimated you, but now that I understand your strength, you will undoubtedly die. Xiangxiong roared, his body sprouting countless flesh spikes. These spikes appeared incredibly hard. Chen Han's Qianluo sword might not be able to shatter them. Qianluo sword technique. Chen Han glanced at Xiangxiong, directly unleashing his sword move. In a clash of royal realms, every move is crucial. Xiangxiong was startled and quickly retreated, but his retreat was far slower than Chen Han's sword strike. Xiangxiong immediately raised his hand, using the flesh spikes to block Chen Han's sword move. Chen Han gripped the Qianluo sword, slashing down, unleashing a torrent of sword intent. The Qianluo sword struck the flesh spikes, breaking them apart, but it also blocked Chen Han's strike. Chen Han's expression turned serious. Xiangxiong indeed possessed some skill. Xiangxiong gritted his teeth, a painful expression on his face, but the broken flesh spike rapidly returned to its original state. As a mutated Taoya, all Taotai who reach the royal realm possess mutated properties. The flesh spikes are Xiangqiang's ability. That hurt, you indeed have some skill. Xiangxiong grinned, his eyes coldly gazing at Chen Han. Chen Han's offensive is indeed fierce, but relying on his flesh spikes, Xiangxiong can effortlessly fend off Chen Han's attacks. However, this comes at a cost. Regenerating the flesh spikes is extremely painful. Next, you will feel even more pain. Holding the Qianluo sword, Chen Han acknowledged that Xiangxiong is indeed a formidable royal realm Taotai. Yet for Chen Han, the possibility of fighting back still exists. I look forward to seeing what tricks you can play. Xiangxiong roared, charging towards Chen Han. Countless flesh spikes erupted from his body, directly rushing towards Chen Han. Chen Han raised his gaze, swinging the Qianluo sword, summoning a mountain of swords. The technique of Lord Yulan? How could you? Xiangqiang's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Chen Han. Chen Han actually utilized Lord Yulan's technique. How is this possible? Could it be that Chen Han has a connection to Lord Yulan? This is unlikely. How could a mere human possibly be related to Lord Yulan? This overwhelming force is merely similar to Lord Yulan's technique. Roar! The mountain of swords instantly shattered the flesh spikes that Xiangxiong shot forth, then bore down upon Xiangqiang's body. Xiang Qiong was pinned under the sword mountain, unleashing a wretched cry. Many Taotais turned to look, and upon seeing Xiang Qiong being crushed, a number of them displayed expressions of astonishment. How could Xiang Qiong be defeated by a mere human brat? The sword mountain vanished and Chen Han's gaze turned towards it. Xiang Qiong was heavily injured and the spikes on his body were all crushed. But those spikes immediately reformed. I will kill you. Chen Han narrowed his eyes as Xiang Qiong was in a bad state now. However, should he launch this attack, it would undoubtedly be terrifying. Blood spikes. Xiang Qiong roared in anger and the spikes forming on his body shot out again. However, countless blood spikes coalesced into a gigantic spike charging ferociously towards Chen Han. Chen Han raised his sword, his gaze fixed firmly on the approaching Xiang Qiong. This move from Xiang Qiong was undoubtedly utilizing all his strength. If he could withstand Xiang Qiong's attack, then the next steps would be manageable. Kill. Xiang Qiong roared, confident in his move. With this attack he would definitely slay Chen Han. Chen Han swung his sword, an endless sword intent blocking ahead, continuously neutralizing Xiang Qiong's assault. Xiang Qiong laughed heartily, his move was immensely powerful. Even Ming He would have to fear it 3 parts. Sensing Xiang Qiong's erupting strength, Ming He smiled faintly from the back. The battle unfolded as he had anticipated, but the mysterious Emperor Realm had yet to appear and the 2 Emperor Realm Taotais beside him remained inactive. You 2 keep a watch, and if that mysterious Emperor Realm appears, kill them directly. Ming He instructed. The 2 Emperor Realms nodded, watching their surroundings. Ming He's eyes glanced towards the great formation, watching the jade-scaled creature continually bombard it as he slowly flew over. Meanwhile, Xiang Qiong's blood spikes were still relentlessly striking at Chen Han. Chen Han struggled to fend off the attacks. Xiang Qiong was indeed formidable, it was quite challenging for Chen Han to kill him. However, Xiang Qiong would never expect that Chen Han had a spirit pet. Yuan Peng, it's up to you. Chen Han grinned. Upon seeing the smile on Chen Han's face, Xiang Qiong felt something was amiss and cold sweat immediately began to flow down his back. As Xiang Qiong turned around, a gigantic Yuan Peng swooped in, swinging its tail. It's Yuan Peng. How did this creature end up here? Yuan Peng has actually reached the Emperor Realm, that's quite terrifying. We have another Emperor Realm, what a surprise. Yuan Peng took the Phoenix Emperor's bone and actually reached the Emperor Realm, that's worth it. Many from the Demon Clan displayed expressions of relief upon seeing the Emperor Realm Yuan Peng. Having reached the Emperor Realm, Yuan Peng has indeed honored the Phoenix Emperor's bone. That was a treasure of the Demon Clan, and Yuan Peng's initial theft had angered many among them. Now that Yuan Peng had returned, having reached the Emperor Realm, they did not dare to say much. Reaching the Emperor Realm meant being at the pinnacle of combat power in the Lingwu continent. Who would blame an Emperor Realm? Yuan Peng swung its tail directly, sending Xiang Qiong flying. Chen Han seized the opportunity, thrusting his Qian Luo sword once more, a powerful aura sweeping towards Xiang Qiong's body. Xiang Qiong let out a roar as the spikes on his body completely vanished. Moreover, this time they did not grow back. Chen Han took a deep breath and slashed downwards, directly cleaving Xiang Qiong in 2. An Emperor Realm Taotai unexpectedly fell to the combined attack of Chen Han and Yuan Peng. This was quite terrifying. The death of an Emperor Realm was a significant event for both sides. Upon seeing Xiang Qiong's death, the 2 Taotais who had been watching the mysterious Emperor Realm rushed over immediately. Compared to the Emperor Realm Taotai, Chen Han and Yuan Peng in front of them needed to be dealt with first. Chen Han and Yuan Peng exchanged glances and grinned, one for each. There is actually a royal realm? Ming He wore a solemn expression. He never expected that this Chen Han had a royal realm spirit pet within him. A royal realm spirit pet, in other words, a royal realm monster. Such power is not inferior to an ordinary royal realm. Let me break the formation first. As soon as Lord Yulin emerges, no one will be able to stop us. Ming He grinned, teeth bared. As long as Yulin could break the formation, the doom of both human and demon races would be sealed. With Yulin's strength, he could shock the entire spiritual martial continent. With these guys, could they be a match for Lord Yulin? You cannot break it. A figure suddenly blocked Ming He's path, dressed in a black robe and wearing a hat that obscured his face. That mysterious royal realm of the human race. Ming He gritted his teeth. He hadn't anticipated that this mysterious royal realm would block him. His plans were truly in disarray. At this point he had to kill this mysterious royal realm before he could destroy the formation. If you want to stop me you must have the ability to do so. Ming-He laughed heartily and charged toward the mysterious royal realm. The mysterious royal realm raised his gaze as he lifted his hand. A powerful wave of energy directly blocked Ming-He. Several royal realms noticed this and Chen Han finally understood why Ming-He wanted two royal realm Tao-Tai to control the mysterious royal realm. The abilities of this mysterious royal realm are not weaker than Yi Baishan. Yi Baishan is the most powerful force in the open confrontation between the human and demon races. To be comparable to Yi Baishan, this mysterious royal realm is even more terrifying than Ming-He had imagined. Chen Han withdrew his gaze with the strength of the mysterious royal realm. Even if it couldn't deal with Ming-He, it would definitely be able to hold him off. What he needed to do now was to slay another royal realm. Mo Da's gaze fell upon Chen Han, who had forcefully killed Xiang Qiong relying on Yuan Peng. Chen Han's threat had already instilled fear in Tao Tai. Thus in Mo Da's eyes this Chen Han must die. Roar! Mo Da bared his teeth and an endless blood light suddenly overflowed from his body. This blood light surged toward Chen Han, turning everything in its path crimson. Chen Han looked at Mo Da. Mo Da's strength was not inferior to Xiang Qiong. And the royal realm Tao Tai facing Yuan Peng was equally not weaker than Mo Da. Sending these two royal realms to control the mysterious royal realm shows how much Tao Tai valued it. Slash! Chen Han swung his sword and the surrounding space began to shatter as a powerful sword aura condensed in the heavens and earth. The sword aura expanded, gradually growing stronger. Mo Da's expression became grave. This sword aura gave him a sense of lethal threat. The power of this sword aura was even more terrifying than what Xiang Qiong had faced earlier. It seems that Chen Han did not use his full strength in his earlier confrontation with Xiang Qiong, intending to make Xiang Qiong underestimate him. Now that he thought about it, it was rather amusing that Xiang Qiong died at Chen Han's hands. If you think of me as that fool Xiang Qiong, you will regret it. Mo Da grinned, blood energy starting to condense into a gigantic blood demon. Kill! Mo Da roared, the blood demon howling as it punched toward Chen Han. Chen Han swung his sword and the sword aura surged toward the blood demon, an endless spiritual energy overflowing. The surrounding space was gradually being torn apart, the sword aura directly shredding the blood demon's fist. Slash! Chen Han continued to strike down, his sword moves fierce, once again condensing the sword aura. This blood demon was not so easily dealt with. If Chen Han wanted to kill it, he would have to use even more powerful techniques. Of course, Chen Han's sword also blocked the blood demon's attacks. If the blood demon's attack landed on Chen Han, it would definitely inflict significant injury upon him. Blocked. But there won't be a next time. Mo Da grinned menacingly, his blood demon's arm once again restored, charging towards Chen Han. It seems the previous exertion had left Mo Da quite uncomfortable. Chen Han gazed at Mo Da, the Qianluo sword in his hand emanating a sharp sword intent. Since you have no tricks left, then die. Mo Da laughed heartily, the powerful blood demon charging at Chen Han, blood energy soaring high. The rising blood energy cast a formidable intimidation that frightened the surrounding. Since you have no tricks left, then die. Mo Da laughed heartily, the powerful blood demon charging at Chen Han, blood energy soaring high. The rising blood energy cast a formidable intimidation that frightened the surrounding Imperial Realm experts. Mo Da was actually using all his strength against Chen Han. Was Chen Han truly that difficult to deal with? Chen Han called out lightly, an endless sword intent coalescing into a sword aura, unleashing an immensely powerful force. The sword intent exploded, causing the surrounding space to begin collapsing. Following that, a thunderous roar sounded as the sword aura started to split, manifesting several sword auras. Boom! Fall! Chen Han shouted softly, directing the sword aura towards the blood demon. The blood demon roared in anger, raising his fist to directly grasp the sword aura. Chen Han looked up, pushing forward with his palm, causing the foremost sword aura to shatter. Yet the blood demon was also struggling, being bombarded by countless sword auras, his body beginning to be pushed back. Is this sword really that powerful? Mo Da frowned, clearly taken aback by Chen Han's sword. Hold your ground. Mo Da roared, but before he could finish, the blood demon was directly annihilated by the sword aura. Mo Da looked at Chen Han in disbelief. How could his blood demon be defeated by Chen Han? Go! Chen Han's eyes widened fiercely, the powerful sword intent pressing towards Emoda, aiming to eliminate him as well. Damn it! Emoda exclaimed in shock. He hadn't expected his blood demon to be utterly helpless against Chen Han's sword techniques. Chen Han's sword could not only shatter the blood demon but also strike at Emoda. Run! I can't die here! Emoda roared, determined to follow Yulin to conquer the Lingwu continent. He absolutely could not perish here. Can you escape? Chen Han suddenly grinned, the powerful sword intent directly pursuing Emoda. This sword strike was even more formidable than the previous ones. The might of Qian Luoitian was no weaker than a mountain pressing down. Boom! The sword intent surged like a tidal wave, engulfing Emoda entirely. With a furious roar, Emoda's body was sent flying, crashing to the ground. A massive pit formed at that moment. Onlookers wore expressions of shock. Emoda's defeat was utterly devastating. Chen Han's sword strike had nearly cost Emoda half his life. Damn it! Emoda struggled to rise, looking at Chen Han with overwhelming fear. Chen Han's strength far surpassed his expectations. Even if Xiang Qiong did not underestimate Chen Han, he might not be a match for him. I must go. I must escape. Emoda gritted his teeth, wishing to flee. Although it was unbecoming of an Imperial Realm expert, he could no longer afford to care. He could not afford to die here. Can you escape? Chen Han swung his sword, the powerful sword intent descending. Many Imperial Realm experts felt the force and hurriedly dodged. Even they did not wish to withstand Chen Han's sword. The relationships among the Imperial Realm experts of the gluttonous tribe were not so amicable. But no one would step forward to block Chen Han's sword for Emoda at this moment. Slash! Chen Han shouted, and this sword directly shattered Emoda's body. Many turned to look. Had Emoda died? Impossible. Chen Han took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently below. The aura of Moda has vanished, which means Moda has disappeared forever. Another one has died. He gritted his teeth. He would never have thought that two Emperor Realm Taotai would perish at Chen Han's hands. Chen Han's strength is terrifyingly formidable. You cannot break this great formation. The mysterious Emperor Realm spoke, his tone imposing. Even at this moment his face remained calm and unperturbed. It seemed he was certain that Taotai could not breach this formation. Even He approaching the formation would be unable to shatter it. The formation left behind by Yun Xian is not something that can be easily broken. Breaking this formation is only a matter of time, and no matter what you do, you cannot stop Lord Yulin's power. He bellowed, fearful that the people of the demon and human races wouldn't hear him. The mysterious Emperor Realm raised the corner of his mouth, showing no concern at all. Rest assured, someone will be able to stop him. He paused, looking at the mysterious Emperor Realm with astonishment. Someone will stop Lord Yulin? That's impossible. No one can stop Lord Yulin. No one. He roared in anger, but the overwhelming sword intent that erupted behind him made him turn immediately. Just as he turned, Chen Han's sword move struck a powerful aura, sweeping over He's body. He immediately released his aura to defend, but at that moment the mysterious Emperor Realm also acted, a much stronger aura surging toward He's body. He let out a tragic howl, his furious roar echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Everyone looked over astonished. How could He withstand the combined might of two Emperor Realms? Although He is the leader of the Tao, yet his strength is not the strongest. He can only rank among the top 3. Surrounded by Chen Han and the mysterious Emperor Realm, he suddenly found himself at a disadvantage. Roar! Lord Yulin will definitely kill you all. No exceptions. After a furious roar, He's entire body exploded, blood splattering everywhere. But at this moment he was very close to the formation and his blood directly splattered onto it. The mysterious Emperor Realm furrowed his brow, and He's blood carried a problem. Inside the formation, Yulin suddenly burst into a wide grin. When Chen Han left years ago, he still carried a trace of his aura. And that aura landed on He. Otherwise He would not have become the leader of the Taotai. What's wrong? Chen Han looked at the mysterious Emperor Realm. He felt a familiar sensation from this Emperor Realm, yet he couldn't recall why. The mysterious Emperor Realm also looked at Chen Han. Yulin is about to break the formation. Chen Han's eyes widened. Yulin is about to break the formation so soon. What about those Taotai? Chen Han clenched his teeth. If he faced Yulin now, he would have no way to counter. The mysterious Emperor Realm glanced at Chen Han and suddenly stepped into the air. Chen Han looked puzzled. Why did he step into the air? Watch closely. The mysterious Emperor Realm suddenly said to Chen Han. Chen Han was taken aback but still focused on the mysterious Emperor Realm's movements. Chen Han remembered that he had no connection with this mysterious Emperor Realm. Yet this mysterious Emperor Realm seemed to be teaching Chen Han a technique. Boom! The mysterious Emperor Realm raised a sword, and boundless sword intent condensed within the heavens and earth. The sword intent surged and all the power in the world gathered upon the sword. On the sword a formidable sword intent erupted, resembling the power of the universe. The mysterious Emperor Realm looked at Chen Han as if telling him to pay close attention. He was teaching Chen Han swordsmanship. This sword Tian Yen. In the sky a gigantic fire sword appeared. The fire sword burned brightly, illuminating the entire sky. Chen Han gazed at the sword, his face revealing a grave expression. The power of this sword was so immense that it left Chen Han astonished. Who could this mysterious imperial realm be, and how could such a powerful technique exist? Copy successful divine level martial arts Tian Yen. The copied martial art left Chen Han in shock. Divine level martial arts, how could this be possible? Even in the legacy of the celestial god, Chen Han had never acquired divine level martial arts. If the strongest he had was merely the celestial level martial art Qian Luo Tian. How could the divine level martial arts of this mysterious imperial realm exist? The identity of this mysterious imperial realm must be extraordinarily special. How could this sword exude such a terrifying aura? It's that mysterious imperial realm. How could it be so powerful? Impossible. How could this mysterious imperial realm possess such formidable power? It's impossible. The imperial realm of the Taotai revealed a shocked expression. They had always thought that Yi Baishan was the most difficult opponent. But now upon closer inspection, this mysterious imperial realm was far stronger than Yi Baishan. Was the power of this sword meant to annihilate them all? This sword is Tian Yen. The voice of the mysterious imperial realm echoed continuously in Chen Han's mind. To what extent had the power of this sword reached? Run! Run! A Taotai imperial realm suddenly shouted, beginning to roar. All the Taotai were left with expressions of shock upon hearing this. This sword truly aimed to annihilate them all. Could it be that this mysterious imperial realm really had the ability to kill them all? This was impossible. Many Taotai expressed doubt. Even the human and demon races were skeptical. If this mysterious imperial realm was truly that strong, why hadn't it acted earlier? Was it to hide something? Chen Han took a deep breath, gazing at the fire sword in the sky. The fire sword slowly descended, its scorching aura surging towards all the Taotai. Sensing the power of the fire sword, all the Taotai began to panic. The words of the imperial realm Taotai were indeed correct. This sword could very well cost them their lives. Roar! Countless Taotai realized they could not withstand this sword. The power of this sword exceeded their imagination. Even some imperial realm Taotai felt despair. The strength of this sword was now known to all. Many Taotai began to resist with their lives, knowing they could not escape. All the Taotai struck together, hoping to withstand it. Boom! As the fire sword fell, despair finally appeared in the eyes of the Taotai. They realized they could not withstand this sword at all. Annihilate! With a powerful declaration from the mysterious imperial realm, the fire sword directly descended upon all the Taotai. The wails echoed throughout the heavens and the earth as the human and demon races looked towards the surrounding Taotai. They could feel that the power of this mysterious fire sword was incredibly strong enough that they could not resist it. Even the imperial realms of the human and demon races sensed the horror of this power. What on earth was the origin of this mysterious imperial realm? This sword. Chen Han took a deep breath. If he were to withstand this sword, he might not be able to block it. Fortunately, it was the imperial realm of the human race. Otherwise, with the strength of this mysterious imperial realm, it would annihilate the human and demon races. In an instant, all the Taotai were engulfed in flames, their roars resounding throughout the heavens and the earth. Bang! With a loud explosion, all the Taotai were reduced to ashes. The powerful beings of the human and demon races were momentarily stunned. This was overwhelmingly powerful, but what exactly was this mysterious imperial realm? The mysterious imperial realm slowly descended, landing in the center of everyone. The crowd gazed at this enigmatic realm, their faces revealing curiosity. What does this mysterious imperial realm intend to do? What is the extent of the power of this mysterious imperial realm? Can this sword be learned? The imperial realm looked at Chen Han, and this question immediately drew everyone's attention to Chen Han. Is this sword being taught to Chen Han by the mysterious imperial realm? That Ch.5 is too pitiful, becoming a training dummy, and was completely annihilated. Chen Han looked at the mysterious imperial realm and nodded. The mysterious imperial realm smiled, saying, "Then it's up to you from here on." After finishing the comical hat he wore slowly descended. Chen Han was stunned, staring at the mysterious imperial realm, feeling an oddly familiar sensation. Not only Chen Han was stunned, but also the members of the Xing family and the experts of the human race. They recognized this person. Chen Ming. Wasn't Chen Ming killed by the Xing family back in the day? How could he appear here? Father. Chen Han swallowed nervously. He was just an infant when the Chen family was annihilated. He had no memories, let alone remember Chen Ming's appearance. However, Chen Han was well aware that this man was indeed his father. His biological father. "No, I am not him." Chen Ming suddenly spoke, "And you are not you." Chen Han was momentarily stunned. Perhaps only he could understand what Chen Ming was saying. Everyone else looked at Chen Ming, puzzled by his intentions. What was Chen Ming talking about? Is this related? Chen Ming smiled. He will be out soon. All eyes turned toward the formation where Yulin was staring intently at Chen Ming. Clearly he recognized Chen Ming. And the formation was gradually breaking apart. Yulin was about to appear. Tisk, I didn't expect you to show up here again, thwarting my plans. But you are not as formidable as before. This time you won't stop me. Yulin's words left everyone astonished. They generally knew what identity Chen Ming currently held. Yun Xian. Only Yun Xian had once blocked Yulin back in the day. I indeed cannot stop you, but he can. Chen Ming looked at Chen Han, smiling. Chen Han stood frozen, still unable to react. The current Chen Ming was Yun Xian, but why was Yun Xian here? How could Yun Xian know his identity? Could it be that this Yun Xian is also a traveler? Chen Han was confused, appearing at a loss. But Chen Ming walked over to Chen Han, placing his hand on Chen Han's shoulder. Chen Han shuddered, looking at Chen Ming, unsure of what to say. Yulin burst into laughter. Yun Xian, do you really think this guy can stop me? He is not the same as the old you. The old you cultivated for thousands of years just to barely digest that old man's power. And he has only cultivated for a little over 20 years, yet he cannot be my match. And you will die at my hands in no surprises. Chen Ming paid no heed to Yulin, instead focusing intently on Chen Han. The celestial god truly did not choose wrongly. You are indeed more suited than I am. Chen Ming spoke with a smile, his gaze fixed firmly on Chen Han. Chen Han had received the celestial god's legacy in the temple, which was far more powerful than his own legacy. The celestial god chose Chen Han, indicating that Chen Han possessed a greater talent. How do I stop him? Chen Han furrowed his brow and asked. Chen Ming smiled. If it were before, you truly might not have been able to do so. I have witnessed the might of Yulin in the past. But now you need not fear at all. I am here. And I will tell you everything about your father. Chen Han frowned but nodded nonetheless. All right, hold your breath, Chen Ming said, placing his palm on Chen Han's head. Chen Han felt a surge of power rushing into his brain. This power caused Chen Han's strength to rise rapidly, reaching an unattainable level. Yulin panicked and broke through the array. A powerful force swept across the heavens and the earth. He has returned. Yun Xian, you cannot succeed. Yulin roared angrily and lunged at Chen Han. As long as he kills Chen Han, no one in this realm can stop him. Chen Ming smiled and directly released Chen Han. You are too late. Chen Han's eyes widened, focusing intently on Yulin. He felt that he possessed an incredibly powerful force at this moment. And this power belongs to him. Impossible. He cannot kill me. Yulin roared, his massive body charging towards Chen Han. A powerful aura swept in all directions, instilling fear in everyone. This was the colossal beast that once instilled dread in the Lingwu continent, far too powerful. Slash. Chen Han swung his sword, forcing Yulin to halt in his tracks. How is this possible? Yulin's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Chen Han. How could Chen Han's strength have increased so rapidly? Nothing is impossible. Chen Han looked up, his sword continuously striking towards Yulin. The sword intent pushed Yulin back. Yulin was completely stunned. How could Chen Han's power be so strong? Chen Han smirked. Even Yun Xian would not have thought that his replication system had not only copied but evolved, making Chen Han's strength far beyond what Yulin imagined. This is impossible, your power. Yulin's eyes widened. He could sense that Chen Han was now even more terrifying than the previous Yun Xian. But how could this be? Chen Han had only practiced for over 20 years. How could he possess such strength? Even Yun Xian was stunned. He had not expected the power Chen Han gained to be even more terrifying than he imagined. Heaven's flame. Chen Han spoke indifferently, a similar scene appearing in the air. This sword was even more terrifying than the one Chen Ming had wielded. Slash. This sword from Chen Han struck Yulin directly. Yulin let out a roar and his entire body began to ignite in flames. This is impossible. You couldn't kill me back then. This brat cannot kill me. Celestial. You cannot kill me. I cannot die. Boom. In his roar, Yulin was reduced to ashes. Yulin is truly dead. No one expected this outcome. With Yulin's death, the crisis of the Lingwu continent was also resolved. Chen Ming raised his hand, a smile spreading across his face. This trouble has finally been dealt with. Chen Ming looked at Chen Han. Your father came to me long ago and I gave him power. The moment I occupied his body was also the moment he perished. Chen Han was stunned and did not reply. But in Chen Ming's words he understood very clearly. His father really is dead, no surprises. Chen Ming nodded and then stepped away. Everyone looked at Chen Han, unsure of how he would decide. The current Chen Han is the most powerful person in the Lingwu continent. Chen Han is the guardian deity of the Lingwu continent. Chen Han raised his head, gazing at the sky. We have won.